The story we're tracking, music mogul Sean Diddy Combs on suicide watch at Brooklyn's Metropolitan Detention Center after two judges denied his request for bail. This as a grand jury is expected to hear new testimony from sex workers very soon. Good Day's Lizette Nunez is outside the facility in Gowanus with the very latest. Lizette, good morning.
Good morning, Dan. So TMZ is reporting that two sex workers are sharing their encounters with Diddy with the feds. We're also hearing that Diddy has a target on his back while he is behind bars here at the Metropolitan Detention Center. TMZ is reporting that more people plan to cooperate with the feds in Sean Diddy Combs' sex trafficking case.
We found out that these two individuals, and we have actually spoken to one of them. They are both sex workers, currently sex workers. One of them says that they had an interaction with Diddy in 2014, and they are willing to tell the feds what they know about that interaction.
Jeremy Saland, a criminal defense attorney, weighing in.
You can't, as a prosecutor, subpoena or force a witness to come speak to you in your office, but you can subpoena them to a grand jury where they can speak there or have to potentially speak there. So whether these are new witnesses, whether these are new complainants, meaning victim parties, making the allegations, will yet to be seen. But it doesn't bode well. It doesn't, certainly it's not a good thing if you're Sean Combs' team.
According to several reports, Diddy has been placed on suicide watch at the Metropolitan Correction Center in Brooklyn. The music mogul's mental state is unknown, but being placed on watch is considered to be a preventative measure. This week, two different judges denied his request for a $50 million bond. His lead defense attorney is attempting to move him to a different facility in New Jersey as he awaits trial. TMZ is reporting that due to his celebrity status and the allegations, this could bring unwanted attention from other inmates and be a threat to Diddy.
What we've been told by a former warden is he's a target. That's the fact of the matter, and that's why they have him in a solitary part of the jail, because they don't, he becomes a target because it's like what we've been told, it's like a badge of honor that if you were able to inflict some violence on Diddy, that gets you score points with other inmates. So that's the situation that obviously the jail officials do not want to happen.
Hey, yo, want to inflict some violence. What type of violence are we talking about, chat? What type of violence are we talking about? Shit, if Diddy like niggas, he's around niggas. It might be a different type of violence. What up with y'all, chat? Welcome. Yeah, we're back in for a long one today. We're going to be doing some Diddy coverage, of course. But 100%, absolutely, we got to get to some regular rap coverage as well. So buckle in, man. Today's Good Friday. Or it's not Good Friday, but it's a Good Friday, I would hope, for you. Maybe not for Diddy, but we'll see. Anyway, we got a bunch of just... this thing in the media sense, when you have somebody as high profile as Diddy that gets incarcerated, like, unfortunately, and I gotta admit this, the media is kind of like vultures, right? Like, it's like that's the carcass and everybody's finna eat off of it. You're gonna hear everything till next Tuesday about Diddy. You're gonna hear a nigga try to stab him in jail, because these are all headlines, right? These are all headlines. Be like, oh shit, they found a shank in the person next to Diddy's cell. They might have tried. They're going to milk every story, because when I first seen the Diddy's on suicide watch, I don't think Diddy's actually really trying to kill himself yet. And also, we also got to think about Epstein angle. We'll get into that later. Immediately when I said, I'm like, yo, this is just another way to like get more clicks as media. I know, because I'm in media, right? I'm telling you, you're going to hear everything about Diddy, okay? Tomorrow you're going to hear the shower conditions. You're going to hear that there was a lockdown because one fucking CO missed some security protocol. So the whole jail went into lockdown. It jeopardized his freedom. New motions coming out. They're already saying they want to move him to a different jail. You're going to see so many headlines. Again, this is going to be like a 2-year process. And at least for the first 3 months, you get what I mean? There's probably going to be a supersede indictment. We hear about more victims. We'll get into that too. There's going to be so many things that are going to come out. And half of them, I got to be honest with you, just me being on the media side of things, bro, I know how this shit goes. Half of these things are bullshit. Like, yes, he's locked up. You know what I mean? But all these other ancillary things is like, no, it's good. Next, you're going to hear, oh, his kids are worried about him. Then you're going to hear, remember that magic health condition? Listen, man, Diddy been fucking bitches for 40 years in 3-day-long freak-offs. That nigga ran a marathon in New York City. Come on, bro. He had to be in somewhat of a good shape. And every time he did a freak off, the nigga had motherfucking baby oil pouring through his veins through them IVs in the morning. So my nigga he got to be in good shape. But now you're going to hear that his health is in a deteriorating. How much I want to bet we're going to hear talks of a possible terminal illness that he never disclosed, but he's been managing. We're going to hear all of this. The media is going to love it. It's just bigger and more headlines. Unfortunately, you know, that's just really what it is. You know what I mean? Again, it's the biggest story. Obviously, the story that's in rap, so we cover it generally. But, you know, ancillary media that usually covers politics, they might be like, all right, for 3 days, okay, we'll stop being on Donald Trump's D and just cover, you know what I mean, who's been on Diddy's D, pause, you know what I mean, or whose D he been on. So anyway, I do have to give a little bit of warning on some of the stuff we might see here. It not everything is true, and I'm saying this from the media perspective. Like right now, if you're a company, if I'm Daily Mail, if I'm TMZ, every day you're gonna see a Diddy headline. It's not making it up. We're gonna reach for it. You get what I'm saying? Yo, you know, like the whole suicide watch thing. It's protocol. Like actually, a lot of times when people go into protective custody, due to the nature of it being protective custody, where they're deprived of certain, you know, human, you know, like, you know, needs, like interaction, like, you know, being out of their cell a little bit more often. They worry about the person's mind state. And that is usually a protocol that is, you know, in line. I don't know if it's just called suicide watch, but it's in line with what people would consider suicide watch. You get what I'm saying? But, you know, it's Diddy. Like, yo, we're all thinking, yo, we all got this play scripted out like a motherfucker already. Yo, they're either going to kill him, right? And when we're thinking we're like the same people who killed Jeffrey Epstein, right? They're either going to kill him or he's going to do the Aaron Hernandez, realize like he got life and he going to kill himself. Or a nigga going to try him in jail. Or maybe do the freak offs in jail. Who knows? So anyways, it's unfortunately, you know, And this is why I'm trying to also add some empathy to the situation, not necessarily on Diddy's side, but for everybody involved. Because I think for us, we're kind of detached so much that we're looking at this shit like characters, right? Like, yo, what's new in the Diddy news? Not knowing that he got multiple kids, new baby, like shit, he has a baby that probably can't even talk yet. Didn't he have just baby love like a year ago or something like that? So, you know, we're still dealing with someone's life and freedom, and they have a lot of people who care about them. So we try to respect that. But of course, we're going to respect the victims as well, right? Or potential alleged victims as well. All right. Let me see where we should start. By the way, for all my people on Twitch, we do have, and as soon as I say that, like, I give the disclaimer that we got to be a little bit serious, have some empathy. The fuckery in me never stops, yo. Listen, man. We need y'all niggas to sub up on Twitch. 1,000 subs is going to get us to buy the 1,000 bottles of baby oil that they found up in Diddy's crib. He ain't using them. We might have to, you know what I mean, put them on wholesale somewhere. Amazon, eBay, something. So we trying to buy the batch from the feds. Every sub will go towards copping the 1,000 bottles of baby oil, KY jelly, and all type of lubricant. You know what I mean? WD-40 that he found up in that bitch. But, again, I'll start off with the obvious. The news did come down that Diddy was on suicide watch, right? And, you know, again, I think what's kind of fascinating about this whole entire story is not only that Diddy is getting pretty much taken down. It's like, for me and you who've never really experienced that level of luxury, right? Like that level of luxury. Like someone was telling me a story last night. They're like, yo, if you think Diddy ain't going through it, they were basically saying like, yo, they were at some spot with Diddy. And who was telling me this? Or maybe I've seen it on an interview. And basically they said Diddy went to use the bathroom, came out of the bathroom. I guess his hands were wet. I don't even know, or he didn't wash his hands. All he did was hold out his hands, and he had handlers or like butlers or whatever. They washed his hands for him. He had to do nothing. Dried it, everything, and then he just walked away. Like a guy who's used to that amount of care. Like this guy was getting daily, supposedly massages sometimes up to 3 times a day. He had a doctor on call sometimes to revitalize him after these freak offs. This guy had drivers. This guy had butlers, personal assistants. Like this guy pretty much, he's not really used to doing a lot of number one hard labor, I would imagine, in the last couple of years, and not used to not having someone that he could call to do things. So when you think about that, living in a $50 million house, have your own private jet, you have all type of vehicles, security, life is pretty much, really trumped up at that point. And to be now incarcerated in a cell where literally you are on a set schedule to either get out or to eat, that is a tough thing to adjust to. And I think for us, I'm pretty sure y'all have had a homeboy or uncle or, unfortunately, like that's going to jail. And you don't think about it for them, like, damn, how are they dealing with jail, right? But like for Diddy, we're like, how is Diddy gonna cope, right? And really, it's just that we're trying to, put ourselves maybe in his shoes and then think about the drastic change in lifestyle and how some of the amenities he might be afforded when he was free, they're all taken away. What would that do to a person, right? So I think that's part of the fascination. Anyway, here, let me see this. He sent, okay, I'll read this, then I'll read the update up top later. Anyway, it says Diddy, who's now, if you don't know, at the Brooklyn MDC. This is the Manhattan Detention Center in Brooklyn. He was placed on suicide watch. And he was placed on suicide watch on intake. And apparently his lawyer is coming out to save, because now everyone's, speculating and saying, oh man, there we go. Like, I seen one of these. It's kind of sad how even gambling has gotten at this point. People are betting on the election. People are betting on Diddy's case. They're betting on him either beating it, him going to jail for life. But I seen another site today put up a bet, like they have a line on if Diddy kills himself, and it's like, wow. People are really genuinely intrigued, but also kind of watching this to see like how this is on play as a movie. So when you hear suicide watch, it kind of fuels those kind of narratives like, oh shit, he's already trying to slit the wrist, right? However, his attorney did speak to TMZ, and the attorney said, listen, the suicide watch directive that was issued by the MDC officials were merely routine for how new high-profile inmates are being done or are being taken in. I think suicide watch as well, it's not only meticulous amount of supervision where they're keeping an eye on you, but also like certain things aren't in the cell that could be used, potentially in a suicide attempt, right? Which once you kind of get off of that level of suicide watch, you're like afforded those things to kind of be around, if you get what I'm saying, right? Which I would love to see protective custody and suicide watch. How much of obviously protective custody, you would just think you're in isolation, and protected from the rest of the inmates. I want to see what suicide watch probably entails. Anyway, they says Agnophilia noted he spent 6 hours with Diddy at the federal lockup. Okay, yeah, shit. If I'm paying my lawyer millions, he got to be in jail with me. Like shit, he got to have the Brian Steele approach. Remember Brian Steele, Young Thug's attorney? He said, Your Honor, if you're gonna lock me up, could you lock me up with Jeffrey? That's when I knew that nigga was real. Lock me up with my client. Let's make sure everything's on the up and up. Anyway, the music mogul, I guess, so his lawyer is saying the music mogul turned criminal defendant is not suicidal at all. And in fact, they're saying Diddy is actually strong, healthy, confident, and focused on his defense. That's kind of a little bit contradictory, because the lawyer for Diddy did file a document in seal to the judge saying that there's a health condition, an underlying health condition that, the judge should consider before denying bail, right? Yeah. I guess this is a press conference by this lawyer.
Was considering.
I believe this was after the bail hearing, right? So this is after he got denied bail. Here we go.
An appeal to the Second Circuit, and we're.
So this is how it works. The magistrate said no. They did the first appeal, which is the district judge. The district judge is going to be on the case entirely. He said no. Now they're appealing his ruling to the Second Circuit Court, which is almost the Court of Appeals, damn near. They're gonna look into this, and I'm pretty sure they're gonna stick with the same circumstances or stick with the same decision. But you never know. You never know.
We're certainly getting ready to try the case.
Also, this appeal, whatever appeal they have, they could come back with more evidence, right, to satisfy whatever the last judge claimed was the problem. Flight of risk. Well, we did this. We gave the passports. Blah blah blah. Also, I keep telling you, the biggest thing is that he contacted witnesses. I don't know how you could make that abundantly clear that he will not contact anybody who could be a witness. I mean, by the nature of like even saying you're letting him out and he's going to be maybe allowed to work or not work, but necessarily allowed to make a living. He works in an industry where supposedly he abused the people in the industry. So it's like even doing business would be pretty much like talking to people who could be indirectly either witnesses or people of interest. So you don't know.
And so that's really what our focus is.
How did last night go for him? How, like, did he give you any details?
I'm going. It's tough. Listen. It's all tough on him. It's tough on everybody.
Yeah.
And I expect that he's going to have to reach deep inside and find the resolve to go on, and fight this case, which is what he's going to do.
Flight risk is that he is too dangerous. Is that what you took away, and what do you think about that?
Listen, I'm planning on appealing it, so that's what I think about it.
Weird question. What is he eating? Have you heard anything about the food that they're serving him in there? The treatment?
I don't think the fruit's very good. He eats a lot of fruit. He's actually a very healthy eater.
How's his sons doing?
They're doing okay. I think they're disappointed.
Right.
Do you think there's some bias with his bail getting denied, but Donald Trump has been convicted of numerous felonies, but Trump is running for president and he's free? Do you think there's some bias there?
Be
honest.
My honest answer is
20-something felonies versus 3?
I hear you. I hear you.
Versus 3?
Has anyone?
This guy offered up $50 million in bail.
I'm with you.
Has anyone actually sat down and kind of explained to the twins what's going on? Are they fully aware of
Yes.
Okay.
They're fully aware. Watch out.
Sir, can you address one more time why you requested Essex County? Yeah.
It's better for the person who's being housed there. It's a little less difficult. MDC is famously, I'll just put it, difficult to be there.
You mean conditions-wise?
Conditions-wise. Yeah.
Maybe with the other inmates and maybe the way that the COs are, or
It's just MDC has historically had tremendous problems, and the problems aren't resolved.
okay.
Essex would be better, you think,
How is he feeling right now?
for him?
I think Essex would be better. He's focused on his defense. He's focused
Right.
on his
Best as
defense.
he can be in this bad situation.
That's true.
What did he say to you when this happened? Did he say anything to you? Did he give you make any emotions to you after he found out that it was denied again?
He's disappointed. He's disappointed that it was denied, and he's a tough guy, in the real sense,
Yeah.
not he's been through a lot, and he is resolved to keep defending himself. He's not broken.
Mark, can I ask you a quick question? Are you planning on filing any motions immediately to try and raise this issue again and getting
We are. That's under serious consideration, and we're going to talk to him about that probably tomorrow, and that should be a possibility.
And how soon could that happen?
It could happen in a matter of days or a week or 2 weeks at the most.
Okay, cool. By the way, we're gonna get Myron on here for a second. He has some information to kind of help our reporting go along. He could help us. Oh, here we go. I'm gonna call him. He could help us kind of understand the angle of the suicide watch part, and also what I did want to ask him too. I'm pretty sure he's gonna get in the call. I'm calling him right now. If you probably can't hear it ringing. He'll probably add some additional. Yo, Myron, what up, bro?
Yo, what's up, bro? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Chat. Let me just make sure your levels are good. Add some additional. Yo, Myron, what up, bro?
Yo, what up, man?
We're hearing the feedback.
My bad. I was watching your stream. I just muted it.
Okay. Great.
Hear me now?
Yeah. I'm gonna just turn your voice up a little bit more.
I'll bring the mic closer to me too.
All right, cool. Yeah, chat. We're here with my guy Myron Gaines. You guys know him from multiple different things at this point. Obviously, he has a very successful channel called Fresh and Fit, but he does do Fed Reacts. If you don't know, and I feel like I've explained this a bunch, he's a former HSI federal agent that worked at the southern border, I believe, for the majority of his time there, and he worked meticulously with all of these elements that we're talking about. And he formulated multiple cases, testified against multiple people for convictions. And I think there's no one better to get on here to give us like an insight, especially when we have questions about high profile people, how they got the video just leaked, and we'll go over that after we get past the suicide watch part. The video came out of how he got arrested. And again, we're glad to have you here because you could give us a lot of insight on everything. Anyway, what's up with you though?
Yo, chillin', man. For those that aren't aware, I was HSI special agent for 7 years. I started my career in Laredo, Texas. Then I transferred to the Miami field office. The agency that actually arrested Diddy is our New York field office. So I'm very familiar with that office and how they do things in the Southern District of New York. So, I mean, this is literally right in my wheelhouse, bro. I used to work for this agency. I know it in and out. I'm very familiar with the case. I've done these cases before. So, yeah, bro, whatever questions you got, I'd be happy to answer them. I know some of your audience might not be familiar with me, but this is something that I also do commentary, and I don't just yell at bitches all the time.
Hey, well, I felt like I asked you this before, but I'll ask you again because while we were seeing a lot of this unfold, and I remember I made a joke out of it, but I said, yo, when you have Homeland Security, because what the normal person is going to think of the word Homeland Security is like, you're locking up terrorists. I'm like, yo, Diddy must got a weapon of mass destruction in his pants if they're going after this man like this. Why Homeland Security getting at Diddy? And obviously they were very intricately involved in bringing this to the U.S. attorney.
Yeah, that's a great question because when people hear the term Homeland Security, they automatically assume terrorism, spies, all this other stuff. So, I could see why people would be confused. But the real reason why is, I'll kind of give the historical thing here. So, after 9/11 happened, the United States government pretty much restructured thanks to something called the Homeland Security Act, right, where we created the Department of Homeland Security. And what ended up happening was agencies like the FBI that had been, the main agencies doing organized crime, they started focusing more on counterintelligence, terrorism, etc. What that did was open the door for other agencies to come in and kind of take over organized crime, right? And HSI was one of those agencies that came in as the second biggest agency after the FBI, and they kind of took over a lot of these organized crime types investigations. Now, with that said, HSI investigates a multitude of different crimes: human trafficking, human smuggling, money laundering, drug trafficking, weapons smuggling, anything that has to do with crimes occurring going into the United States, having international nexus or interstate nexus, like in his Diddy case, transporting minors around, deals with HSI. So one of the big programmatic areas that HSI focuses on is human trafficking, not to be confused with human smuggling. I'd be happy to distinguish between the two if you want me to, but that's kind of a nutshell of why they're focusing on this. Human trafficking is a programmatic area that HSI focuses on because it's so intimately tied to human smuggling.
Okay. I'm glad you gave us some context on that. Okay, so two things. Diddy's taken into custody. Again, we're going to go over TMZ put out, and obviously they probably just hit the hotel with some money, which, by the way, I'm still shocked the hotel would, this is a 5-star. I was looking at the average prices. Diddy's probably sitting at the top suites, $10,000 a night. We calculated it. If he stayed here for 12 days, $120,000, my boy was spending, okay? 5-star hotel, but I'm guessing TMZ either got their source, somebody got paid off, but I'm sure the hotel isn't just giving this up because this is where the really rich and famous people stay if we're talking about 10 grand a night. You get what I'm saying? However, so we have that to discuss, but he's incarcerated, and after being incarcerated, we figured he'd be having some type of protective custody or whatever, but then the news comes out that he's on suicide watch. From your experience in law enforcement and dealing with, many people who you've, helped done the investigation to get arrested, what does that mean to you?
So, and that's actually one of the main reasons I want to jump on you. I actually have a source.
Jump on here, pause. No Diddy.
Yeah, I actually have a source, pause. I actually have a source that works that. So one of my good friends that I work with on the border, he used to work for the U.S. Bureau of Prisons, right? Who's responsible for the jailing of federal inmates. And his buddy works at that detention center in Brooklyn. And he told them that Diddy actually isn't on suicide watch. They're just watching him very closely and making sure that he's segregated, et cetera, because he's obviously a celebrity, et cetera. But he's not necessarily on suicide watch. He's more in like protective custody.
Okay, and by the way, this wouldn't be voluntarily, right? Like, I don't think he gets the choice. This guy, if anything happens to him, by the way, I've looked up MDC. It's been known, like just in July, footage came out of an MS-13 gang member stabbing somebody 44 times in Brooklyn, MDC, before one correctional officer intervened, right? This looks like some type of general area. Obviously, I'm not saying Diddy's the most hated person, but people could be in there trying to make a name. You're never getting out. If you're the person who tried Diddy, it could be what it is. That would be very bad for, the federal government and even New York City itself. Do you think it's voluntary that he's in this state or no?
Nah, completely involuntary. They understand that a high-profile case like this puts them on the hook, and obviously, if something like Epstein happens again, it's going to lose an enormous amount of public trust. So they're going to do everything in their power to keep him safe and not have another Epstein situation, because that gave the federal government a very big black eye. So they're going to keep him in protective custody, no bunkmates. They're going to be watching him on camera, etc. And yeah, you're right. MDC Brooklyn is one of the worst jails in the United States by far, because the thing is that it's like an intermediary prison, right? So like while you're fighting your case, that's where you stay, right? It's not like a real, prison where you're going. That's kind of like an intermediary lockup, and there's well over 1,000 guys in there. So definitely involuntary just on who he is, and if anything happens to him, it would really look bad on them, especially after the Epstein situation.
Yeah, speaking about Epstein, I don't know how you say his name, but speaking about that situation where it was said and announced that he committed suicide, even though he was supposedly on watch, right? I'm wondering, like, especially what would be protocol afterwards. I don't know if you would know, or maybe like your friend who's probably worked at these institutions would know, because I would imagine after the Epstein situation, anybody who's super high profile, who comes in here, who is facing a charge that carries life, we're immediately starting to do some psychology tests or some, evaluations of you to see where your mindset's at, that we could properly assess the situation, right? Like, some people might be able to put up fine with that. You know what I mean? Who knows? Maybe El Chapo's like, yo, little Chapito is coming in like 3 months to get me out of here, so I'm cool, or 3 years or 30 years, or he's just used to that type of lifestyle, knew he was going to go to jail eventually. Who knows? Versus Diddy's like, this is like beyond hell, right? You know what I mean? So mentally, he might not be able to cope as well as somebody else. Do you think they do like these mental evaluations on intake, or maybe they're like, man, tough it out?
Yeah, for something like this where it's kind of like pretrial detention, not really. Their job is to kind of hold the body while the guy is pending his case.
Okay.
That's kind of their job. So they're gonna do the bare minimum required. You know what I'm saying, to keep him safe and do what they got to do. But obviously, with someone like him, they're gonna be a bit more careful just because of how big he is.
Yeah. So and you know what I said about that too? I said, when I seen the news that he's on suicide watch, I said that's a very sexy headline, but it also fools the public to think that Diddy might be expressing signs of suicide, which, again, I don't know what he's feeling or how he's acting at the moment, but I felt like that was more of a media thing, and the media right now is going to grab at everything and trump it up like, yo, suicide watch. It immediately makes us think Epstein and other things, while maybe it's just protocol, and I'm glad his lawyer kind of like, is trying to clarify it. I do want to play the video of him being taken into custody. Yeah, compared to the raid, it was very subtle, not heavy-handed.
Exactly like how I told you it would be, right?
Yeah.
Did I tell you it was exactly how I told you it would be?
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. Chat, if you guys haven't seen the video, this is on the front page of TMZ. It appears, by the way, I've talked to several people who were with Diddy as he was strolling down Manhattan and going to various places. Looks like as soon as he got back into his hotel, they quickly just separated him from the group of people he was with. And they actually did this in a very, it wasn't like, hey, put your hands up, like slam him. None of that. I'll play the video if you guys haven't seen it real quick. It's a minute long. Diddy walks in with his people. Ooh, and quickly, I think these are federal agents. They step immediately. It's like they probably had somebody flanking him behind because they knew exactly when it was coming in.
Yeah,
no hesitation. They separate him. They separate him from everyone else. By the way, they're not wearing uniforms. It look like someone has a badge or something, but they're not wearing, uniforms that say like police or whatever. Don't even have to see a jacket. They walk with him alone. His people smartly don't follow and stay back.
Yep.
And I'm surprised there's only 2 agents. Like, Diddy was rolling around with an entourage of like 20 people. And it appears that they're joined by another officer who now.
All these guys are HSI special agents and task force officers.
Oh, wow. It's a lot of them now. Okay.
Yeah.
And now they're bringing Diddy out, and it appears that, his hand is behind his back. His hand is behind his back. And look like they stop him in that little area to probably like clear the walkway and make sure, they're probably trying to still keep it discreet, even though, it's an arrest and it's an arrest. And they're making sure the car is up front or whatever the wagon they're going to put him in.
Yep.
Yeah, they're holding him. Yeah. And then they bring him out. Wow.
Yep.
Yeah,
crazy stuff, man.
Yeah, and this is him. This is him being walked. Walked quickly. Looked like quickly to a vehicle that's awaiting. We don't know what vehicle, if it's marked or unmarked, but I'm guessing by how they pulled up, probably unmarked, right? So
they're unmarked.
You've done these type of things. Obviously, you've worked a lot in the southern border, but generally, what would happen before this happened, around the time of this happened? Keep in mind, there's multiple videos of like 20 minutes before. He's walking around taking pictures. Apparently, he was even in Central Park early that day. What do you think was happening the entire day?
From the agent's perspective?
Yep.
Okay, I'll take you through. So what more than likely happened was they had eyes on him. They were watching him the whole time, and they said, okay, when's the most opportune time to get this guy? They probably wanted to pick him up in a way where there weren't going to be a lot of people around him, besides, obviously his entourage. And as you can see, they did it pretty respectfully, right? They went ahead, just like I had predicted, and arrested him in a fashion where it wouldn't cause great public embarrassment. I'm sure TMZ had to work their asses off to get this footage. The agents probably didn't furnish it to them, etc. So when you pick somebody up like this, right, you want to pick them up in a way where it's cooperative, it's respectful. You don't want to embarrass them, and the reason for that is because you want this guy to cooperate. So you understand, you get more bees with honey than vinegar. So that's why they went with that softer approach. Because at the end of the day, they wanted. This is a conspiracy case. Keep in mind, this is a racketeering case. Racketeering means that there's always going to be other conspirators involved. So they want his cooperation to get anyone else, and that's why I'm pretty confident that they went this route.
Yeah, it felt like they try to save his dignity to some extent. And we've seen a lot of times in New York City, like, for example, these are more local cases. But if anyone knows, and by the way, I gave a shout out to Lisa Evers. She's one of the most amazing people in terms of, diligently working on news. She's a news reporter, but also in hip hop as well. She's covered these joints that usually the police will give her a ride along to the bust. And there's a lot of they just busted something called Slattery Gang. And the perp walk is crazy. There's mad cameras out there. They're letting the press know, like, yo, we're getting these guys. You're going to come watch us while we parade them out of the precinct to the holding area. It's almost set up for the media. Here, it looks like it was super discreet. They didn't rob him of his dignity. Is that always the case federally?
Yeah, the feds are way more fucking professional when it comes to arrests. And I'm not just saying this because I'm biased, but 9 out of 10 times, feds are way more professional when they go about the arrest. And the reason for why they do that is because typically when feds are investigating, they're doing more complex cases that encompass a bigger organization, and they want to go ahead and get cooperation. Now, with that said, I want to be very clear about this. If they're doing a roundup and they're arresting a bunch of different dudes on the same day, then yeah, they'll do that perp walk. But something like this, right? If NYPD was arresting Diddy, they would make sure they did a perp walk. The feds, they're not going to do that because they want to get their cooperation.
Okay. All right. Now, on a logistics side of things, right? I remember everyone criticizing how they went into his houses. They looked like it was a militarized approach. Shit, I told people, I'm like, hey, listen, I could say the same game. They executed a search warrant at my house before they kicked my door down. You get what I'm saying? They came in with like a SWAT-looking vehicle. When I really asked them why, I'm like, what the fuck? They were like, listen, you have 50 guns at your house. Like, we don't know if you're gonna just be willing. How do you think logistic-wise in making this arrest? They don't know. Diddy's rolling with 20 people, right? Like maybe he's cool to go, but somebody might have a gun. Yeah. How did they think it was gonna be so smooth? We didn't see any type of force. Do you think they were kind of watching the individuals he was with? You never know. Security might not understand the situation, even though they should, because this was imminent, right? There was pretty much almost a plan. Diddy knew that he was going to get arrested. How did they know they were going to face no resistance? Because this was no resistance. He was cooperative. They were soft-handed. Pause. It worked out perfectly.
Yeah, I think it comes down to them doing their due diligence, watching him on surveillance, identifying everyone that's in his entourage that walks with him. They're obviously going to run every single person. Because here's the thing. When you're watching someone on surveillance like that, you're going to identify all the people that they're rolling with. And when you're someone like a Diddy, you're going to roll around with the same people every single time, whether it's your security guard, your publicist, etc. You're going to start to surround yourself by the same people everywhere you go. So the feds absolutely identified who these individuals were. They ran them through, ATF, see who has guns, who doesn't. They ran their driver's licenses. They got them fully identified and, ran criminal histories on them. So you can rest assured the fact that they went ahead and approached Diddy in this manner, they absolutely knew who everyone was in that entourage and made the decision to go about it that way and kind of arrest them. And I'm sure they probably still did it, what's called an operation plan, which I'd be happy to explain that if you want me to.
Yeah, but, absolutely. Go ahead.
Something like this, they knew what was going on and they knew who the people were. So that's why they went with that soft approach on top of what I said before, trying to elicit a cooperation. Now, an operation plan. Okay, let's go through this. So an operation plan, guys, every single time you do an enforcement action in law enforcement, whether it's serving a search warrant, an arrest warrant, you're doing a knock and talk, you're doing anything that can lead to some type of enforcement action where use of force can potentially come, even something like this, which is, consider what I would consider a soft arrest, you should do something called where you have to do something called an operation plan, even for something like this. And the reason for that is because the operation plan not only covers what the objective is, it tells you who's going to be on the operation plan. If there's any informants, it's going to show who that informant is. If there's any undercovers, it's going to show who the undercover is. It's going to show which agents are in what position, the perimeter guys, the entry guys, the search team, etc. The arrest teams, the teams that take the prisoners back to the processing station, depending on how complex the takedown is. So, and then what vehicle every agent is using, the radio frequencies that they're going to use, etc. It details the entire operation. And actually, this is one of the things I was extremely critical of when Trump was almost assassinated back in July. The number one thing I said when I went on a bunch of different podcasts explaining this, because I had done Secret Service details as well, and I know how they operate, is you need to go and look at the operation plan and see who the lead agent was and the supervisory special agent that signed off on it. Right. And I can go into ranking of agents and that too if you want me to, but I'll stay focused on this operation plan thing. So the operation plan details everything. And the reason why it's so important, let's say there's a shooting and someone gets killed. The first thing internal affairs is going to do is go look at the operation plan and make sure the agent that was involved in that shooting was on that operation plan. He uses authorized weapon. Then they get into, was the shooting clean? So the operation plan is kind of like a CYA and a little bit of protection when you do your enforcement action.
Perfect. I do. So I have a couple of questions. I wrote them down as you were speaking. It appears that the men who stepped, obviously they're in plain clothes, the officers, the agents. We're in the time and the land of body cam. Yeah. Would they have a body cam on? It don't seem like they would, but wouldn't that be important even on a for the case. If Diddy says something, you know what I mean? Like, these are important. So I wanted to ask about the body cam generally, especially in this situation because it looked like plain clothes. Second of all, they brought him upstairs, right? Clearly, because when it goes to the next clip, you see them hitting the elevator rather than just taking him directly back outside. Obviously, we subsequently realized they searched his room. Why do you think that they took him into custody, brought him somewhere still within the hotel, rather than immediately just bringing him out of the hotel to maybe a vehicle and then getting him out of there?
So what they probably did was they probably executed something called like a consent search, and they said, "Hey, look, Diddy, we got a warrant for you. This is, you know what? Matter of fact, let's go ahead and play through this, right?"
They gave him paper. That's what I was going to ask you too. It looked like they were serving him papers. That's the first thing they walk at him with, right here, right
so
here.
This is what
they walk at him with a paper in hand, and you could probably tell me what they're probably saying, and I'm like, usually with local law enforcement, they're not gonna be like, here's the arrest warrant. They just say, "Come here, motherfucker, you in cuffs," right? So what do you think that is, and why do you think they? Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'll tell you exactly what they did. They probably walked up, "Mr. Combs, we got a warrant for your arrest. It's been signed by a magistrate. If let's just do this nice and smooth. We're gonna walk you to your room, get any belongings that you might need, because we're gonna be taking you to the marshals. And we're not gonna cuff you right now, but we're gonna have to cuff you later. And at that point, and that's kind of smart for them to do that because what they're basically doing is, look, do you need anything that you need to get out of your room? And what that basically does is allows them up to his room, because once you tell him that he's under arrest and you serve him with that paperwork, he is your problem now. He's officially like your prisoner, and he's under your auspice. So now you can't leave him out of your sight, right? He's no longer free to go. So they take him upstairs to get whatever, but there's something in the legal system called right to see, right to be. So they lawfully have him, and they're taking him up to his room, right? "Hey, do you want anything out of your room?" "Yeah, I need to get some things." Cool. That's effectively consent. Now, if you really want to be safe, you have him sign a consent form when you go in there,
okay,
right, to be extra safe. "Hey, do you ever give us the permission to consent to search?" Or they could go in, see something that might demonstrate that there's criminal activity going on. Maybe they see some coke on the counter, whatever it may be. They could secure the room, go get a search warrant, and come back and search it after the fact because they were legally there and saw the cocaine, and now they have probable cause to search the rest of the hotel. So this is actually a very intelligent way to kind of get yourself in the room, to snoop around and see if you could collect more evidence, while simultaneously masking it as a humanitarian effort where you're allowing them to get their personal belongings before they go to jail. Does that make sense?
No, absolutely. So it's a possibility that maybe they didn't have a warrant for the room. I also do want to ask, but that's a good way to be like, "Hey, you need to grab anything?" They walk in. They're not gonna just let him just waddle in. Well, I guess he was not cuffed then. "Oh, just go in the room and do what you want. We'll wait outside." They're gonna walk in with him. Now they're looking around. If they see something illicit, they're like, "All right, well that's PC for us to keep searching and find even more stuff." Let me ask you a question. Do you think that maybe they were also set up somewhere else in that hotel? Maybe other agents, kind of monitored maybe not only his room. And what do you think that their interaction with the hotel was? You think they got to tell the hotel like, "Hey, we're here to do a police operation on one of your guests," or they're just thugging it? There's in there.
Yeah. So when I would do operations, I wouldn't tell the hotel shit. I would just be sitting there. Obviously, special agents are plainclothes, as you guys can see here. So I would just be sitting there chilling and wait for him to come in. Obviously, I got agents that were following him the whole time, and they're telling me, "Hey, he's about to walk in right now, blah, blah, blah." And then that's when I, make the approach like these guys did. I mean, this is, textbook, soft approach, arrest, get them to cooperate, etc. You don't tell the hotel nothing. You kind of do this surreptitiously, especially when you have someone famous like that. Typically celebrities like this have a connection and or a contact at the hotel. Yeah. So you don't want to notify the hotel because they might go ahead and tell Diddy, "Yo, just so you know, bro, there's some federal agents here asking questions.
Do you think Diddy knew he was probably being followed or being surveilled? Maybe the whole time he was in New York, but definitely that day. I know that the security for 6ix9ine, he said like the 2 days before the feds he really came in, it was very obvious. It was like super obvious. Like the block is just filled with different cars. It's just clear they were under surveillance, and he was able to spot that out. Do you think that maybe Diddy, who was primarily walking around, probably started noticing? I know he's famous, so like you might just think his fans, but started noticing a couple things different because this is an operation to follow him to make sure he's.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he might have noticed it, but the thing is that he's been at least Diddy has been on notice that he's been under investigation as soon as they hit his houses back earlier this year and they did the search warrants. So at some point, at first he was probably really, freaking out, like, am I being followed, whatever. But then it starts to kind of, that level of paranoia just naturally goes down. You're under investigation. You know what's coming. You know you're going to get arrested at some point, and you kind of chill. And like, at this point, you can see he's very calm when they come up to him. It's almost like he knew it was going to come at some point, just waiting for the day.
Mm-hmm.
And it came, and he was smooth about it, and he knew. So it's a whole different thing when you know that you're going to be arrested versus when you get suddenly arrested.
Do you think, this might sound crazy, but do you think potentially he might be a little bit relieved because getting up every day, knowing that it's any day now, right? And you're like, yep. Will it be today? I'm getting locked up. Am I going to get locked up in front of my kids? Am I getting locked up in front of, like, while I'm doing a shout out video with fans? Like, how embarrassing is this going to be? Do you think he's a little bit at least relieved? Because he again, pretty much knew it was coming, right? And yeah. This was a pretty much low key gig.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'll tell you a funny story. Anytime I'm going after someone, especially with drug traffickers, because drug traffickers are like the most paranoid criminals, because for them to facilitate their crime, they have to do their crime pretty often to make the money that they make, right? They always got to be dealing with product, dealing with money, dealing with weird individuals that they got to sell to, dealing with a connect here. So drug dealers are some of the most paranoid criminals that you deal with. And anytime I caught a drug dealer, right, on the ride to the jail, they would fall asleep. And the reason why is because they could finally fucking relax. So the first night that you get caught is actually some of the best sleep that they get, ironically enough.
Oh, wow. Okay, yeah. Because I mean, at that point, you can't do anything. It's kind of over. Wow.
They've been on edge. It's something that not many people know unless you've been a federal agent and arrested high-profile criminals.
Yeah.
They literally fall asleep the first time you get them.
Let me also ask you, so in this process, and I think, damn, I feel like we're like a hip hop legal channel at this point because we've been covering so many like cases and stuff. But a lot of people who are watching, they're familiar with like Miranda rights, and that's being informed of your rights, that anything you say or do afterwards could be used in that particular or any subsequent criminal case against you. And it's called Miranda rights. So it's like you have the right to remain silent. Now, do you think they do that immediately, or they wait till he gets to downtown, and we're saying downtown as whatever precinct it is, before they either, I don't know if they would try to talk to him again, if they haven't done an interview with him before, or as soon as they're putting the cuffs on him, they give him the Miranda rights?
All right, so that's a fantastic question. Really good. And I'm going to have to answer this in different parts because it depends. So when you first encounter the guy, like you see here, you don't want to read him his rights right away.
Why not?
And I'll tell you why. So you come up, hey, look, Diddy, we got a warrant for your arrest. Come with us. And then what you're going to do is you're going to kind of shut up or make small talk. How's your day today? How are you doing?
What?
Etc. You're not asking him incriminating questions. You're asking him, like, hey, we'll talk later. But you're just starting creating small talk, right? Let's see if they give you a spontaneous utterance when they get arrested. And I kind of explained this last time, but I'll explain it one more time for your audience because I know there's new people watching this stuff every day.
Yeah.
The spontaneous utterance is when you go ahead and you're making an arrest and the individual says something at the spur of the moment. Oh, I knew I shouldn't have taken that cocaine. Fuck this dude, bro. Damn it, Rico. Well,
or they say like, oh, so-and-so snitched on me. Must have.
Yeah,
okay.
Exactly. Or like, bro, I knew this was a setup from Rico or some shit like that, right? That is considered a spontaneous utterance. And even though you didn't Mirandize him, that comes in because he just said it, right? So the Miranda kicks in really when there's two things present. When the person isn't free to leave and you're asking questions about their criminal activity, right?
Yeah.
So, and this is kind of where you dance. This is what separates good agents from bad agents, right? This is actually what we're talking about right now. And I'm kind of getting in the weeds here, but I really want to give this detail to your audience. Like, they're going to get the sauce today. The good agents make the small talk, don't talk about the criminal shit, build rapport, bond with the dude, pause, right? And they do it totally naturally. Like, he's talking to you as if he's your buddy, and you don't even think he's a criminal investigator. Hey, how you doing? Blah, blah, blah. Look, man, I know this shit sucks. Let's just go get your shit. We don't want nobody seeing this. I'm going to cuff you in the front. You know, I got some guys outside. They're going to tell me when the coast is clear, we're going to bring you outside. We're going to make sure we wave off the paparazzi. They're not going to get no pics, right? We're going to take care of you in this situation. I know this sucks, bro, but we're going to, you know, we're going to handle it. Boom. Take him upstairs. You're still talking to him, soften him up, etc. And a lot of the times when criminals are getting arrested, they'll partake in the small talk with you. They will, right? So, because it's a very awkward situation, but they also kind of want to, you know, feel that they're talking to a human, you know, depending on the individual. Hardened criminals will just shut the fuck up. Dudes that have been arrested a million times, they won't say nothing. But somebody like a Diddy, who's never really been like arrested for real and spent time behind bars, they're going to be more apt to talk, right? So you're going to go ahead and build rapport with your guy. Then you're going to take him to the station. Once you get him in the station, you're going to put him in a room. And you're going to say, look, you hungry, you thirsty, you need anything? Yeah, you know, I'll get some water, whatever. All right, cool. Hey, we're about to order food from this spot. You want anything? Oh, really? Blah, blah, blah. Okay, cool. I'm going to order some food. I'll come back. Go strategize with your partner, what questions you're going to ask, how you're going to run it, get your recording equipment ready, blah, blah, blah. Come back in, give him his food, make some more small talk with him. You know, hey, you need to make any phone calls? You need to call any family, anything like that? You know, I'm not supposed to let you do this, but, you know, you need to make any phone calls? You want to call your lawyer?
You started playing the game. I'm not supposed to let you do this.
Yeah.
Nah.
Yeah. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, dude, I'm telling you, I used to really do this shit, man. Like, I got a director's award for a fucking reason, bro. Like,
and by the way, I'm watching this video, and I just noticed something else. When he walks in the hotel, there's an agent. So, Chad, if you're looking on the screen, there's an agent who's in that second corridor, or it's almost like a walk up to the front of the hotel. He comes in right when Diddy walks in. He cuts off the rest of the crowd. If you notice, the crowd stops. He clearly says something to them like, "Yo, all y'all back up." And then he walks in front, and then you'll see him in the next frame. I'm going to show you, Chad. So these two go after Diddy, and then there's a bunch of people here, and I think he says something to them. He's right here. You see this guy stop? Everybody kind of stops at the door. They don't keep walking in. Then this is the guy right here. He's going to cut them off and join these two agents. Yep. You see him right here, bald-headed guy? He cuts these guys off, right? He kind of walks to the crowd, right? And then you're going to see him, not in this one, but I'm going to show you the same guy again, which obviously they kind of, yeah, he's right here. They kind of knew what was gonna happen. They knew he was with probably like 10 dudes. They're like, all right, cool. He's kind of in the front of the entourage. As soon as I don't know how they're communicating, but as soon as he goes in, you then.
They see two white dudes come at him. They know what time it is, man. Like, you know, there's no reason 3 white dudes are coming up to me, you know, with fucking tactical shoes on, trying to talk to Diddy. But let me just finish the Miranda thing.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
So you put him in the interview room, etc. You're talking, making small talk. At this point, it's maybe been 45 minutes to an hour, right? Then you come in, you're like, all right, look, bro, we gotta talk real quick. I just got some questions, but before we get into that conversation, I gotta read your rights. Boom, you read him his rights, right? And also, I forgot to mention this. Before you read him his rights, you gather biographical information, name, age, date of birth, all the shit stuff.
You still think they got to do that for Diddy, or you think they already got the paperwork there?
They already got it, but you're going to ask him these questions to build rapport, because when you ask him where he's from or how all that, it generates conversation. So you're doing the small talk, getting his personal biographical information, even though you already got it, right? And then you tell him, hey, look, bro, I just got to ask you some questions. I'm read your rights real quick. You got the right to marry and silent, blah, blah, blah. And then they're going to give him the Miranda form to sign. And you're going to tell him, look, you don't got to sign it, but, you know, it's just to let you know that I read it. And can I ask you some questions? And then a lot of the times after you've built that rapport, they'll say, okay, go ahead. And then that's when you can start asking your questions, and everything that you get is clear. So
I hate to cut you off, but I do want to ask this one question.
Yeah,
so okay, cool. You read the Miranda rights, and now the guy says when you say, if you sign it, we could talk. If not, you know, your lawyer or whatever, right? The guy says, I'll talk to you only if it's a possibility of me getting out of here today. Could you blatantly lie to him about that? Like, because you got to realize someone who would want to talk at that point, if they would want to talk, if they're like, hey, if I could clear something up for you that I could walk out of here, cool. But, it's kind of conditional at times. What would you say to that person?
Okay, so I'm going to give your chat some sauce right now if they ever find themselves in police custody. This is what they're going to say 99% of the time for all of you guys, right? Anytime you're the subject of investigation. They're going to say, I can't make no promises.
Oh, man.
Let me call the AUSA, a.k.a. the prosecutor. Let me talk to my supervisor. Let me make a phone call. They're going to say that. What they're going to do is they're going to defer that decision to somebody else and say, let me talk to them. That's what they're always going to say every single time. Because at the end of the day, and I kind of explained this on the last one, but I'll do it. I really want to give your audience the insight here. Federal agents don't really have as much power as people think they do. It's really the AUSAs, aka the federal prosecutors, that make the shots, that call the shots. Like, your job is to do the investigation, arrest them. But once you got him under arrest and you're starting to gather evidence on him there and then, now the AUSA kind of has a lot of leeway into what happens. So,
wait. Let me ask about that. I think you may have cleared it up last time, but I'll ask again. Maybe you could do it again. So, like, when a cop, like, for example, I've seen, like, I watch so many body cam footage, but a cop will pull somebody over and they'll be like, yo, I'll cut your break, bro. I'm not gonna charge you for this little ounce of weed, but suspended driving, the kilos of coke, I'm definitely charging for. And that seemed like officer discretion on what is going to be the charges that person's getting. So is there no discretion for the agents who are doing these investigations, arresting the guy? Okay, we're not gonna. All right, come on. Of course, you had a little pink cocaine in your room. We're not gonna hit you with charges for that, though.
Yeah. Well, if it's a little pink cocaine, a lot of times it's not going to reach federal threshold for them to even warrant a prosecution. But
okay.
But to answer your question more fully, the state and locals have way more latitude to make probable cause arrest than the feds do. And the reason for that is because federal cases tend to be more complex, and AUSAs are very picky, and AUSAs don't want to lose their cases. So the agents got to work with the AUSA for a period of time before they can get the indictment to actually go pick the guy up. Whereas if you get stopped by a local police officer, he catches you with dope, he can make the arrest right then and there. But the feds aren't like that. You're not going to go to federal prison for having an ounce of cocaine. No AUSA is going to take that. That's street level shit state. They're not going to take that unless the person's like a violent criminal. There's some other extenuating circumstances. So the feds don't have as much jurisdiction to make probable cause arrests as the state does. Now, with that said, let's say you have them in your custody. Let's say, okay, let's go through a hypothetical here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say they bring Diddy back, right? And Diddy's like, look, I'll cooperate with y'all. I'll give y'all somebody big, right? And he provides information that is good. The agent can go ahead and make a phone call to the AUSA and say, look, we need this guy out on bond, right? We're going to continue on because obviously we got the arrest warrant. We got to bring him in front of the magistrate. But we need this dude out on bond, all right? And this is a rare situation because typically when they're indicted and shit like that, it's been public or whatever. But there are certain situations where you could get the guy out on bond after the fact to cooperate.
Okay.
That is when agents could kind of come in and throw their weight around a little bit because what they're going to say is like, yo, we want to further the investigation. I need this guy out. And then if the AUSA is like, all right, you want to further the investigation, and they kind of agree, then they'll talk to their team, and then they're going to go ahead and not object to bail.
Interesting. By the way, another question, not exactly a follow-up to that, but one that I thought of in terms of like just agent rapport with maybe a potential defendant. A lot of people in hip-hop have thought or has, assumed, like actually I believe one of his bodyguard has even said that based on certain communication they've seen before that seemed odd with Diddy and law enforcement, they actually believe that Diddy was a working CI at a point for maybe the feds. Okay, how would this work if you've had a CI? And by the way, we don't know if Diddy's a CI, so we're going off an assumption here, but I just want to set the scenario that we could get a realistic answer. If one of the CIs, right, ends up being a subject of a major arrest, how much of because I'm wondering, let's say Diddy was a CI at one point, could he be like, yo, listen, I was giving you guys information, like you guys can't come back and charge me with certain shit, like I was help setting up other people for y'all, like could that be a thing, or would they make sure that the lines are very clear on, hey, if you were going to participate in criminal behavior, we would make sure we clear you for that. But there's no way you're just a CI, because I don't know if you've seen this movie on anybody seen this? One in the chat if you've seen this. It's called but it's popping on Netflix right now. Whitey Bulger, who's like a drug kingpin out of Boston, who was a CI for the FBI for all the years, and he was snitching on all his competitors, but he started taking it overboard because they told him, hey, you're a CI, we're going to kind of like look the other way with a lot of stuff you're doing, right? Because we have all these quotas and whatever to make, but you can't kill people. You know what he does? He feels like he has the protection of the feds. He starts killing people. You get what I'm saying? So later he gets taken down. Do you think that might, if Diddy was a CI, that might complicate things if now they're investigating crimes that maybe he was a CI for other people, to take down other people of similar crimes?
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. I'll have to kind of answer this kind of like the Miranda thing to give you the full picture, because this is another situation where it depends, but I'll go ahead and give you the different scenarios.
By the way, the movie's called Black Mass. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Whitey Bulger, I'm very familiar with him. Winter Hill Gang, Irish Mob. He basically provided information to the FBI against the La Cosa Nostra, the Angiulo family out of there in Boston, North Boston to be exact. And he was instrumental in, the FBI getting him, and he ended up getting John Connolly in trouble later on. I'm very well aware, and I went to college in Boston, so that case has a very significant role in my thing. But anyway, let's talk about informants. So there's two types of informants. Oh, actually, there's multiple types of informants. There's cooperating witnesses, there's cooperating defendants, and then there's official confidential informants that are signed up getting paid, right? So for this case, we'll focus on confidential informants that are paid, because these are the ones that are actually documented, I think, that you're trying to refer to. There's paperwork on them. They have something called the CI number, right? It'll be like CI-11234, right? You never use his real name when you write your reports. You just refer to him as CI, blah, 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 right?
Okay.
So with these informants, if they're active and they're doing something where they're operating under the authority of an agent, let's say they're doing an operation where the CI is buying drugs or whatever, and that CI is arrested by police while performing under the authority of the government,
yeah,
the agent is going to get that CI out, because obviously they directed him to do a criminal activity, and maybe he got busted by the locals or whatever, and they'll facilitate getting him out, whatever it may be, right? But a lot of times there's something called deconfliction. Okay, holy shit. So I got to step back here. Remember how I had mentioned the operation plan before?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And how on the operation plan, you got a CI in there, and the CI is identified, so there's no blue on blue or shooting the CI or any of that other shit.
Okay.
Another important thing when you do operations, you're going to do something called deconfliction. And what deconfliction is you're going to call all the you're going to call like a law enforcement hotline, and you're going to say that you got an operation going, and if anyone else is going to be in the area conducting an operation. And this intermediary group, which every state has a different way of doing it, is going to tell you if there's any operations in that area. Now, if there is an operation in that area, they're going to say, look, there is an op where you're going to try to do your op. It's DEA Special Agent Mike Thompson. And they're going to give you Thompson's number. You're going to call Thompson and say, hey, bro, I'm from HSI, I'm from FBI. We're going to do a drug buy here. Where are you guys going to be? Oh, we're going to be here. Okay, cool. Now you know that there's another operation. You can either proceed with your operation or push it back or try to adjust the time so that there's no issues, right? So that's how you kind of mitigate that whole CI thing. That's if your CI is active and you're actually doing something. Okay. Now, let's assume the CI is deactivated, right, and does some stupid criminal shit, which this happens all the time. I can't tell you how many times I've had to fucking go to a police station to go deal with my informant doing dumb shit. Because the thing is, with informants, the best informants are actually criminals. So that means that they commit crime. And a lot of times they're not going to commit crime that's sanctioned by you. So what ends up happening is they get jammed up, they get arrested. First thing they tell the fucking guy is, oh, I'm an informant. The fucking guy calls you, hey, I got this dude here. He says he works for you. Okay, I'll be over. Now, and depending on how good the informant is, you're either going to say, A, fuck it, do what you got to do with him, or B, I'll be right there. You go over there, you let the fucking guy, you talk to the investigator. If it's local police, a lot of the times they'll do you a solid, they just let him go. Less paperwork for them. Really? If it's another federal agency, they'll be like, yeah, bro, we kind of got him dead to rights, blah, blah, blah. It is what it is. And you're like, okay, cool, no problem. And then, you let him get arrested and you do your deactivation paperwork, because the CI getting arrested without your, while not doing something for you, that's a big violation. So that's kind of the whole situation when it comes to CIs. I kind of went in the weeds there, but I hope that answers it.
Yeah. Okay. But all right. But in a situation like this, again, we're going off conspiracy theories. They say back in the 90s and early 2000s, Diddy was a CI.
It wouldn't protect them. It wouldn't protect them because what'll happen is, let's say he does say I was a CI. The first thing they're going to ask is, who did you work for? Oh, I work for FBI. Okay, who was your handler? This guy. Okay, well, that agent doesn't work anymore, and you haven't been a CI in 30 years. It won't matter.
Okay, but do you think that would affect, though? Like, for example, what people have noticed with this indictment, it starts at 2008, right? And a lot of people say, yo, where's the murders? Where's the Tupac thing? A lot of things that happened in the 90s, people are wondering why those things aren't charged. And by the way, we're going to talk about a criminal complaint next, because, or not a criminal complaint, the indictment, because the indictment is pretty, at least this first one is pretty bare bones. Clearly look like they're seeking another one because we're hearing the grand jury still going on. But still, do you think that if he was a CI at some point, maybe they're like, hey, listen, we wouldn't even want this to come up in court to fuck up our situation. If we have a continual path of criminal behavior, let's start from the years that he clearly had zero association with the feds. You think they might do that, or they're like, nah, fuck it, we're putting everything in, even if he was a working CI at that point or not?
Yeah, I mean, if it's a working CI, it'll give him a little bit more protection. But if you're doing fuck shit, bro, especially a serious crime like this, it's not going to protect you being a CI at all.
Yeah. Okay. The indictment. People have a lot of, and by the way, chat, we're going to get to playing some of the opinions of a lot of people in hip hop. Dr. Umar says, what the hell? Since when is being freaky a crime? Boosie says, this feels like it's just a trumped up way to try to take down a guy who was just freaky and into threesomes. Some other people are very surprised to say, well, if Cassie is the only victim, wow, think about this. Like Wack 100 has even gone to ask the question, is like, did she really backdoor him, in the sense of she demanded money privately, then filed a lawsuit, then got it settled, and then still went to the feds. You get what I'm saying? Meaning that maybe if there wasn't a financial incentive for Cassie, this wouldn't be that big of a deal. And I guess people are criticizing the indictment because we expected to see like 10 witnesses, or not 10 witnesses, but 10 victims, and be like, hey, he beat the shit out of her. He got her beat by somebody else. She's sexual assaulted. She was sexual assaulted. It seems primarily hinged on Cassie. Thoughts about that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised that they kind of got out a bare bone indictment in the beginning. They're probably they're going after someone that is obviously very affluent, has the ability to fight this case. So they're going to go with what they know. They got him dead to rights, right? So, and then also obviously the investigation is pending. They're trying to flip people. They're trying to get more witnesses, etc. So I definitely foresee that there's going to be a superseding indictment. I mean, hell, they found an AR-15 with scratched off serial numbers at one of his houses. They could charge him with that all day, 18 U.S.C. 922K, right? So that's a federal charge right there that carries five years just off of the serial number. So I do predict that they can go ahead and get a superseding indictment, but I think that they're trying to elicit some cooperation and, not play all their cards yet, especially given since this guy has the ability to fight this case.
Hey, also as well, in the indictment paperwork, they provided some notice that there could be matters or assets that could be forfeited under, I forgot what the statute is. Is that normal? We usually hear about forfeiture in drug cases, but a forfeiture in a freak-off case kind of seems crazy.
Sorry about that. The forfeiture in a freak-off case, you said?
Yeah. Like usually when people hear about forfeiture, it's like, yo, you've been transporting drugs in your Rolls Royce, and you've been using this house as a stash house,
sure.
And you've damaged your community. You've there's a lot of damages from all the activity you had going on that was criminal. We need to, make people whole, and we're gonna seize these assets under the forfeiture law to kind of make that happen. But in this case, it's sex trafficking, obviously clearly a crime. But why would forfeiture even be on the table?
Yeah. So if you have a structure or a piece of property that was used to facilitate a crime, that asset or whatever it is can now be forfeitable. So I'll give you an example. Let's say I'm a drug trafficker, right? And I got 3 bank accounts, and $1 of my drug proceeds goes into the clean money. Now all the clean money is forfeitable. Or if I'm stashing drugs at my house, or have stashed drugs in my house, now that house becomes forfeitable because it was used in a crime. Same thing with these freak-offs were conducted probably at locations that he owned. Now those locations are forfeitable as well because it was used to facilitate the crime.
I've always heard that the forfeiture law is very like people have mixed opinions about it, right? Like for example, I'll just make up a scenario. Okay, Roger got caught for selling dope, right? He was selling dope, and he was using one house as a stash house, but the stash house is really owned by his grandma, who supposedly didn't really know what he was doing. She's had that house for 3 generations, passed from her grandmother or her mom and her mom's mom, and now they're snatching an asset that is, a family thing, and they're basically saying it's all for drugs, while the original owner, right, the grandma, wasn't complicit in this or wasn't intricately involved. So some people kind of feel like that's kind of unfair.
Yeah, so in that case, the government would have to prove that the rightful owner knew that that criminal activity was being conducted at the residence.
Okay.
So
No, keep going.
No, I was just gonna say, they would have to prove that, and then they'd be able to seize it. But if they can't prove that the individual that rightfully owns it was facilitating, they probably can't take it.
Hey, by the way, so the full bail package, which was ultimately denied by the district judge, Aaron.
And I'm shocked about that actually. That they
Andrew
denied it.
L. Carter. Yeah. I was gonna ask you about, in your time as a agent, have you ever seen a bail package this complex, this lavish, this this is a over the top attempt to get him out of jail? And I guess obviously this would be more of a question for Laura, but you definitely have probably seen these cases a lot. If they tend to turn down your either bail package or either deny you a bond initially, once it gets to the district judge, do you think he'll get bail at all?
In a lot of situations, the district judge ends up agreeing with the magistrate judge because the magistrate, and just for the audience so they understand. So guys, when Diddy was brought in front of a judge, he was brought in front of a magistrate judge. Magistrate judges are kind of like a formality to get you into the system because they're like on duty, and whoever was on duty that day to take on, for that week, they got to do all initial appearances. So it's kind of like, a luck of the draw. Then that magistrate judge, once they read your rights and, get you into the proceedings, they assign you a district judge. And then the district judge is going to be the one that actually presides over your case, etc. Now, in most situations, the district judge does agree with the magistrate judge, but there are opportunities for the defense to make arguments as to why they want to get bond. So in this case, I will not lie. This is an extraordinary bail package. I have never seen something so extensive when it comes to putting up your assets. I've never seen something this big. And to be honest with you, I'm actually really surprised that he didn't get bond. I thought he was going to get bond because from what I know, his defense team had been extremely cooperative with the feds. But clearly the AUSA's office doesn't care. They don't want him out. They argued against getting him out, as a matter of fact. I think the reason why is probably because they found firearms at his house. They found the AR-15 that had the scratch serial number, etc. So, but I've never seen a package this extensive ever.
By the way, it looks like they were always going to push for detention. I think his lawyer was angling towards it because they said, remember the raid happened on, I believe, March, is it 16 or March 20? 25th, I believe. That's when the search warrant was executed. Yep. They sent a letter to the AUSA. Didn't get a response, but they also said, hey, the council has taken his passports. It felt like they were trying to offer the passports to the government. The government just wasn't asking for it. Like it didn't feel like they wanted to play ball. So, his lawyer said something interesting, which I don't know if you would have the expertise to know about why or when or why and when the arrest warrant would be executed, but he feels like they wanted to arrest him spontaneously rather than a mutually agreed time to turn himself in, because it would make him look better in the eyes of the court for a possible release for bond. If lawyers is saying, yo, we got all of their passports, including his mom, all of the daughters, or, all of his daughters, and the feds doesn't say, give us the passport, they essentially just allow his lawyers to quote unquote have it and never take custody of it or never take control of it. Maybe they kind of wanted to push for a detention, right? Because they are still making the case for flight risk.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely true. I mean, it didn't seem like they really wanted to play ball like that from looking at the emails and stuff. I know that his legal team definitely had been cooperating, but, at the end of the day, the AUSA's office decides who they want to get out on bond and who doesn't. I was actually surprised, but now that we see what's going on, there's a very good chance that he might not get bond at all. So, and that's kind of just how it is, which kind of sucks for Diddy. But I've never seen a bail package so extensive ever.
Yeah, they have detailed here with all the emails, basically like, hey, following up from this email, we'd love to touch base. Hey, he's traveling from here to here. Like they're literally like offering up a lot.
They went above and beyond. And like I said before, the last time we spoke, they did this in anticipation that he was going to be arrested and they wanted to angle for him to get bond.
Do you think an appeal, obviously they said they're going to the Second Circuit courts, they're going to appeal this. Do you think that if you're saying this is above and beyond, and obviously the guns were an issue, right? Okay, cool, they found the guns. I think the witness intimidation is the worst thing. And now I'm going to ask you this, because you've always said this and I've gotten this from you. You said the right to monitor one's phone calls is like the highest amount of probable cause you would need to get that warrant to tap somebody's phone call.
Yeah.
They know of multiple attempts and calls that he made. Oh, hey, he called Kalina 54 times after he got a new civil lawsuit last week. I don't know if his phone is tapped, but it seems like they know a lot. Do you think they tapped his phone?
No. And the reason why is because for a case like this that's historical, they're investigating crimes that already occurred. You're not going to be able to get the information that you need from wiretaps. And then on top of that,
what about maybe a confession, an admission? Because I would think they would want to hear these conversations. To maybe he's calling them and be like, hey, you remember that one rainy night when we was all on the yacht and like you had 3 dicks in your mouth and you was drenched in baby oil? Yo, I know you was tripping in the morning, but you got to tell him you were with it. You know what I mean? Like, he might say some things, He might say some things that'd be like, okay, so he himself even is knowing that he was on some fuck shit. You get what I'm saying?
Okay, so we're at a crossroads here. Do you want me to explain the process of getting a Title III? Because if I explain to you the process to actually get a Title III, it'll make a lot more sense as to why that probably wasn't what they did.
I do want you to do, but I also want you to answer the question of, in a bail hearing, they have it so they have knowledge that he called 54 times. They have other conversations, even though they could have gotten those conversations from those people because they eventually went to grand jury. Clearly, they testified in front of the grand jury. But they know a lot of his phone conversations. They even cite him directly saying at one point, hey, I can't talk on the phone. My phone tapped. Obviously, they're not going to admit right now that they ever tapped the phones. But how do you think they're getting these information? They're not tapping the phones. And then, of course, you can explain on Title III. Go ahead.
Okay, because the things that you're mentioning, which you're referring to phone frequency and contact, that can simply be done through a subpoena. You can just do a subpoena to AT&T or whoever his phone carrier is, and they'll give you all the tolls. And you can see that he called these individuals on these days this many times, or a pen register like before. So the things that you're saying that they're collecting, these are things that don't rise to the level of a Title III.
Okay. All right, that makes sense. That does make sense. Okay.
I can do a full thing on from A to Z what it takes to actually wiretap someone's phone if you want me to, but
No. Well, maybe you could do a little bit of a hybrid. So let's you're back in your agent shoes. You're doing an investigation. A guy kind of like feels like the feds are closing in a bit, so he's trying to tie up his loose ends. How do you monitor that? And like how do you juggle it both like three ways? Like how do you juggle it by saying, oh, we need to take this guy in custody now? Because who knows, he might be reaching out to people who you're trying to flip. You're trying to flip these people. He's reaching out to them, trying to offer whatever incentive, right? He's intimidating people, possibly. You know that, say you're working on the southern border, some of these people are prone to a lot of violence. They might be like, yo, if you talking to feds, I'll kill the shit out of you. You get what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And also just, it's at the point in the investigation where obviously, like, you have your evidence, which may be dated, but you are hoping this person fucks themselves. You're hoping that for whatever reason, they just get on the phone and just start ranting, or does something now to basically verify your case that is based on evidences that's from over like 15 years ago.
Okay. I'm going to answer this question. Give me 1 second. I'm going to take a quick piss and get an energy drink, and I'm going to knock this out the fucking park for y'all. All right?
Okay.
Give me 1 sec.
All right. It's all good. All right. Chat, while we wait for Martin to come back, hopefully you remember the question, but hopefully he got a notepad. He always be writing shit down. Chat, yeah, I can't call him my boy because I don't know the nigga, but this is how MDC Brooklyn, back in 2019, notoriously, there was no heat. There was no electricity. Apparently, the inmates were in sub-zero temperatures for 6 days. This was a really, dire situation. And people have just said, like, for example, here, people have just said this is a really horrific place to be. Now, if we're just expecting that Diddy's in the same type of place that every other inmate is going to be, maybe just on an isolation like wing, he is going through it, right? Also, what we do have to get to. Wait, actually, I got my little list here. Chat, don't worry. If you're rocking today, we're gonna be here for another at least 5 hours. So don't you worry. We'll cover all the Diddy stuff within the next 2, and then we'll rock out with a regular stream afterwards.
All right, I'm back.
Okay. Do you remember the question?
Yeah, I do. At first, it was, what do you do when if you're listening to the phone and you hear him trying to intimidate witnesses or threatening violence, etc., and how do you operate? So to get to that point, you actually have to be on something called a Title III, and a Title III intercept is monitoring emails, phones, BBMs, etc., real time, and you're getting the content.
Did so when they get BBMs. That's like BlackBerry shit, huh?
yeah, BBMs, exactly. A lot of Mexican drug traffickers use BlackBerry Messenger.
Still?
Really big on the border. Yeah, they do. Because it's one of the most secure phones.
Oh shit. Okay, BBM. All right, go ahead.
So yeah, a lot of the drug lords do it. But so a Title III is where you're actively monitoring and collecting information from a device, and you're getting the contents. That's the most important thing. You're not just monitoring it, you're getting the content. So if I wiretap you, Ak, and someone sends you a text message, I see that text message as well when you get it. If someone calls you, I hear that phone call, and I can listen to that phone call as you get it, right? So that's a Title III. Now, how do you get a Title III? The Title III intercept is the most invasive law enforcement technique there is in the United States of America, okay? And it requires a lot. I'm going to kind of go through what's required, and this is going to answer a lot of your questions. Step one, you're going to need, and I've never explained this before, so your audience is going to get something fucking crazy right now. I'm going to go through how the feds do this shit, because I've done it myself. Step one, you're going to need to do a pen register, okay? And a pen register is a trap and trace. That device, what it does is it, oh shit, look at that picture.
Yo, I think he's pouring champagne, but you never know. It might be, carbonated baby oil. You know what I'm saying?
Fuck, man, this dude. Anyway, so step one is you're going to get a pen register, aka a trap and trace. That is a court order, right? So for that, you don't need much, like reasonable suspicion, right? So let's say I'm investigating you, Ak, right?
Yeah.
for drug trafficking. I know that you're committing the crimes. I've been watching you on surveillance, etc. And I know some of your conspirators. I put a pen register on your phone. Now I'm seeing who's contacting you at certain times, right?
Yeah.
So when I'm watching you on surveillance, I know that you like to meet up with Tom on Tuesdays to pick up drugs. So not only am I watching you on surveillance, I'm also looking at your phone, who you're contacting, who you're texting, etc. Again, it doesn't show me what you're doing. It just shows me frequency. So when you're doing this, you're contacting these numbers. I subpoena those numbers and I identify another 3 individuals, right, that are involved in the drug trafficking because you're calling them when you pick up, you're calling them when you drop off, and you're calling them when you're driving home. That's more than likely co-conspirators. Then I get an informant in. The informant talks to you and makes what's called dirty phone calls to you, right? And we need 2 dirty phone calls. Now, what we've effectively done
Wait. Hold on. What would constitute a quote unquote dirty phone call?
That is a phone call where the informant calls you and you guys are talking about criminal activity, whether it's drug trafficking, money laundering, etc. So, and the reason why I do that is because I'm making the phone dirty, so now I can start writing paper on it. So now I've established that your device is used to facilitate criminal activity. Now, I got my pen register, I got my dirty calls, and I got my informant proving that the calls are dirty, right? Because I have the monitor phone calls where you guys are talking about criminal activity. Now I start writing up my Title III affidavit, right? And that affidavit has to go from my supervisor all the way to the United States Attorney's Office, and it's got to go through something called OEO, right? And the Department of Justice. Then it comes back, and I got to take it to a district judge. This is a whole bunch of fucking work, right? Then after I get my Title III signed, I got to go and get interpreters to listen to the phone lines, and it's going to cost me about $50,000 to listen to one phone for 30 days. Now, that's a lot of work. And on top of that, the reason why I know that more than likely they didn't do a Title III in Diddy's case is because to listen to a phone, you need active criminal activity right then and there to be able to hear what they're talking about. Now, let's go into a dream scenario and let's assume that they were listening to Diddy's phone, right? Now that we know that it's highly improbable that he had the Title III, let's go into, let's say they did have the Title III and they caught him intimidating witnesses on the phone. They'll be able to use that as a separate crime, that he's calling individuals, threatening them. Now, if he actually makes a real threat where, I'm going to kill you if you fucking talk, blah, 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 you have to go tell that individual, right? Or let's say he threatens to kill somebody but with someone else on the phone. You have to go talk to the person whose life is in danger and tell them, look, we can't tell you how, but we know that your life's in danger. You might want to leave town, right? That's what they did with 6ix9ine. When they brought 6ix9ine in after the Jim Jones call, we're going to super violate.
I was just about to say that. As you're mentioning this,
yeah,
it is eerily. Yo, chat. I'll give y'all a real quick story. By the way, please save where you're at in your explanation. I just want to give this real quick story about the 6ix9ine thing. So, 6ix9ine goes to, I think, like Dubai, and he didn't come back for a long time. And I remember like people were like saying like he fired his team, something he was falling out with Shotty. And I remember I talked to him and he's like, yo, Ak, yo, bro, yo, shit has just changed. And he said, yo, Ak, I'm gonna tell you something, and shit is crazy. I said, what do you mean? What's going on? Because I was also advocating. I'm gonna tell you why. I was advocating for his driver. His driver was a very nice guy. His driver was always the person when I went to a party, 6ix9ine be like, yo, so-and-so is coming to get you at the front. Like he always, the driver was almost like the runner. So when the driver got fired, the driver called me. And it was basically one of those calls to be like, yeah, I don't know, 6ix9ine, he's changed up on me. I know you're friends with him. Like, could you like, and basically was kind of asking me to like talk to 6ix9ine to get him rehired. And I was just like, yeah, I'm a good guy. Like, you've been pretty good to me. I'll talk to 6ix9ine. If he's tripping out, let me tell this nigga to calm down. I call him and I say, yo, bro, why you fire your fucking driver? He said, that guy's an informant. And I remember, I think I got like probably pale because everything I remember talking to the driver about, by the way, the driver was an informant. The driver was the one who had the car bugged. The driver was indeed an informant. The driver called me, and I remember talking to him. Everything he was saying to me.
Hold on. Yeah. When he bugged the car, that was a Title III, bro.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm trying to say. So yeah. I don't know how 6ix9ine found out, but he stopped working with him during the investigation. And I guarantee that call, the feds got that call somewhere where the driver calls me and is telling me a version of the story for me to go hit 6ix9ine up to bring him back into the fold. 6ix9ine tells me he's an informant. I'm like, yo, bro, you're bugging the fuck. Like, when 6ix9ine told me, I thought it was lying. I'm like, yo, you're bugging out, but at least, I'm like, feds? He's like, you know, that guy's an informant. And
wait, let me ask you a question real quick, because I want to make sure I'm accurate about this. Did the car belong to him?
The car belonged to the driver.
Okay, never mind. It wasn't a Title III then. They just bugged up his car, and that's called a consensual recording, because since it was his car and he owns it, and he's cooperating with the government, he could put cameras and audio in there without a Title III. It's a Title III if no party knows that they're being recorded. That was just a consensually monitored one. My bad. That's clarify.
But there was definitely Title III shit going on, because there were multiple recordings that got played later in court, and
they had the main guy's fucking phone tapped. Oh my God, Jamel. His name was Jamel.
Mel Murdoch's phone was tapped.
Yes, they had him.
I believe a bunch of 6ix9ine phones were probably tapped too, because I ain't gonna lie, 6ix9ine was pretty hot at that time. When I mean hot, like, yo, he's the type of nigga, like, I mean, he wouldn't say it to me, but he's the type of nigga get on the phone and be like, yo, what Trippy say online? Man, shoot that nigga. Like, he's that type of nigga. Like, he would just say it. You know what I mean? He's not the coded guy. Like, he's like, yo, we'll boom at that nigga. Like, you know, like, he's that type of nigga, right? So, like, I could imagine they were licking their chops listening to 6ix9ine on the phone. Like, that nigga was just on the phone wilding. You know what I mean? So definitely there was Title III. There was a guy that used to work for TMZ. I don't know if he does anymore. He used to call me. 6ix9ine used to leak shit to him to TMZ. And he told me, and he said, yo, they got word from like the TMZ sources that there was like this investigation. And I remember he said to me, he said, yo, Ak, I'm gonna be honest with you, from what I've heard, Danny's definitely on some wiretaps, and I know you talked to him and I talked to him. Like, well, obviously we don't talk to him about crime, but it's like, yo, I guarantee we're on some wiretaps somewhere. And I was like, oh shit. I ain't gonna lie, I've never been happier that I don't talk about crime or do crime. You know what I mean? But yeah, all right, go back to your story. I was just saying, in that situation, they had an informant, and I think the informant kind of validated everything that could lead to them getting a warrant, because that was a driver who 6ix9ine would have bring other people around who would probably be in the car talking crazy to other niggas about crime, and they'd probably be like, well, this informant has corroborated that this guy's making quote-unquote dirty calls. Let's get this Title III shit going on. They're doing this shit now. This is in real time. And yeah.
I know for a fact they had Mel Murder's phone tapped. I know that for a fact. And normally the way Title IIIs go, just because like I just explained to you guys how hard it is to get a Title III, since it's so difficult to get one, you typically reserve it for like the top targets. Obviously, in the beginning of an investigation, you have to work your way up, but your goal is to get to the top phone. So I doubt that they were tapping Mel Murder's phone and had a Title III going on Tekashi at the same time, because I don't know if they, I don't know. I'd have to look at the discovery, but I don't think they had Tekashi's phone tapped because he incriminated himself so much and they had a debt to rights and he flipped. But anyway, to go back to what you're saying. So now
hold on. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me add one more thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
They had Shotty's phone tapped too.
And that makes sense because he was high ranking.
Yeah, according to 6ix9ine.
If they had Shotty's phone tapped, they don't need 6ix9ine's phone.
Well, I guess 6ix9ine was like, he was probably the easiest person to get tapped. Well, I don't know. Who knows? I never heard anything about 6ix9ine's phone getting tapped because he cooperated, so they didn't have to use those evidences. But
in case I wouldn't I would, if I had Shotty's phone, there's no point to write paper for Tekashi's phone.
Supposedly, with Shotty, so when they bring in 6ix9ine on am I forgetting the dates now? November 18th, 2018. I always remember arrest dates.
Yep.
They bring him in on that like 2 days before. They say, hey, listen, we have gotten information that somebody's gonna try to kill you.
Yep.
Do you want us to protect you? He said, nah, I'm good. He leaves, and
I told you he was gonna go to the casino. He was going to Mohegan Sun. That's why they stopped him.
Now, the only thing I'm unclear about, because when I talked to 6ix9ine, I think that's they were looking at him as a potential target to flip. According to what he told me, and we talked offline about this a lot.
Oh, yeah, I told you he was the guy they wanted to flip the whole time, because I don't know if you want me to explain it again, like where he was in the hierarchy, why he was so valuable. But I'll let you finish then. If you want me to explain that, I can.
Well, they played him audio of Shotty supposedly talking to his girl and basically almost like corroborating that. I forgot if it was his girl or to the other guys, but he somehow said, like, yeah, I messed with his girl. That was enough for 6ix9ine to be like, oh, okay, if this goes down, I'm flipping. You get what I'm saying? So, like, that's a dirty game. And by the way, obviously, that's not what wiretaps are for. It's supposed to be criminal activity. But throughout the mix of whatever they recorded legally or kept legally, they had enough to play for him and say, hey, listen, just to let you know, these are the guys who are your brothers. 6ix9ine says, fuck that, I'm telling. That's a successful flip right there, right?
Absolutely.
That's playing a dirty game too, though. Hey, I'm listening to your phone call for criminal activity, but I hear that you've been fucking your other homie's girl. Now I get to use that info to fuck with his mind that he flips on you.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I can talk about that a little bit. So when you're monitoring a phone, you have about 30 seconds to listen. And if it's not pertinent criminal activity, you can't use it, right? You can't use it like from a criminal standpoint. But that doesn't mean that you can't use it to flip an informant, though. You might not be able to bring it in court on an admissibility situation, but you can absolutely use it to create an informant for sure. So
according to 6ix9ine, what he told me, he said he heard wiretap that heavily influenced what he was going to do. Heavily. Like, he said he was in disbelief until they played other people's recordings of people he thought he was friends or was dealing with, and it made him now feel like, well, they're not my friends. So now when the feds say, hey, we have a situation where you could cooperate, he says, all in.
Yeah, no, of course. And they probably showed him all the evidence they had against him. Like, it was, it was just overwhelming, and he's going to decide. But to finish what we're saying, so we talked about what it takes to get a wiretap. Now we're talking about intimidating witnesses. Yeah, they're going to absolutely, use that against them for a charge. Then if they're able to, then the next thing is if he threatens someone's life, then they're going to go tell that person. That's how we ended up with the 6ix9ine story. And then there was one more scenario that you asked me about the wiretap if they hear it.
Chat, help me out.
Those 3 scenarios you gave. I'm trying to remember what the last one was.
Help me out.
Yo, the chat better like this goddamn video, bro. We're giving them so much sauce right now. I don't think I've ever heard anyone explain how a wiretap works in the federal system. I don't think I've ever heard anyone say that shit. So these dudes need to subscribe to you and like the video and do some bits and everything else.
And by the way, no, they're definitely supporting. We have so many people who are just fascinated by the case, but also the process of this, right? Because, just a month ago, there were people just saying, yo, there's nothing, like, why do we keep talking about this? Nothing has came out of it. And obviously this was all happening in the background. What you're doing is giving the context of what's happening. Imagine if there was a Title III. Let's just suppose, right? You just explain how laborious it would be to even get to the point of getting that. How much money, how much resources. I think we spoke about like how much this investigation would cost. You
and
pegged
this is
it.
A historical case too. That's the big one. Since it's a historical case and they got to go back and it's really dependent on witness testimony, they just probably wouldn't be able to get the probable cause required to get up on a phone line and listen to him actively, if that makes sense.
So, wow. Yeah. So I forgot the question about wiretap. But what I will say is I want you to react to this. So chat, check this out. Obviously, just more sources, and I don't know if people feel a little bit more brave because he's incarcerated, but New York Post, and, usually they're, I won't say all the way right or always right, but they do have a good high accuracy rate with them using sources, right? They know people who are former law enforcement, or sometimes they know people, will just come forward to them rather than other outlets. They ran a story to say, inside Sean Diddy Combs' Hampton sex parties featuring gay rappers who was high on ketamine. And it says jailed hip-hop mogul Sean Diddy Combs' alleged freak-off party stunned one drug dealer after he saw household celebrities having sex with each other. The dealer said Diddy opened the door to his former Hamptons mansion. By the way, chat, we have to think about the Hamptons. The Hamptons are the place of usually the rich and famous. When you think about the now white parties with Michael Rubin, Hamptons, for whatever reasons, the Hamptons is like the place where rich, famous celebrities go to unwind, right? And it doesn't mean always sexually, but Jay-Z's out there. You'll see Jack Dorsey. You'll see them just walking down the street. You'll see, Leonardo DiCaprio. I don't know why, but that's the place. Anyway, Diddy used to throw white parties. I don't know if you guys know. Like, Diddy's the original provocateur of the white parties that now seemingly is taken over by Michael Rubin. This is why I call him the White Diddy. Now, this is supposedly a drug dealer who popped in. They said this guy went to the former Hamptons mansion. Diddy opened the door. He was wearing nothing but a robe. And he brought him to a back bedroom to do a cocaine deal. This is what the guy is saying. He says, weird shit was starting to happen. Celebrity guys fucking each other. There were back bedrooms. And it was like an inner sanctum. By the way, I do want to pause and ask Myron a question, because I've seen Wack made this point and I've seen Umar made this point. What's the difference between, because some people are saying, yo, he's being charged for being a freak. What's the difference between freaky and sex trafficking? Because also, here's the thing too. The 1,000 bottles of baby oil, people are torn on it. It makes for great headlines. But people are saying, wait, owning baby oil? Why are you acting like this is 1,000 kilos of coke?
Yeah. So there's a couple of things why they're going after Diddy here. The main thing is, and this is what the government's going to argue, that the sex wasn't consensual because of the witnesses' fear that they would deal with severe consequences had they not participated, which obviously I predict Diddy's team is going to fight and say this was all consensual. They traveled across country to see this man. He will fly them in. They didn't have to come. They didn't have to do these sexual acts. They don't have to participate. They didn't have to keep traveling with him for days or weeks on end. That's more than likely what his defense is going to do. They're going to argue that all of this was consensual and the beatings and the fear and all this other shit are bullshit, right? That's what they're going to say. But where the government is going to get him is that some of these girls, I don't know how many victims they have here, were underage, which in that case is game over. It doesn't matter if it was consensual.
Okay, so that's what people also pointed out. And by the way, his lawyer's been using that. His lawyer says there isn't any, at least, I guess he hasn't gotten discovery yet, but he says at least in the initial indictment, there isn't any indication that there's underage women. And he actually took offense to Diddy's case being related to R. Kelly's case and, of course, Jeffrey Epstein's case, both in which there were underage victims who are unable to give consent, so automatically any sexual activity and transporting them from state to state just initially falls into sex trafficking. If you're an agent investigating this case and you're starting to see, you're dealing with a celebrity, right? So put your your agent hat on again.
Sure.
What are you looking at to see if it fits under sex trafficking versus, hey, these were willing participants who are just freaky like Diddy? Like, what are the things you're looking at?
This is a fucking great question, bro.
And also, you have to manage that there are civil suits, so there's a financial incentive. Go ahead.
Okay. So this is a fucking great ass question, bro. So here's the thing when it comes to human trafficking, and I really want to explain this to the audience. There's a difference between human trafficking and human smuggling. And the problem is that people constantly forget that they're two different crimes, right? So what ends up happening a lot of times is human trafficking gets conflated with human smuggling. Human smuggling is the illegal.
Oh, my bad.
What's
go
that?
ahead. No,
Okay.
go ahead. I'm playing a video in the background. I forgot to mute it.
You good. Human smuggling is the illegal migration of illegal aliens into the United States, right? That are immigrants or illegal aliens and whatever, right? That's human smuggling. They typically pay a fee and they come in. Human trafficking is the forced labor of an individual or moving them around for some type of benefit to the person where the other person doesn't get, right? There's different elements to the crime, right? Under duress, can't leave, etc., all this other stuff. That's the two main things. Now, what happens a lot of time is people think that prostitution rings are human trafficking rings. What the reality is, it's just prostitutes that work with a pimp. and they got mad at their pimp and said, I'm being human trafficked. Then when the feds actually show up and ask questions, they're like, no, I was just mad at him. It wasn't really human trafficking. He didn't pay me and I was pissed off. It's not human trafficking, right? Because they were doing it electively. So I say all that to say that human trafficking isn't easy to prove. It's actually a pretty hard charge to prove because you need to prove that it was against their will. And I predict that his defense team is going to use the fact that it was consensual and they made overt attempts to engage in the said acts when they didn't have to. Now, where the feds are going to come in, and this is why feds typically take human trafficking cases in the first place, is when underage girls are involved, because it makes it a lot easier for them to prove their case. Because even if the girl was consensual to it, it doesn't matter. The girl can't consent, so therefore it's human trafficking automatically.
Okay, so you know what? So, and I know some people are like, "Yo, thank God Act moved off of the Drake and Kendrick stuff." But a lot of times when people think about trafficking, we think about like containers, like, "Yo, you're locked against you." I heard someone say, "Bro, y'all got to come with better, like if you're saying trafficking or sex trafficking, y'all can't just say baby oil. Where's the handcuffs? Where are these physical things that show that people could have not left, walked out the door? Hey, y'all about to have a 5 niggas and 2 girls all fucking? Goodbye." In your experience, is that just a fallacy that sex trafficking or human trafficking, well, let's say sex trafficking, is like people locked in vans and traveled across? Because I know Diddy's lawyers are going to make the point that, wait, how was Cassie trafficking? Number one, she was flying around in private jets. Who gets trafficked getting on a private jet? Also, and I feel like I keep giving you multi-part questions for explain, but
no worries.
This is going to be another part of it. Allegedly, Diddy had Cassie book a lot of the escorts. So maybe her credit card. I don't know if you pay for escorts or credit card. However, she was paying for them or soliciting those people, emails, hitting up an agency, calling. She was doing it. Wasn't Diddy saying, "Hey, give me 3 niggas with long dicks." Pause. Even though she said in her civil suit he would instruct her to. That seems like hearsay, unless there's like written in a text or something. And also, how do we know that she's not just throwing it on him? Is that a valid defense?
No, and you best believe that I guarantee Cassie is probably a witness in this investigation. And real quick, I just want to tell everybody that's watching me, guys, I'm going to get off Twitch. I'm going to be on YouTube and Rumble. So come on over to YouTube and Rumble, guys. I'm going to get off my Twitch stream. Fresh is going to go stream with FaZe. So that's what's going to be going on the Twitch channel. So I'm going to get off. Okay, sorry about that. He's over at TwitchCon, bro. You should have went too. But to answer your question with Cassie, okay, so I'm pretty confident that she's probably a government witness at this point. However, I anticipate that one of Diddy's defenses, I'm glad that we're having this conversation, he's probably going to have receipts and proof that she aided him in facilitating these sex parties. They were together for so goddamn long. He probably has some dirt on her too to show that she was involved as well with helping him set this shit up. Because make no mistake about it, she was, when he was sitting there watching her get plowed by other guys or whatever, it was consensual a lot of the times. Was it every single time? Maybe not. But there was a lot of consensual fuckery going on too.
Okay, is it possible? And now we're into the woods. But again, I want you now as as an agent to think about it like that. Well, if you're saying this is against her will, well, there were many other men that were either being paid or involved. Diddy wasn't the only person having sex with her. Why aren't they charged? If everything is against this, because again, we keep seeing, at least right now for the indictment, we see this one victim, which is Cassie. If you're saying all the sexual conduct was against her will, why aren't the prostitutes charged? Why aren't other people charged and just Diddy, unless you're saying Diddy had everybody doing it against everybody's will, and why aren't they listed as victims?
Yeah, and that's, I anticipate that the defense is going to be getting witnesses that will support Diddy. The defense is going to have, people that can prove that it was all consensual. And I think that's going to be what they do. Their main defense is going to be that this was sexual. They're going to pull out receipts showing that Diddy might have paid for them, but they traveled from across the country to come see him, et cetera, et cetera. They're going to implicate, the other thing the defense is going to do, which I'm glad we're having this conversation, they're going to attack the credibility of all the witnesses in this case to show that they have maybe financial incentives to come after him. They had professional incentives to come after him. They had revenge incentives to come after him. They're going to attack every single one of the government's witnesses with some type of nefarious purpose as to why they're cooperating with the government, to include Cassie. And, I'm sure Diddy probably has some receipts and video that shows that some of this stuff was consensual, et cetera. So it'll be interesting to see the defense that his team is going to put together.
Okay, would this be on an agent side or AUSA side? So I'm now starting to believe, as this is shaping up, the main victim clearly seems to be Cassie. They haven't listed her by name, but they have listed actions with someone they call Victim 1. It clearly, describes Cassie directly, if you ask me, from the Kid Cudi thing that we've heard from before, from the, the jealousy, some of the dates, and obviously the infamous video that was in 2016 where there was assault caught on camera. Let me ask you this question, right? So if she's the main victim of all of this, right?
Yep.
And she's not seen as a perpetrator, isn't this almost like a hearsay type of situation, right? Like, you know what I mean? If he has some stuff that could say, yo, she kind of was with it, like,
Yeah.
and also, these other cases, right? And by the way, we're watching there's a video of like a quote unquote Diddy party where we see Fabulous and we see Trey Songz and Kevin Hart's like narrating. These other people who are like ancillary to the situation and all of these other lawsuits, why not go get them? Doesn't it make the case look weaker if they're not involved?
And I think that's where Diddy's going to come in. I think he's going to come in. Diddy's job on this situation is what he's going to do is he's going to try to show that this was consensual. He's going to show other people that were involved. And he's going to identify other conspirators. And I think that's going to be his defense strategy. Attack the credibility of the witnesses, identify other individuals, and present evidence that shows that other individuals were also involved with facilitating this. I think that's what his game plan is going to be.
I've heard people mention Trey Songz's name, and not to throw him into the fire or anything like that, but obviously there wouldn't be no name as an entertainer that's bigger than Diddy. And when people think about there's bigger fish, they're thinking about possibly executives. People have mentioned a few names like Clive Davis and other people, some of them who unfortunately have even passed away, who may have enabled or put him onto game to some of this behavior. Do you Trey Songz has a bunch of civil cases, nothing criminal. Do you think maybe they look at Diddy and be like, yo, if you could corroborate or help us get an investigation on this nigga going on, we might give you a little bit?
Yeah. No, I think it's possible. If he can give them other names of big individuals that would bring the United States Attorney's Office some positive press, I think they can do it. They can give him a proffer, right? And or a 5K letter, a safety valve, whatever you want to call it. They're all basically the same thing, king for a day, queen for a day, and he can provide some information with his lawyer there and not be prosecuted for it. And if he provides substantial assistance that leads to an arrest or, advancement of the investigation, they'll definitely give him some time off.
Okay. How would you play it if, or all right, say you're the agent. Would you have talked to Young Miami? She's made some tweets that have seemingly corroborated some of these freak offs. Yo, if I wanted, Diddy could have you, sucking dick on your knees or whatever the case is, like eating my pussy. Like she made a couple of those tweets. What would you do as an agent? Would you threaten her with maybe charging her to get cooperation, or you would just, maybe just calling her in? She knows what it is. And
bro, I'd be at her front door like fucking Domino's Pizza, bro. I'd be there. I'd go and talk to her, let her know, look, we got some questions. We don't want you to get wrapped up in this. We want to hear your side, blah, blah, blah. Get her to talk and see what happens. And the beauty here, going back to that Miranda discussion me and you had earlier, I don't really have to Mirandize her when I'm just doing like a knock and talk, right? Unless I'm like overtly asking her questions, she doesn't feel free to leave. Like I don't really have to Mirandize her in that situation, right? So I would definitely be talking to her. Another person I would talk to, I'll go talk to 50 Cent. I'll go like
Really?
if there's people that I know that like don't like Diddy, even though that this might be biased, I'll go talk to them too.
Why?
Right? Just so I can see. If I'm trying to build a case, like a lot of the times enemies have the best evidence, right? But the thing is, when you deal with someone that's biased like that, right? Let's say I go talk to 50 Cent, and he tells me X, Y, Z. I'm like, all right, cool. Do you have proof of that? Can you give me corroborating evidence of what you have? Do you have footage of maybe one of these freak offs? Do you have text messages or video from someone else that you know that has been to these freak offs? Because anytime you deal with a witness, I mean, this goes for all witnesses, but especially biased ones, you want to always have corroborating evidence that independently stands on its own, that builds credibility for the witness. So, like, for example, I go to 50 Cent, right? I know he hates Diddy and he has an axe to grind. Yo, can you tell me about Diddy? Oh, I hate that motherfucker. He, grapes girls and he does this and, he deals with young girls and all this other shit. I'm like, all right, cool. That's great information, but do you have proof? Yeah, let me show you this text message thread I got here. Let me show you this video, blah, blah. Bam. Now everything that he told me, he is a credible witness now because he gave me independent evidence that proves what he's saying is true, and it's not just an axe to grind, if that makes sense.
Yeah. How dirty could this get? Because, for example, what people have pointed out is this mad nigga's quiet, right? Like, yo, listen. I mean, I heard Fab on a recent song, but Fab ain't saying nothing. Meek Mill right now, the only thing he's saying is he's just trying to, like, shoring up his sexuality. He's like, I'm from the trenches, find a video of me doing gay stuff. But he's not speaking on someone who, think about these celebrities that attended the party. If you're an agent, do you play this dirty game? Even if maybe some people might know information but never really participate, do you almost pull up on them and say, hey, listen, we might be looking to charge you as well based on what we know. Just feed them false information that it could be truthful. And hey, your name might be in that indictment with Diddy as a defendant, unless just tell me everything you know. Tell me the worst things you ever seen about him, and that could probably aim us in the right direction. Or maybe if you have a video or incriminating video, or whatever, that could really help us really do our thing.
Yeah, no, you can absolutely do that. I think it's very important that I let your audience know this for their own protection too. Guys, the police can lie to you, okay? Law enforcement can absolutely lie to you. So that's something that people need to understand, know, and kind of have in the back of their mind anytime they're talking with law enforcement. So, sometimes they're bluffing. Hey, we can charge you with X, Y, Z, and they can, and they can't actually do it. And there's other times where they'll tell you, yeah, we could charge you X, Y, Z, and they can do it. So it's kind of on you to, understand when you can tell what you're involved in, what you're not involved in, what they're lying about, what they're not lying about. But yeah, they can absolutely go to people like Young Miami or something like that, someone that was kind of close to the criminal activity, and threaten to indict them as well if they don't cooperate.
Okay, we've heard about a few things. I'm wondering why there aren't charges now. Not saying they won't come later. If Diddy supposedly held footages, and there's one report, there's one report, and chat, we're going to get to that. It's a New York Post article where there was a federal source who supposedly claimed they had some, knowledge of the investigation, and they claimed that, some of the surveillance footage that they got and what they found in some of the raids is that some rooms were strictly meant for sexual activity, and that there were, angles and ways that people were being filmed that they definitely would not know they were being filmed from.
Yeah.
Well, when you think about that, that sounds like a serious charge already. If you're filming sexual activity, even if it's consensual, but and maybe that's a state thing. I don't know how the federal government sees it. It's like when you record someone's phone call, right? In certain places, it's a one-party consent. In certain places, it's two-party. You need both people to consent to it. But
yeah,
again, I'm pretty sure filming someone sexually, but that also might be a little bit different because if it's within his residence, what I've learned is that supposedly, as long as you're not using it for blackmail or you're not putting it out, that might not be illegal. How do you treat that situation? Because we keep hearing about there might be video proof of the freak off, but we're not seeing charges that essentially charge this guy with filming supposed non-consensual sexual activity.
Yeah, no, that's a good question. And I think the reason why you're not seeing federal charges
or child porn, like if they're minors, right? Because child porn is usually that's the one that, you know what I mean?
Yeah. So if they're underage, that's a different game. Now the feds can come in. But if it's adults, kind consensual sex between two adults, it's gonna pretty much go to the state. You know, hell, even if it's gonna more likely go to the state. But that's probably why they're not charging. And the other thing too is, you know, Diddy can make the claim that everyone that came into my house knows that I record everything. A lot of these artists, a lot of these, you know, wealthy people, they make these women sign NDAs when they show up. So in the NDA, it might say, hey, I have a right to record every single part of the house, and you're going to be under surveillance. So, you know, that's another way to kind of get around it. But I think the reason why it's not being raised to a federal issue is because typically voyeurism or recording people during sexual acts is like a state thing, because some states are one party, some states are two party, etc. It's not really a federal issue unless like children are involved.
Yeah, chat. This was one of the infamous Diddy parties from 6 years ago. I can't. This might have been his 50th birthday, right? Like, if this is, what year is this? This is 2018. Yeah, this is 2018. How old is
He's like 59, right?
Yeah, he's 54. He was born in 1969. So he's turning 55 this year. So that would have been like his 49th birthday. Or maybe
that would have been like his 49th or 50th birthday, yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Again, obviously, and I think, you know, a lot of people are misinformed about his freak off shit. Like, these aren't the freak offs. This is just a regular over the top party that's sponsored by Ciroc. The freak off is like, you know, it's like Baby Oil Central. If niggas ain't like, you know, you ever slip down a bowling aisle? If it ain't going like that, 1,000 bottles, come on. Hey, by the way, on this, we don't know if, you know, again, this is New York Post. I did want to point this one part out, and we still haven't seen this in the indictment. This is what the source said, right? The source said that and I'm reading it, you see two people you wouldn't think of be hooking up, rappers. That was what shocked me, the dealer told the Post. I won't say names, but they were rappers that I immediately lost respect for and could not take them serious ever again. The people, the drug peddler added that many people at the party, which included a mix of female rappers and hookers, were already high on ketamine and GHB. This is a very interesting point that I've heard many people repeat, but how do you prove this 20 years later? They're saying Diddy had these parties and he drugged drinks. Now, if there's no toxicology report, there's no, like, is that hearsay? Like, how can we prove that Diddy was spiking drinks?
Yeah, that's going to be a piece of evidence that, and that's a great thing that you pose, right? And this is also where his defense can kind of come in and fight this. A fact like that is going to be heavily reliant upon other witnesses corroborating it, right? So what more than likely happened is the HSI special agent spoke to a bunch of different people that attend these parties, and each of them, right? Remember, you're interviewing each of them at different times. So one day you interview witness 1, another day you interview witness 2, another day you interview witness 4, 5, 3, whatever the fuck it is, right? And if all of them say, yo, when I was there, this dude had GHB and cocaine, etc., and they all corroborate it independently, right? Because again, they don't know that the fact that you spoke to the other individual, they're just telling you what they saw, then that adds credence and credibility to each witness because they've all independently corroborated the same facts. So that's how you kind of get around the whole, was he in possession of drugs or not? Because you got a bunch of witnesses saying that the same exact drugs were there.
By the way, also, this article leads with the headline that says featuring gay rappers, but we're not hearing men. I mean, there's some guys, that obviously Lil Rod is saying he was sexually assaulted, but like he never said he got penetrated. We're not hearing men saying that they were, you know, like penetrated by Diddy. And I'm not shooting him no bail, but we just like, we've always heard the rumors of gay shit with Diddy. We're not seeing it though. Like, honestly, we're not seeing the men, and it might be the men are just not making the allegations, right? Like, even
or they're hiding and they don't want to go public yet because it's so embarrassing. That's another option too. They might have testified at the grand jury, right? But they're not like going public, like, you know, public to the general public. But you know, when Diddy's defense attorneys, which I'm sure by now they probably have a majority of the discovery, Diddy's team is going to
wait. Do you think they've got it already? They were supposed to have a pretrial conference on 24th.
They probably have a significant amount of the discovery already guaranteed, because like I said before, when I'm going into the grand jury room to testify, my AUSA already has all the documents she needs or he needs for trial, pretty much. A lot of AUSAs don't like to indict until they got like damn near 80% of the stuff they need for trial. So they've probably already started the discovery process, and Diddy's defense team probably already has a significant amount of it.
Hey, by the way, Chad, I'll read this other article, which again, New York Post. They have these sources. This one happens to be, it says, and let me read this. I want to hear your reaction to it. One of the Department of Homeland Security agents who helped to raid Diddy's Florida abode claimed the music mogul had rooms that were clearly dedicated to sex with all cameras around. So if you were in the sex party, this is a direct quote, you were being recorded from every possible angle, including angles you wouldn't even have known about, the source said. Referring to the sometimes day-long orgies he called freak-offs where drugged-up victims were allegedly forced to have sex with male prostitutes, it says, and this is the agent again, in my opinion, he's as bad as Jeffrey Epstein. The source added about the late pedophile who hung himself behind bars. It says, these women are young, either barely legal or barely illegal. Internally, officers said that they see a lot of similarities between Combs and Epstein, the well-connected financier who served time for trafficking dozens of girls in New York and Florida. Epstein was awaiting trial on additional charges, but he died in his jail cell in 2019.
Yeah, what fucked Epstein up was that all the girls were underage. That's what fucked Epstein up.
What do you think would have happened if maybe they weren't?
Probably a very weak case.
Really?
Yeah, a very weak case. Yeah, because he was flying these chicks around to, like, keep in mind, he had plenty of homes. He had homes he had West Palm Beach. He had a huge place in New Mexico. He had obviously his infamous house in New York City. Like he had the island, etc. So he was flying these girls all around on his private jets and shit like that. So if they were adults, bro, he would have been able to have a pretty strong defense that it was consensual. But what fucked Epstein up is that he recruited young girls and kind of groomed them when they were young to, like, fuck his rich and powerful friends. And that's what got him jacked up, is dealing with the underage girls. And that's what gives the feds jurisdiction a lot of times, is the girls are underage and they're being transported interstate. But I got like a minute, bro, and then I got to get off because Fresh wants to stream and he's
no, absolutely. Chat, any questions for Myron? By the way, definitely, anytime you hop on my stream when we're talking about shit like this, you always give so much valuable information.
Absolutely, bro. I love it, man. Like I said, if it wasn't for, doing a podcast and shit like that, bro, I would have never left and resigned. It was literally one of the best jobs ever. It was fun. And I'm very passionate about it. I'm sure you guys could tell from the way I speak about it. But the reason why I know all this shit is because, like, I worked really hard when I was an agent. So, like, I got to learn all this shit through experience.
Okay. One last question, still multi-parted. Sure. This question I have it written down that I'll eventually ask Bradford Cohen, a very notorious defense attorney, but I do want to hear your take on it. Sure. So, on a lawyer legal side of it, you have civil complaints and then you have a criminal. Clearly, the criminal is going to be the most important thing. It's the reason why he's locked up. A civil case can be drawn out for years, or it could even be just waived because it's frivolous and just doesn't mean anything. Here's the interesting part, as the last thing he's gotten is not a civil case, it's a criminal case, which now, if we are in the belief that maybe this investigation was spurred off of a civil litigation, should Diddy almost try to drag the civil stuff out, or should he settle? Or, because here's the thing, if new people are jumping into the civil market, they all want money, but they're coming with additional investigation leads that the prosecutor could be like, oh, let's go talk to this person. We just read this new civil filing, or, oh shit, they know the person, or they have a video of this. How do you think, I'll ask you from the agent perspective, would you be still, number one, are you done with the case after you hand it to the AUSA? And number two, are you looking at these new civil filings to get additional leads as you either try to go for additional indictments or bolster the case for the AUSA?
That's a great question. So this is a double-edged problem, right? There's a double-edged sword. So on one hand, these people are coming with civil cases which means that they have an axe to grind. They know Diddy personally. They can be a good witness, and they probably have some intimate knowledge that can help you on your criminal case. However, the fact that they're launching a civil case and trying to get money and recuperate from damages, etc., also hurts their credibility to a degree. Because what the defense is going to say is, yo, well, these people, of course, are going to tell you what you want to hear and cooperate because they want to get money. They have an axe to grind with this individual. They want revenge, right? Are they really victims? These people went ahead and they consensually had sex with him, and now they want to come back and jump on the fucking bandwagon and make some money because everyone else is suing this guy. So, yes, you are getting individuals that are kind of coming forward and allows the feds to kind of go identify them and talk to them. But them launching a civil suit does hurt their credibility a little bit. So it's a double-edged sword in that regard, I would say.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Hey, just send me a text the next time you're because I'm gonna be doing this for the rest of the day, but like tomorrow or whatever, I love to coordinate that we at least get like an hour or two in. By the way, if this ever goes to trial, I do have a really, I think, decent plan of how this could be covered. I would definitely love you involved. We can talk about that offline though, clearly.
Absolutely, bro. Absolutely. We'll have to go there in person because they don't let you record in federal court. But I could.
Oh yeah, no. Of course, that was part of the plan.
Yeah,
the real IRL streaming.
Yeah, no, let's fucking do it, man. But yeah, thank you for having me on, bro. Guys, check me out on twitch.tv/FreshAndFit, Fed Reacts on YouTube and on Rumble. And Ak, thanks for having me on, bro. And I'm always happy to do this. I'll jump on the next time you do a Diddy stream.
No, of course. I appreciate it, brother.
All right, bro. Anytime. Be safe.
All right, you too.
Later, guys.
All right, chat. That's our guy, Myron Gaines. Okay, cool. All right, so we kind of covered a couple of things before. We don't have to cover it again. I know sometimes, you guys just like the rants or whatever, or just like when I'm breaking stuff down. And also some people are diddied out. Pause. Let me get to a few. Okay, so yeah, two things that's interesting. So 3 articles. If this is an actual real sourced HSI agent saying Diddy's as bad as Epstein, they're saying they see in sex rooms, hidden cameras. I would like to know, are the 1,000 bottles of baby oil in the sex rooms? I mean, again, we'll find out, I guess. Also, if Diddy kept footage of these, sexual acts, we haven't heard it mentioned directly in court that there's, direct evidence of these acts going down on camera. Even though, shit, that could be some shit that introduces other things. Anyway, cool. So he's been compared to Epstein in one of them. The other one was, what was the other one? Diddy, New York Post. The other one was that there was gay rappers, but we haven't seen or heard about gay rappers, right? We haven't heard about gay rappers in the thing. And then they're referencing this ex-porn star. We're going to play his deranged confession where he admits that he was a sex slave for Diddy. This is years ago. He said, yo, I fucked Cassie. Like, he literally said, I was a sex slave for Diddy. I was hired. I fucked Cassie, but I called her STD. But he also names a bunch of other people he claims are gay, this and third, which, here's the funny part about it. Everybody he names, I think he's capping about that part, even though that's just for my own sanity. But those people haven't spoken out. Like, what's funny about, like, even the whole Meek Mill situation? Meek, we don't care that you're from the trenches. Just say, I never been around Diddy when no sex was going on. He never fucked me. I never fucked him. We never fucked bitches or niggas together. Just say that. Like, yo, this thing have been, like, it's been 4 months, and we've been waiting for that one tweet from Meek. It's so crazy. Meek, all you got to tweet, yo, stop, yo, you know how you be tweeting? Just be like, yo, stop mentioning me with Diddy. I never fucked no bitches with Diddy. I never been around Diddy when he fucked no bitches or niggas. I never fucked Diddy. Diddy never fucked me. That's all you got to say. You say it once and just go away. You don't got to say nothing more. But he will answer anything else. Yo, I'm from the trenches. Okay, you said that a million times. I got 10 rollies. Okay, you said that. Bro, I got a Cybertruck. Nigga, what the fuck that got to do with you can't you just answer? This nigga's the master of not answering the questions. So this is what we're going to play this video eventually. But this video makes you think about the people that were mentioned. Is like, well, why y'all not just answering the obvious question? But here's the real truth about it, right? If you ask me, this is my opinion. This is not fact. I think all these niggas have been in sexual situations with Diddy. I'm not saying Diddy fucked them, but they fucked bitches with Diddy. They fucked girls here, or they fucked in an orgy. And this is why they can't just blatantly just say, I've never been in a sexual situation where Diddy was involved. I've never seen him have sex. I've never been around him having sex. I've never been in a freak. Like, these are the things. Yo, it's simple. All these niggas will say anything else. Have you ever been a freak off? Man, I got 10 rollies, nigga. I'm from the trenches, nigga. Yo, what a proof? Bro, you can't answer? Nigga, man, listen, bro. Yo, I used to pray for times like this. Bro, could you answer the question? You answering everything else like, dog, like, if somebody said, yo, man, I heard Saucy Santana fucked you or you fucked him. The first thing I'm going to say, nigga, I'm not gay. I don't know that man. I've never been around that man ever in life. Never been in no sexual situation with any man in life. No, like, very clear. Like, it's easy. How the fuck these guys act like they don't know what we talking about? Like, bro, were you ever in a freak off? Yo, bro, all I'm telling you, I'm from the trenches. I'm from South Philly. Yo, South Philly, that's where you really get the real cheesesteaks at. Like, bro, what this got to do with the question? Were you in a freak off or not? Meek Mill recently just decided to respond. Look at this shit. This thing is a king of responding to everything but the topic. Everything but the fucking topic. Listen to this shit. Man, look, wait, hold on. Why can't is it this? Man, I personally give you $1 million if these stories add up. And anything weird beyond trench hood level. It's 2 things we can't do in the trenches. Bro, just say, I'm telling you, 1 tweet. Now, here's what I personally think. You know, I keep telling you Meek Mill is the dumbest nigga God has created. He's given caveman IQ to a nigga, but giving him millions of dollars. It's the worst combination possible. Here's the thing. I think, I don't personally, but just to let you know, I don't think Meek is gay. I really don't think. I think it's funny to like, we can joke on him, but I don't think he's gay, right? But he's just too fucking stupid to tell us he's not gay. So he seems more gay because he answered everything but the question. Like, it's funny because somebody says, read the room. I don't think Meek could read. If Meek can't read a book, how you gonna read a room? So here's the thing. Realistically. I think Meek is not gay. This is what I personally think. He's stupid, okay? I've never accused him of being gay. I accused him of being stupid. Now, has he done some stuff that looks sus? Of course, right? Like, of course. Yes, right? Niggas call him daddy, of course. But not because you do that means you're gay. Let's be very clear. But the nigga's super stupid, and I've always said that about him. Here's the thing. And I think Meek's dilemma is this. Meek is somebody who fucks with Diddy. And I'm not talking about on some sexual shit. Diddy has been good to him. Pause. Now some sexual shit. Meek is not the type of nigga. And by the way, you got to respect people like that. We're not talking about Meek personally, but like, play this. I've been good to certain people. If I go through a bad day, I would hope those people don't just switch on me and say, fuck that nigga. You get what I'm saying? So when somebody's been good to you, which I think that, Diddy's been good to him, it's not like he don't want to speak against Diddy, because we do see people like, yo, finally, the streets are safer. A predator is out of here. Like, yeah, there's certain people saying it, but certain people are being quiet, not because they're guilty, but just because they're like, yo, bro, I'm not going to kick your back in at the moment when you're the weakest. I'm not going to kick your back in when, bro, as a friend or we've been cool is all right. And I completely get that. Here's the funny thing. Meek just has, I'm telling you, he's too stupid. I literally wonder how his brain still sends messages to his heart to pump and for the regular body functions to happen. Like, he's like really too stupid to live. I just can't understand it. Bro, you don't have to necessarily say, oh, that's my friend, and bro, I'm not going to be saying fuck Diddy or pause on anybody. I'm not going to say like screw Diddy or good, like, bro, I'm not like, what the fuck? Like, I'm gonna just fall back. but he doesn't know how to eloquently just say like, yo, dog, let me just clear myself if y'all think I'm involved in any of this. So he's allowed this to happen. And here's the funny thing about this. Every time niggas mention or start accusing Meek of being gay, this fucking stupid ass nigga, all he does is drop a song. He thinks it's promo. Remember the last time when I was reading the Lil Rod lawsuit and it said, yo, a rapper from Philly? The nigga thought it was time to drop a song. No, nigga. Like, you dropping a song like this is great promo shows that you can't read the room, but as I said, he can't read. Anyway. Sorry. Now, what I did want to play is, who is this? I got to play the Shine article. And by the way, where my boy AJ at? Y'all want to bring AJ on here? Maybe he could, you know, well, he don't speak for Meek, but maybe he could help us decipher what the fuck going on with Meek Millie, man. We got my boy AJ on, AJ around somewhere. We'll get AJ somewhere. We'll get him. AJ, get on Discord. Okay, until we do that, people, you know, former Bad Boy artist Shine, you know, again, after seeing the arrest, and these are valid questions. How, if we're to believe these allegations, how was this guy who was friends with all of y'all, right? And by the way, for the people who are his friends, including Meek Mill, you shouldn't think everybody's attacking you. People have valid questions. If you're his friend and he allegedly was beating women, doing this, doing that, how did you have no idea he was doing it? Or did you have an idea that he was doing it, but you just ignored it, which is equally as bad? Or did you enable it? So these are the questions to his friends. Now, these questions have gone back to his associations back to the 90s and even early 2000s, where now they're asking Shine. If you don't know who Shine is, who's a former Bad Boy artist who, you know, pretty much the culture was saying was the next up when it comes to rap. One fateful night in 1999, they were in a New York City nightclub. Apparently, there were some dudes that didn't like Diddy. There was some threatening stuff said, and apparently guns were pulled out, and there was shots fired. There was a young woman who was hit in the face with a bullet. Diddy fled the club with Jennifer Lopez, his girlfriend at the time, and was subsequently pulled over a couple blocks later. Eventually, he was charged with weapon possession, but the shooting was actually all laid and all, you know, taken accounted for by his artist, Shine. Shine has maintained that he did not do the shooting. He's maintained that because he was not rich and famous as Diddy, that the system just, you know, did him dirty. Also, he wasn't a U.S. resident. He was subsequently deported from the United States afterwards. He's now in Belize, his country of origin, and he's a politician. He's no longer in rap. Clearly, his aspirations of becoming a rap star got killed. He went to jail. He went back to his country, still got himself on his feet. He's a politician. They're asking him, even by saying, did you know he used to be doing freak-offs and doing all these things that we're now hearing? And he responded, but he was highly offended. And the reason why he was offended, because he was saying, you know why I'm here being a politician, right? Like, this guy took a lot from me too. Listen to what he said.
When I was a 18-year-old kid, you know, just wanting to do nothing other than make my mother proud and make Belize proud and do what all of us want to do, be recognized for our talent and take over the world. I was defending him, and he turned around and called witnesses to testify against me, and he contributed. He pretty much sent me to prison. So that is the context by which you must always describe that relationship. Yes, I forgave, I moved on, but let us not pretend as if I was in Miami for Thanksgiving and Christmas.
Well, I
and
spent a birthday with him once.
I
saw a birthday cake.
I went again to do a charity event for impoverished youth.
Now, what they're asking him, so they're grilling him in Belize to say, well, look like you and Diddy was still in cahoots even after you went to jail. And I don't know if you've seen Diddy, Shine, Charity. They were seen together when he last returned back to the States. Here we go. Where is the video of them kind of being around each other? Diddy and Shine, right here, right here. Which, by the way, they did his birthday thing, they did a charity thing. So I guess people in Belize are saying, yeah, you're saying he destroyed your life years ago, but as recent as not too long ago, you and him were on stage and it looked like you forgave him so much. You must have seen some redeeming qualities. If it was that horrible as you're now speaking about him now, why would you reunite with him recently? Shine is saying, I did it for charity. But also you see a performance, right?
Yes, I forgave. I moved on. But let us not pretend as if I was in Miami for Thanksgiving and Christmas.
Well, I saw
and
you
that
spent a birthday with him once.
I
saw a birthday cake.
I went again to do a charity event for impoverished youth in London. So let us not lose sight of what the cold hard facts are. This was not someone who I vacationed with and who he and I enjoyed this great intimate relationship of brotherhood. This is someone who destroyed my life and who I forgave and who I moved on, and for the better interest of Belize, because he was in a position at that time to give scholarships and to maybe invest. I would not deny attempting to bring the investment to Belize and to bring the contributions to education to Belize, but don't distort it as if he and I were bombali. This is someone that destroyed my life, but do I take any joy or any satisfaction with what he is going through? Absolutely not. I am different than maybe other people. No one needs to fail for me to succeed. No one needs to suffer for me.
At the height of your professional relationship, or thereafter through the reconciliation, when he was an instrumental part of promoting you through Revolt Media, were you aware of these freak-off events, and were you aware of them? Did you have any participation in them?
Oh my goodness, Jules Vasquez. Jules Vasquez.
Were you aware of them?
Jules Vasquez.
Were you aware of the freak-offs?
So I had nothing to do with Sean Combs' personal life, no interaction. That level, everything was strictly on a professional level.
This is
Clear point of view.
So this was said back then, I believe. Natanya Rubin, she was the one who was shot in the face during that day. She denied that it was Shine who did it. She said she saw the gun in Diddy's hand. She said she told investigators, but it did not matter. Now, it's interesting to see Diddy charged in the way he has. You have a witness who's literally saying what she said then. She said Diddy shot her, but Shine took the blame for that, or got the penalty for that. She's saying this to this day. The feds could still charge Diddy for that, but they haven't. Why? And this is where people have the notion of maybe he was a CI back then. It's more complicated. So maybe the cops saved him because he was a CI, but who knows? Anyway, that's kind of sad. Let me see. Diddy's lawyer actually spoke. And this is a female lawyer.
His attorney is Tenny Garagos, and she was with Combs in court today, joins me now. Thank you very much for taking the opportunity.
Thanks for having me, Chris.
I was surprised, but now I'm going to feign that I'm not. That kind of charges, Harvey Weinstein, they were worried about him messing with his ankle bracelet. You can't play with these big celebrities. Just keep him where he is. Why is that not a fair outcome?
Because what he did here was so extraordinary, Chris, that he shouldn't have been denied bail. And we're going to be back at a bail hearing tomorrow before his assigned judge at 3:30. Hopefully he'll get it then. What he did here is on a magnitude.
By the way, obviously it was denied, but again, this is the This is Mark Gargo's daughter, Tenny Gargos. She's the second in command to Diddy's counsel. The first is Mark Agnafilio, I believe.
Of unlike anybody else you could imagine. A week after these public searches were televised, he gave us his passport. His children gave us his passport. He then paid off the mortgage entirely on his Miami home. $18 million, Chris. That is an unbelievable amount of money. He's been trying to sell his plane since the searches happened.
Explain why, other than that he's got a lot of money. Why does it matter that he wanted to pay off the house? What is that instructive of?
It's instructive that he's going to have a bail package ready so that if he was arrested, he would have something ready so that he could get out the next day and show the judge he's taking this very seriously, which he is, which is why 12 days ago, Chris, when we thought there's an indictment that may be coming, he flew to New York the very next day. He got on a plane and he came here. And that's an extraordinary move for a defendant who's been under investigation that he's been aware of for at least 6 months. He came to the very jurisdiction that is investigating him, and he said, I'm here, I want to surrender, let me surrender. And they obviously didn't let him do that, but he's been here for 12 days, not knowing if it would happen the day he got here, or a year from now, he was going to wait. And we told the government, you know, if you want his address, we'll give it to you. He's been here complying with the investigation at every step since the searches took place.
Why do you think it will be different tomorrow?
Well, there's a new standard, basically. The judge will look at it completely different, not differently, but he won't have to rely on what the judge did today. And we will just have a second shot at it. We'll be able to make our case again.
Is that how it always works? Or is this celebrity justice?
This is how it always works. Typically, when someone gets arrested in federal court, they go before the magistrate judge on duty, which is what happened today. And then everybody, whether it's the government who's unhappy with the outcome or the defense, they have the right to appeal to the district court judge. So that's what happened.
How long does he have to stay in there if it gets denied again?
Until trial. Till the end of the trial.
So that could be months or years.
You know, but then we would have the ability to appeal to the Second Circuit. So even tomorrow wouldn't be the end of it.
You think he gets out?
I hope he gets out. He has done everything somebody under investigation can do. I can't think of anything else that he could have done. There was no surprises here, Chris.
Chat, she's going to be very instrumental in this case. Why? A white woman defending you. Again, in a case about you being harmful to women, it does look good when you have a woman sitting there. It does look good. Now, is she a better attorney than Mark? Probably not. That's why Mark is the first, or the lead. But having her there, they'll probably have her clearly do certain things that could possibly, if it goes to a jury trial, the jury could see, well, there's clearly a woman who feels he's innocent, right? Like, you know, that's important, right?
We knew that he was under investigation for racketeering and sex trafficking, and he stayed put. He committed not to fly out of the country. He stayed within the country, and they didn't ask that of him. That was a commitment he made.
So, Tenny, my people that I talk to at the Southern District are talking a typical talk. It's not all the time they say this, but they say, this is going our way. Not the bail. They say we have them. We got a lot of people who are going to talk and say that this is what Diddy was about, and some people may pass it off as hip-hop culture, but it is a series of felonies and RICO. What do they have wrong?
They did say in court today, they've talked to 50 witnesses. We said the same thing. We've been doing a parallel investigation at every single step of the way, talking to every single person. There's the same kind of universe of...
Now, when I tell you, you know, in estimation, Diddy's paying $2 million a month. Diddy's going to pay more than the government to do the investigation. The government has certain things to kind of twist people's arms. Diddy's going to put private investigators on it. The reason why Diddy wants to conduct his own investigation is that he wants sworn statements. He wants things to definitely counteract. And this is what it means to be, you know, rich and powerful, right? You're going to have to get you investigated just like how they would investigate it. And anything they have wrong, you have a lot of evidence that is wrong. So this is why usually the government is usually careful when they're dealing with people who got money, right? Because if somebody that don't got money and you bring forth A, B, C, and D as allegedly your facts or your allegations, yeah, the other person don't really got the time, energy, and money to put into to get, oh, okay, there was this person that y'all don't know the name of, but this was a witness that was in the corner, but they saw, and they live in, I don't know, they live in London now. The private investigator is going to go to London. Let's go talk to her. All right, hey, this is going to be a recorded interview for the purpose of, I'm a, registered private investigator with whatever state or whatever precinct, and they're going to get their facts. They're going to get sworn statements. So when you have sworn statements, they got sworn statements. So like when you playing versus somebody like Diddy, if the state interviewed, or not state, the feds interviewed 50 witnesses, Diddy's people interviewed 50 witnesses. You get what I'm saying? So now Diddy might be like, well, we have video recording and audio recording and signed statements by these people that could potentially counteract what you're going to do. And at that point, the government might be like, well, this is going to make our cases look untrustworthy, even if it's the same person just saying the two different things to both different parties. Said one thing to Diddy, A, said the other thing to, or Diddy's investigators, and said B to the cops. So again, these things matter. It looks like Diddy has done his research. We don't know who he's, gave some money to be on the side, or just gotten statements legitimately from that really agree with his version of stories.
People here that he's been around. We're talking to people to show that we have a case. He's fighting. He's innocent, and he's going to be able to show it.
Innocent means he didn't do any of the wrong things. Not guilty means they can't make the case.
He's
right?
innocent.
So you think he did none of these things? He was never present in any of these activities? This wasn't his lifestyle?
But a lifestyle and being present in activities doesn't mean he committed a crime.
Unless those activities and that lifestyle are criminal.
But those activities and the lifestyle is not criminal. What was notable today, what my partner Mark said in court, is they never once said that these women didn't consent to what happened. Not once.
Can they all have consented, or were they minors and therefore the consent doesn't apply?
No charges relating to minors. None. The difference here between R. Kelly, between Epstein, no charges relating to minors.
So this is all adult consensual activity. People can judge it morally, but legally, you believe he committed no crime.
Maybe it's not what someone here would do in the bedroom, but that doesn't mean that what he did was a crime.
What is his disposition and his mood?
He's okay. He's ready to fight. He came here ready to fight, and he's okay, and we're going to fight again tomorrow.
Tenny, you have an open audience here at all steps of this process to say what you believe from your client's perspective. We'll cover it fairly throughout. And hey, thanks for watching.
Okay. All right. So yeah, I mean, I think that sounded a little bit better from hearing it from a woman. And this is why when it comes to a case like this, we rarely see women being charged with sex trafficking or sexual assault or whatever. Obviously you'll see like a Ghislaine Maxwell, but she's not the head person involved. She's the madame, the assistant, the person who's facilitating rather than the beneficiary in terms of, sexual gratification. So for Diddy, I think it's important that he had her, he should send her out to talk about the case, not the dude. You know what I mean? Let the dude work in court. Send the girl out. A white woman talking about how you're a good person. Yeah, you might be freaky, but that ain't a crime. Okay. Now, in terms of that, and by the way, again,
on Puffy,
real quick, for everybody on Twitch, we got the Diddy Baby Oil Fund going on. We're trying to get to 1,000 subs in 5 days. Let's see if we can get to it. But this is to ensure that all 1,000 bottles of baby oil, the Diddy Baby Oil, special brand, lands at a safe place. Not for no illicit sex purposes, but I think we should auction them off, man. We got to get these baby oil to some people who needs to be moisturized, not sexually, but who got cracked skin. Like, baby oil is not really, that's a funny thing about it. If they had said like 1,000 bottles of KY jelly, yes. But like, I'm gonna be honest with you, I got baby oil. I've never used baby oil for sex. Like, I used to watch, there's a porno, anybody used to watch like Onion Booty? That's like some old shit. I feel like I'm old when I say that. There used to be like some pornos it was these big ass, like these chicks with some gigantic asses, and they're rubbing it up with baby oil. And I never got the allure of that. What the fuck are we oiling up a girl's booty like cheeks for? I don't get what that does. Like, have I ever used some baby oil or some? I think I have, but it makes shit sticky. Like once like skin and skin and baby oils in between, it's like sticky. Like, what the fuck are we doing? So like, I don't really look at if I go into your house and I see baby oil, I don't think sex. I think dry skin. You know what I'm saying? That's what I think, right? I think I might associate like, but some people might associate like Jergens with like jerking off. Like I don't associate necessarily just regular lotion with jerking off either. Bro, people would just buy KY jelly, bro. Am I wrong on that? Bro, I'm gonna be honest with you. Yo, wait. Okay, let me do just an informal poll. Y'all don't even got to make a poll in the chat, but let me pull up the. Here we go. I just want to see what y'all say. One in the chat if you frequently use baby oil in sex. Like, that's not. I don't. Or maybe I shouldn't ask that question. One in the chat if you go in a stranger's house and you see baby oil, you think of sex. I don't. Now, granted, the amount, 1,000, you might be like, what the fuck? I get that. And I get how you could connect that to sex. But if you go in someone's house and say you're in the bathroom, you're taking a piss, and you see a bottle of baby oil, one bottle. We're not talking about 1,000, one bottle. Do you instantly think, freaky ass nigga need a... Do you think that? Like, oh, this is a freaky ass nigga. Or do you think nothing of it? I wouldn't think nothing of it if it's just baby oil. I really don't think of... Again, I think it's probably the amount, 1,000. That seems, it's only so much cracked skin you could have, brother. Like, you know what I mean? There's only so much dry skin you could have. Baltimore junk removal, you're saying if you go into a friend's house or even maybe a girl you're seeing, like she invites you over and you go into the bathroom and you see baby oil just sitting there, you're like, oh shit, she's a freak? Or oh shit, this is used for sex? Okay. All right. I'm not knocking it. That's just not, again, lube is one thing, and I don't want to Google lube items, but like if I see KY jelly, I know what it is. You feel what I'm saying? Like low key, like if the freak off supplies, bro, you know what I would think a freak off supply is? Vibrating cock rings, anal beads, dildos, the little rose toy, bondage, BDSM shit. What else? Like, what would I think is like freak off supplies? Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. I just think Diddy's too rich to be using. Baby oil is like some broke nigga shit. Like when you fucking a ratchet bitch, like you need some other shit to spice it up. Yeah, like, nigga, that's like, I'm surprised they ain't put like, we found 1,000 bottles of Hershey syrup. You know that chocolate syrup shit that people be using sometimes, like they'll put it on nipples and lick it off or whatever. Like, wait, no, maybe the niggas just like Hershey syrup, brother. We found 1,000 bottles of whipped cream. Yeah, maybe I look at baby oil like whipped cream and like Hershey syrup. I like, obviously not 1,000 of them. Like, obviously if I see 1,000 bottles of whipped cream, I'm like, nigga, you got a bakery here? Or I might be like, the fuck? It's booty oil in 2024? Somebody said these motherfuckers doing whippets. Okay. Oh, shoot. 330 RPM React says, yo, my OG in the car. Yo, shout out to your moms. Your mom want to know why the hell did he went to jail too? We not getting too explicit. We just want to know. Hey, I'm going to be honest with you. Baby oil used to last more than... My mom used to buy baby oil. Just to be honest. My mom used to buy baby oil. It would be there. We would have lotion too, but like it would be there. And like if you're really like you had dry skin, a smaller quantity of baby oil could like really like it'll have you shining, like you'd be glistening. But I never really thought of it as a sexual item. I might be just tweaked out then. Somebody said bottles of whipped cream. Not well, obviously, like if I seen a bottle of whipped cream, I wouldn't say nothing. If you have 1,000, maybe I think it's the amount 1,000. Anyway, let's listen to Dr. Umar. Let's listen to what he says. He's confused by in this entire shenanigans. He's saying that he just doesn't see the evidence. Listen to what he says. Go ahead, Dr. Umar. By the way, I'll say this before I play what he got to say. I guarantee if he saw like some evidence of Snow Bunny, he'd be like, Diddy guilty. Well, no Snow Bunny, no other evidence other than baby oil.
Holmes's federal charges have little, if anything, to do with domestic abuse or pedophilia. His major sex crime federally is he's being accused of transporting women across state lines to engage in sex. What we call prostitution. Not Casey, not the freak-offs, not underage girls, but prostitution. Why am I bringing this up? Because I don't support prostitution either. I do not support men paying for the sugar box. I do not support black women having to sexually exploit their sugar box in order to pay their bills. With that being said, prostitution is the oldest female business on the planet Earth. Prostitution is the oldest female business on the planet Earth. Prostitution is the oldest female business on the planet Earth. It is the sexual trafficking that Sean Puffy Combs is being accused of. Not domestic abuse, not freak-offs, not stomping out Cassie, not engaging in sex with underage women. It is interstate sexual trafficking.
Now, I'll pause and say this. I think he's making slightly a point, even though there is evidence. Like, again, we haven't seen discovery, and I think he's just thinking the indictment, all the evidence is going to be laid out. No, this is this is going to be an intricate process. We're going to see a lot of evidence, right? There probably is text evidence, right? There's clearly text evidence of abuse. There's, we'll get to that where Cassie has sent some texts to Diddy. There's text evidence of abuse. There's probably video evidence of some type of sexual activity that corroborates what these witnesses were saying were freak-offs. And yeah, there's going to be evidence, right? What he's right about is that certain things aren't being charged currently, right? He's not charged for beating girls up. He's not charged for some of these other things. But I don't think that means he's completely all in the clear, right?
King.
And I do think, Dr. Umar's a really smart guy, but he might be a victim of speaking too soon, too early, right? It took some people to videotape for them to be like, oh shit, maybe Diddy's just not one of the boys, right? Saying there's no evidence, an indictment doesn't necessarily have to spell out the evidence. It has to spell out the charges. What the evidence is going to be spelled out is the discovery and obviously the subsequent hearing that, we're going to realize what's going on.
That is the charge. Why am I bringing this up? I'm bringing this up.
Another thing that I want to add to it, again, I believe Dr. Umar is a very intellectually high IQ guy. But we also got to remember, when he's saying where's the evidence, this is a reason why they go to a grand jury, right? Because if there was lack of evidence, there would be what was known as a no bill. Hey, we don't see the evidence of probable cause that would lead us to say he should be charged with these crimes. So what the grand jury has seen, we haven't seen. So Cassie's testimony, which I 100% know Cassie testified at that grand jury. She's victim numero uno. She testified, or they have played numerous or copious amounts of interview footage with Cassie. She's a big victim in this case. So for them to vote majority that there's probable cause for abuse of victim one, they had to hear from her directly, or they had to somehow see enough evidence to agree to that. And all these other cases and charges, counts. let's be clear. This indictment, this is why they go through a grand jury, that you can't say, oh, these guys are racist. They're trying to make a name for themselves politically. They're trying to go at Diddy. They got 23 people to literally vote, listen to months of testimony, months of evidence. Granted, one-sided, absolutely. 100% one-sided. But they got that person to go through a lot to essentially get to this conclusion. So they seen something.
Peace, God. Because when I listen to the news, they're not talking about the evidence against Sean Puffy Combs. When I listen to the news, they're not talking about the evidence of Sean Puffy Combs. When I listen to the news, I have yet to hear anybody give me a specific piece of interstate sex trafficking evidence against Sean Puffy Combs. I'ma say it again. I'ma say it for the low political IQ Negroes. I'ma say it for the average political IQ Negroes.
My bad. Is my mic still low? Mic check, mic check. My mic still low? Just let me know if my mic is still low, people. I'm sorry. Let me get a little bit more. Turn that bit up. We should be good, correct?
And I'm going to say it for the high IQ Negroes. I haven't seen or heard a single piece of evidence against Sean Puffy Combs. I ain't read it in the New York Times. I ain't read it in the Philadelphia Inquirer. I ain't heard it on CNN. I ain't seen it on headline news. Where is the evidence that Sean Puffy Combs engaged in interstate sex trafficking? I keep hearing about Cassie when I turn on the news. Why are we hearing about Cassie when Cassie has nothing to do with the federal indictment? I don't think any black man should have a
Yeah, he's grossly incorrect. And for someone who I think is so smart, Cassie is the heart of the federal indictment. There's a whole count. We could go back to let me pull up the indictment once again. The indictment lists Cassie as he has a whole count from the Cassie indictment. Give me 1 second. I'll pull it up for you guys. That's not it. Oh my God. Where is it? Diddy. Pause. That's not it. Where is it? That's the detention memo. Is this the indictment? Yes, this is the indictment. Yeah, I'm actually very disappointed that I look to Dr. Umar to be a factually correct guy because he speaks historically about race and politics, and sometimes I definitely don't know, so I listen to him like his word is law. But when you see somebody being just flagrantly and clearly just uninformed, you're like, wait, maybe you just chatting up there. You're not backing up everything by, listen, so this is the indictment. The first count is racketeering. The second count, which some people, that's the only question. They're like, the second count could have been under the racketeering statute, but instead there's a whole different count of sex trafficking because there's sex trafficking under racketeering, as you will see here. These are the acts included in the racketeering conspiracy for the first count: kidnapping, arson, bribery, witness tampering, forced labor, and then F, which is sex trafficking. So he's being charged with sex trafficking under racketeering, then sex trafficking standalone. It's a standalone count, which is by force, fraud, or coercion of victim one. They're saying this wasn't necessarily an organizational crime, but this is a direct crime to Cassie. How do we know victim one is Cassie? Bruv, like they're gonna literally like this only describes her from at least 2019 to 2018. Which female has he been involved with for around that time? Okay, interstate, blah 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 da, da, da. Also, when you look at it, says aided and abetted to engage in commercial sex acts in reckless disregard of the fact that victim one was engaged in these acts as a result of force, fraud, or coercion. And if you look at well, I could pull these up. These are I could pull up the detention memo. The detention memo clearly says the victim. Here we go. Is this a detention memo? Yeah. The detention memo clearly shows that the victim, it'll mention the video, which is March. Look, it'll say one incident, a female victim, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, like this is the only victim they talk about, period. So it's clear, and you'll see the. Oh, yeah. The defendant co-conspirator sets fires to individual one, vehicle, blah, blah, blah. And also they mentioned clearly individual one was a person fucking victim one. And that's Kid Cudi, who's individual one. And victim one is Cassie. So I have no idea why. Listen, this is one of those situations you want to be fair, but you don't want to hang your hat to a side because you don't want to look crazy being on the wrong side of history. And again, maybe Diddy beats this, but saying that Cassie isn't the victim or saying that there's no proof, you're going to look stupid because there is.
Evidence against Sean Puffy Combs. I'm going to say it again.
Hold on. Renette, and this looks like one of our chat queens, she says, Renette Gordley says, he's 100% correct. Is he charged for drugging the partners? Yes. Yes. Oh, my God. Yo, chat, y'all are looking at an indictment. They don't have to spell it out for y'all. They don't have to spell it out for you. They're already provided the proof. Look, just look here. The drugging, nothing. Look, sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion. This isn't fraud. Move that out of the way. So is sex trafficking by what? Force could mean, yo, you're literally having a gun to someone's head saying they have to do something. Or they could feel forced in other ways. But also coercion, that's kind of like the exact definition of, hey, this guy controls your livelihood. They're coercing you to indulge in this type of behavior. That's, again, that both of those things are going to include drugging. Right? They're going to include drugging. So again, y'all are looking for, you know what I mean? This isn't, and I don't want to call that, that lawyer who was filing all them lawsuits was putting crazy salacious acts in the first complaint. This is the feds. They don't have to do that. They got an indictment. You're going to hear about these things, right? They're going to have to prove, how do you know, and Diddy, we already seen Diddy's lawyer say, hey, we interviewed the sex workers who gave a statement and say they didn't think anyone was intoxicated. The feds are going to have to prove that. They clearly had some proof of it, that these people were either under duress, which I think that's clear to say. If he controlled all her financial aspects, where she lives, vehicles she drove, he had people watching her, at least alleged, according to her complaint. Yeah, he controlled financially. That's the thing. Yo, if you're dead broke and you're going to be fucking homeless without me, I could use that as leverage to get you to do some shit I want. Like that's kind of like, yeah, you guys understand what I'm saying, right? Anyway.
I'm going to say it for the low political IQ Negroes. I'm going to say it for the average political IQ Negroes. And I'm going to say it for the high IQ Negroes. I haven't seen or heard a single piece of evidence against Sean Puffy Combs. I ain't read it in the New York Times. I ain't read it in the Philadelphia Inquirer. I ain't heard it on CNN. I ain't seen it on headline news. Where is the evidence that Sean Puffy Combs engaged in interstate sex trafficking? I keep hearing about Cassie when I turn on the news. Why are we hearing about Cassie when Cassie has nothing to do with the federal indictment? I don't think any black man should have 1,000 bottles of baby oil. I don't think any black man needs 1,000 bottles of baby oil. but I haven't seen anywhere in federal law where owning 1,000 bottles of baby oil is a federal crime. Brothers and sisters, are you with me so far? Brothers and sisters, are you with me so far? Do you understand, overstand, and understand what the most requested black scholar in the world is saying right now? Do you understand and overstand and understand what the most requested black scholar?
Yeah, what Dr. Umar is doing is like really, it's really odd to me. Nobody claimed he got a charge for baby oil. The baby oil aspect is in the indictment, and the media is going to use that to make Diddy look creepy. He's not getting charged with baby oil. They do call the baby oil freak off supplies. And I guess it's open to interpretation what, as we just discussed, what could be used for a freak off or a sexual activity. But he's never charged with baby oil. That's not part of the charges at all. So, again, it looks like Dr. Umar is arguing against the media portrayal. The real, we don't know too much about the case, even with the indictment. So the salaciousness is the 1,000 bottles of baby oil. But we really don't know too much about the case. So what Dr. Umar is arguing about, he's arguing about the media portrayal of Diddy.
In the world is saying right now. Do you understand, overstand, and understand what the premier Pan-Africanist on the planet is saying to you right now? Baby oil is not a federal crime. Stomping out Cassie, he was not charged with a crime. The freak-offs are not crimes. So why do we keep hearing about Cassie? Why do we keep hearing about baby oil? Why do we keep hearing about freak-offs? Where are the federal charges?
Dr. Umar, brother, they're right here. And the reason we keep hearing about Cassie, because she's involved in all 3 counts of these initial charges. The men who fucked her, they're saying that Diddy's transportation to engage in prostitution of these escorts is a count of transport to engage in prostitution, or transportation to engage in prostitution. Okay? Count 2 is all about Cassie. Count 1, the racketeering situation, they actually started in the year or a year after Cassie dated this guy. This is, I'm going to be honest with you, and I want to be very careful about how, actually I won't even say it. If Cassie doesn't exist, it would be way more difficult to indict Diddy. Now, we don't know what's going to come later, but this whole indictment is Cassie. Cassie's the only witness. This is only because of Cassie. Again, you could read through the indictment, and if you have somewhat of a mind, you could realize Cassie gave them information, corroborated, gave them proof that Diddy had a whole system, a whole bunch of employees. Hey, when I used to leave, he used to have people follow. She marked out what could be a racketeering, what could be a racket, or it could be a conspiracy, or some type of organization, criminal organization in her lawsuit. He had his workers that would hide me from the public to hide my bruises. He had his workers who would do A, B, C, and D to make sure that I cooperated with the freak off. Yeah, this is the Cassie loss. Cassie's the reason why he got indicted, at least on this one. Now, granted, I think by the time they're done with this, they're throwing the book at this guy so much, they're going to come with way more witnesses. But right now, this first indictment is all about Cassie.
And why are the charges being sealed? Why did the feds seal the charges against Sean Puffy Combs?
I've never heard Dr. Umar sound this stupid. It's a high-profile guy that, yes, charges were only sealed until his arraignment. That's kind of how it works when they take in someone like Diddy, who they've been investigating for a while, who there's been a grand jury and panel for.
I'm going to tell you one reason why the feds sealed the charges against Sean Puffy Combs. One of the biggest reasons they sealed the charges against Sean Puffy Combs is because the evidence is probably weak.
It's unsealed. Oh my God. Yeah, I've never heard. I don't know when this video was recorded though, so I want to give him a little bit of grace. They only sealed it from when he got picked up the day before to when it was unsealed in court. They filed it. They have a arrest warrant. They arrested him. The media's going crazy. This is kind of like normal. They're going to unseal an indictment when you get to court.
The evidence is probably weak. And
and once again, an indictment does not give evidence. It gives allegations, which they don't have to substantiate because they already got an indictment by a grand jury where they provided evidence. And the evidence that they're going to have to turn over is, at least initially, is going to be provided to the defense attorney in discovery. And also, they don't have to give it to the public. Like, we're not in the case. Now we can wait for the trial to see if there's evidence, right? But clearly a grand jury believed that it was.
The evidence is probably weak that he is guilty of interstate sex trafficking. And because the evidence is probably weak that he is guilty of interstate sex trafficking, they had to seal the charges. They had to hide the charges from you and I. They had to hide the charges from you and I long enough for the public execution to be carried out.
Yeah, Dr. Umar losing it, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. I think Boosie sounds more sane than Dr. Umar right there. Dr. Umar looked like he was losing it, bro. Boosie did make a point. Boosie said, yo, I feel like Diddy's in jail for doing what every other famous entertainer has done. Flew bitches out for threesomes. He just freakier. We actually go call women prostitutes who fly out willingly to be with their partners for sex. If that's the case, if you've been flued out and had sex, you should be labeled a prostitute. If that's the case, 80% of women reading this and trafficking is in trafficking. Hell nah. You're a celebrity. You gotta fly pussy. So you gotta fly out pussy. How else you gonna get to the pussy? You're never in one place. When I saw that video, I was pissed off at this nigga. Like, he really got a problem. But facing life in prison for doing what basically so many people, so many other entertainers has done, I disagree. Now, to Boosie's point, I think we should do some clarification. I know I've allowed Wack to spew that fuckery and nonsense here. But simply flying out a woman and having sex with her does not mean you're a sex trafficker. It doesn't mean that you've engaged in sex trafficking. It might be an instance, but also sex trafficking usually is something that is habitual. And again, when you think about sex trafficking, what's usually important is two things: the interstate transport of an individual for a commercial sex act, usually done by force, fraud, or coercion. That's really how it reads, even on a local level, even though sex trafficking, mostly feds pick it up. They'll do prostitution if it's like state. Here's the thing about sex trafficking. Yeah, if you fly out a girl and you tell her, if your method is you're flying out women and you tell them, if you don't fuck me, you're not going back. If you don't fuck me, or like, let's say for whatever reason, y'all had an agreement that she was going to get $5,000 for coming to hang out with you. You tell her, if you don't fuck me, you not getting this bread. Yeah, you're kind of getting close to sex trafficking. Like, it's crazy now. People like, if you willingly fly out a girl, she has sex with you, and she goes home, everything is cool. Now, granted, if she said, oh, I want to fuck him, but he fucked me, okay, that might be sexual assault, but that's not sex trafficking. That's not sex trafficking necessarily, even though, by the way, sometimes sexual assault could fall underneath it, but still. Sex trafficking is usually, you have lied to people or you're forcing them somehow to come out to perform. And again, it's important what people seem to just skip over, a commercial sex act. Now, I don't want. Let me see if I can find a good definition of commercial sex acts. Commercial sex, without it being too crazy. Okay. Let's go here. Commercial sex act. Okay. A commercial sex act means any sex on account of which anything of value is received, given or received by a person. Yeah. So if you tell a girl, come fuck me for $5,000, you are, and I ain't gonna lie, to be honest, if that's how you flying out girls, yeah, nigga, you are sex trafficking, the fuck? Just like how she's a sex worker, you're sex trafficking. Yes. If you've been talking to a girl and she's coming to link you, I don't think that, well, it's not even I don't think. That doesn't constitute what they're saying is sex trafficking. Now, if you're saying, I want you to come here to, now granted, here's a fine line, right? Usually when men are talking to women to fly them out, you're hoping it results in sex. The thing is, you just can't make no agreement about it. Like if you're making an agreement that you're coming here to fuck me for, that she has for A, B, C, or D, yeah, you're kind of sex trafficking. That's kind of how it goes, right? But usually the aspect of sex isn't something that's a commercial act that's done for either favor, at least cognizantly. It's not done under contract for favors, or it's not done for money, like in any type of official format, right? Now, do you spend money on her? Probably you do. Do you? Yeah, probably, but that's not sex trafficking. If a chick say, I'm coming to suck your dick, put me on a plane, just after I suck your dick, give me $1,000, yeah, you're sex trafficking. And especially if you then don't give the money, right? If you don't give the money, yeah, I get what it is, right? That's my understanding. Let me get a lawyer to explain this shit. Every time I give a definition, I'm like, let me just get a lawyer to. Sex trafficking explained law. Let's get the legal guys on this. Why am I in full screen mode? All right, here we go. No, not Diddy-esque. International, no. Not human trafficking. I just want to see lawyer. Okay, here we go.
Just ask you, and this is something that I feel like if I were a lawyer, I would understand it better, but maybe specifically in conjunction with this case, you can explain it in a way that'll make me understand it and our viewers. What is the difference here in terms of prostitution versus sex trafficking? And in terms of the allegations here and what Congressman Gates is being investigated for, are some of these things that would potentially be legal if the woman involved was of age, but they would be illegal if it was a girl involved, somebody under the age of 18?
So we'll start with prostitution. That is a state crime. It's not a federal crime. So to the extent that investigators could prove that the women had sex with
Okay, so that helps us on this case. So prostitution is not a federal crime. So essentially, if Diddy's hiring prostitutes, right? Again, if you go to a town and you just try to pay for sex and they're soliciting sex, they're advertising sexual services and you pay for it, you're indulging in prostitution. You usually get locked up, right? Like, for example, I believe prostitution is legal in Nevada everywhere but Clark County, where I believe, is it Clark County or Harris County? I can't remember which one it is. Whatever in Nevada, wherever Las Vegas is at in Nevada, that county, it's not legal in, right? So they'll arrest people. Like, if you sell pussy outside of that county, you're good. But if you sell pussy at the casino in that county, which is at Vegas, you're going to jail. It's prostitution. Now, here's the thing with sex trafficking. obviously it's easier to understand sex trafficking when you're thinking about federal, because you're like, oh, state to state, that means sex trafficking. But why couldn't it be sex trafficking if you're going from county to county or town to town? Say you see a fucking ad, you're in Vegas, and you see an ad that a bitch is gonna drive 3 towns over. Is that sex trafficking or is that prostitution? I guess she's kind of given the definition.
These men and the cash payments they received were in exchange directly for that sex. That's a state crime that could be prosecuted in the state of Florida, and Florida does have very strong laws around this. So that's not something that federal prosecutors would necessarily be interested in per se, except when you start looking at sex trafficking of an adult, not sex trafficking of a minor. That is when an adult is having sex but is coerced somehow into it. And one of the other things...
Okay, so again, this is the point of what I'm saying. If you fly out a girl and tell her if she don't suck your dick, she ain't getting back on her flight. Oh, she's not getting something you promised under some... Yes, you're coercing her for sexual activity and you brought her from somewhere else. You've now trafficked this woman. Yeah, yes. Like, yeah, that's kind of self-explanatory.
Things that we found in our reporting is that there is a lot of drug use involved in these encounters. And so investigators will start...
And that's another thing. And rather than them focusing on the lack of consent because of possible drug use, they're just saying the drugs is used to convince you to get down with the program, right? So rather than focus on consent, because it could be like, well, are you sure that these people were really out of their mind that they couldn't consent, or maybe they were just like a little buzzed? They're not focusing on that. They're just saying that you use items like drugs, like cocaine, like alcohol, like whatever, to encourage them to engage in this commercial sex act, which is really a slippery slope. I'm not going to say it's like a law that's cut and dry, but I do think that the people who think that if you're flying girls out, you're like, oh man, well, I could be guilty of the same thing. No, you're not. Unless you're like guaranteed money for these girls. Like if you involve sex and money, you're probably doing something wrong. Always. Anytime you involve sex, money, you're probably doing something wrong. And don't hit me with the, well, you pay for it anyway. No. There is no law that you can't buy a flight. There's a law you could tell if you promise a bitch $1,000 for her fucking you, you have now made almost a verbal contract. That's the big point. It's a huge difference, right? And again, I'm just only talking in the eyes of the law, because there's a lot of little simps out here. I know Twitch don't like that word, but yeah, there's a lot of guys out here who be like, well, you pay for it some way, so what's the difference between you bought her a flight, then you bought her a hotel? Nigga, I just gave her the $1,500. Okay, well, did you just gift her money, or was there an agreement? By the way, it's also fine to give her money if you want. If you just gift her money and there's no agreement, or she did not expect that, cool. But if she's like, I'm coming to fuck this nigga for $1,000, yes, now it's almost like a contract that normally, could be, in certain cases interpreted as prostitution, but it's now turned to trafficking beyond state lines. And obviously there's a coercive element. Hey, I'm not booking your flight back if you don't give me this pussy. Hey, I'm not giving you this money unless you give me this pussy. You're coercing this person to get down with the now commercial sex act. It's very clear. So for all my brothers who fly girls out, y'all are safe. Just don't let me tell you this. End the conversation with any scallywag the fucking moment she says, hey, so, and by the way, I think most like escorts are like, they're, this is how I realize, and I've flown out many girls. I usually recognize a girl as an escort when she starts using certain words, because they talk around the transactional part of it. They'll be like, you gonna take care of me? And I'm like, what do you mean take care of you? Like, bitch, what, you think I'm not, like, you think like I'm gonna put you in danger? They're like, nah, well, I gotta get a babysitter, my dog sitter, rent due, I gotta take off work, it's $1,500. You gotta just be like, all right, I'm gonna catch you. I think you should stay at work and stay with your kid and your dog, and I'm a good. But like that's like escorts You know the difference between what's a prostitute. You know the escorts try to act like they something different. An escort's a prostitute. They just do it differently. Oh, you're not paying me for sex. You're paying me for my time. But we have a wink, wink, head nod understanding that when I spend time with you, I fuck you. You get what I'm saying? Like you're just like a prostitute, right? You're a prostitute. So like you have the expert girls who know how to talk around it. But for dudes who don't indulge in none of that, generally, if women talk about money and you're talking about seeing them hanging out and sex and they bring up money, just stay away from it, brother. Like, just stay away from it. You get what I mean? Any type of, and here's where the element of sex trafficking comes in, right? Because it's alleged in Cassie's situation that Diddy used to bribe her with gifts for some of these encounters. Yes, you're doing something wrong if you tell your girl, I'll buy you a bag if you let my homie fuck you. Yes, that's a transaction at that point. Yes, you're also intuitively, you're doing something wrong and it's going to lead towards sex trafficking when you're paying sex workers to come in. It's automatically, whatever you're doing, it's a commercial sex act. You're paying sex workers to come in. You're paying for this. This is transactional. This is not just like you seen a girl on the gram, start liking a couple pictures, start saucing her up, start talking to her. You fly her out. You're hoping to fuck. You do fuck or whatever. And let's say, I don't know, you bring her out to dinner. You're not sex trafficking, my nigga. That's not sex trafficking. We got to make a very clear distinction.
Looking and saying, well, was the drug use a form of coercion? You know, we've seen cases where
Rico Barlow says that's why you say you're giving them a donation. Okay, well, I mean, if that's your way of getting around that type of thing, but, you know, again, you know, women are going to be very forward. Yo, I need to be compensated. Or, you know what I mean? Like, again, I think a woman who don't ask, you shouldn't even have to talk about money with, because, you know, if you do want to give her money, that's on you. But she's trying to come link you because she either likes you or maybe she's playing along game. Who gives a fuck why? You run into problems when you're like, yo, hey, tell this escort, this black dude that's 6'3", I want him to come fuck Cassie. We're gonna give him $8,000. He comes to the joint. Not only is he gonna get $8,000, you give him a shit ton of drugs. You give Cassie a shit ton of drugs. You then tell Cassie, yo, because you did this freak off, I'm about to, and by the way, this is the coercive part for Cassie. Cassie's whole demeanor is, if I don't do the freak offs, my career ends. It stalls. My entire livelihood relies on this guy making him happy. I have to do the freak off. So really, you know, the only thing here, actually not the only thing, these male escorts could be as well seen as victims. What I'm thinking is probably happening is that they could be seen as victims or someone who's participating. Because escorts in that capacity, if it was known that you were coming to fuck, that's illegal. An escort technically is supposed to be for your time, not for the fucking. I guarantee all them talking to the feds are getting immunity, because the feds' job here is not to kill escorting and prostitution. They know that's always existed. It'll continue to exist, and they didn't spend that money to try to end prostitution or escorting. Their job is trying to stop Diddy, who they think is a powerful force, who's manipulating that world to then manipulate and fuck with other people. So I'm pretty sure they're going to bring the escorts in. They're going to say, hey, listen, we don't want you. We'll give you this motherfucking, we're going to give you this immunity, right? We want Diddy. You get what I'm saying? Because you got to realize these escorts talking to these people. If the escorts are talking to the feds allegedly eventually this month, and by the way, that is here. I'll post it and show you. According to TMZ, they said, let me just type in escort. According to TMZ, here we go. They said that there's 2 escorts that's about to talk to 2 escorts that's about to talk to the feds this month. I'm pretty sure they're talking to the escorts and saying, we don't want you. We're not looking at you as a co-conspirator. Just give us what we want, right? Yeah, that's clearly what's probably going on.
On Puffy.
Because if the escort tells, like, if I'm an escort, I wouldn't want to sit with the cops. Why? If me, then number one, you can't lie to a federal law enforcement who's conducting an investigation. That's a crime as well. So you got to get interviewed by these people, and they're going to ask you, hey, was it part of the contract that when you came that you had to have sex? If you say no, and they find that there was a leaked call or a recorded call or email somewhere where you kind of admitted that you're showing up to fuck, right? Or, you know, or it's on one of Diddy's tape to say, yo, Diddy, now if you give me another $1,000, I'll fuck her for another hour. Yeah, you're admitting that you're doing a crime. So I'm pretty sure they're getting immunity, and they're going to sing like a bird on Diddy. You know, the only thing that is probably very important, which Diddy's own lawyers said that they try to interview the escorts too, is if the escorts are going to say this was a completely out of, you know, to quote Quando Rondo, out of body experience. We were all drunk and all high. There is no, like, consent isn't a thing. Like, everybody's drunk beyond belief. Every time I've seen Cassie, she's incoherent, passed out. Like, that puts a different tint on it. But I'm almost certain that they probably wouldn't say that because they were the people supposedly penetrating Cassie, right? Anyway, let's finish.
Where people are given drugs because they're addicts, and then they are asked to have sex, and they say yes because they really need the drugs, and so that has been considered coercion in some cases in the past. So that's when investigators will start saying, okay, well, if there was, you know, something that we would think of as prostitution, was there a coercive element? Were these women being passed around between men? Was it completely, with their consent, and what else was going on? They'll want to look at a lot of elements, and these are crimes that can be difficult to prove. Now,
so again, remember I told you, honestly, it would be an easier job to defend. Like, this is going to sound crazy. A sexual assault charge is easier to defend than a sex trafficking charge. Just like a shooting charge or a murder charge is easier to defend than a RICO charge. Why? It's because it takes into the latter takes into account the nuances that exist that doesn't make shit black and white, right? Because if it's sexual assault, I'm pretty sure a lot of these things, Diddy does not even have sex with Cassie. He sits there and whacks off, and if he's charged with sexual assault, there's going to be so many defenses. Well, the actual guy who penetrated her, why isn't he charged? Diddy never touched her. Diddy's in the corner with his baby oil, like he's sitting in a baby oil bath, just whacking off. How do you charge him, right? There's more of a defense for Diddy with that, right? Like, no, like, shit. Also, if it's this freak off we're hearing, every time Diddy may have penetrated her, if he ever did, on these freak offs or in these tapes, it's caught on video. There's also a witness, which is the male prostitutes or whoever else is watching. So it's kind of harder to charge Diddy with sexual assault. Way easier to say sex trafficking, because sex trafficking could just take in all the little minute details. Well, even though she wasn't kicking and screaming and saying she ain't want to do it, even though she ain't never say stop, she kind of felt pressured because you control her livelihood. She kind of felt pressured because she wanted her album out. She kind of felt pressured because historically, every time she take a hit off that cocaina, she get loose, right? So, like, you gave her drugs, you're holding shit over her head. She felt like so really, when you think about sexual assault, you think about non-consensual sex. Sex trafficking, it could look consensual, but there's these mitigating factors. Well, her career was in limbo. Well, this, well, that. She felt that she was being coerced. She was being pressured. She felt by being in that room and everybody's fucking, let's say it's an orgy, everybody's fucking, she felt she had to join in, or, maybe get bullied or get ridiculed, or, she feared that somebody might put hands on her if she didn't part. Like, these things could go all in the sex trafficking statute when you say under force or coercion, right? So, yeah. All right. All right. Okay.
Sex trafficking of a minor is a little bit different.
Oh yeah, we don't got to talk about that. That's not applicable in this case until we really see a charge about a minor, and then pretty much is just did you fuck the minor or not?
You don't need coercion.
See?
It is a hard stop on the age. It is simply somebody under the age of 18 who's given literally anything of value. It could be,
and that's the interesting part of if Dr. Umar was gonna make that point. We heard that there was a 17-year-old that Diddy fucked and flew on a private jet, and supposedly they claimed they were given substances to take. Again, it don't even matter if they were given substances to take. If you're under 18 and a nigga flew you from one state to the other state, that's the definition of sex trafficking. It's open and shut. That's Jeffrey Epstein. That's R. Kelly. It's over, right? With this Diddy case, I'm wondering why they didn't use that 17-year-old who filed the charge. You know what I'm talking about, right? The 17-year-old who filed the charge. 17, or she was 17 then. She's not 17 now, clearly. 17-year-old Diddy. This woman right here, like, she would be the person to say, like, this would be the strongest case. If Diddy fucked her, remember she was 17 at the time, flew her in a jet, they're gonna have proof of the manifest. Okay, you flew here. Like, even just having a witness to say, oh yeah, I seen her go into the bathroom and take some drugs. It was alleged that she supposedly sucked off his president of Bad Boy at that time, Harv Peer, before she got on the jet. But yeah, if there's even a witness, I think that's an easy charge. Like, I'm wondering why she's not listed in there. Granted, this is in this happened in what do you call it again? 1993, I believe. Is this 1993? I think this is 1993. I think this is 1993 that situation happened. Which, again, I still don't think there's a statute of limitation, right? There's no statute of limitation. Yeah, what year was this? Let's see. No, it was 2003. Never mind. Oh, my bad. I can't even see it. It's 2003. It was 2003. It was this girl right here. They blurred her face because she was a minor at the time. She supposedly flew from Detroit, Michigan, I believe, into New York. So, yeah. If they could approve this, why not just bring the indictment back to that? I don't even think there's a statute of limit. No, there's definitely no statute of limitations on on sex trafficking, right? Statute of limitations on sex trafficking federally. Let's look at that. Nah, none. Well, it says human trafficking, but I think sex trafficking it's like same thing. Yeah, especially when there's a minor. Yeah, definitely when there's a minor. There's no, yeah. So I'm wondering why that's not charged. And she's clearly still alive. She filed a lawsuit. She's alive. So maybe that's the thing that comes in the next lawsuit. Because if they come with this, it's over, right? Right now Diddy has a case to say, oh, we were all with it. Nah, this was consensual. Oh, cool. If you want to say I paid some prostitutes, fine. But that's not federally sex trafficking. That doesn't have a 15-year mandatory minimum, which is the mandatory minimum he's facing up to life. So that's going to be his case. I'm pretty sure he might have some videos of Cassie saying, like, and here's the thing. These are all going to be defense points for Diddy. If during that 15 years they were together, if Cassie ever suggested it, yo, I think tonight we should do a freak off. If Cassie ever suggested it, that's going to be some proof for Diddy to say, hey, it wasn't just me. Look, she was down with it. What do you mean? So, I think that's got to be his mentality going into this. Again, I'm surprised, and we don't know what's going to happen in the future. This would have been the case to kill Diddy completely. Like, the Cassie shit, obviously, that's why I think that the feds leaked the video at this point. They referenced the video 35 times. And then the video, it's important, the way how this made a splash in the media, this wouldn't mean nothing if we didn't see the video. Like, all those March 16, 2016, or March 25, 2016, it wouldn't make no sense if we never seen the video. So ironically, we all know what video is being referenced. So it does hit hard at this point. Pause. But if we never seen the video, it would have been like, where's the video, right? So this is why I'm wondering why this one is in there. If this one's in there, it's like you can't really beat that. Even though you probably could say, well, this is before really technology was really popping, but there's photographs. There's photographs of her at the crib. Maybe there's no proof of them having sex, but there's definitely, obviously there's no like kit, to our kit to validate that sexual activity was what happened. But we'll see, man. We will see. We'll see. Anyway, what's kind of, chat, I ain't gonna lie, man. Diddy's kids is something else, bro. They said this was last night, bro. They said last night, Diddy's son out with his girlfriend, which is Ian Connor's ex-girlfriend. I think her name is Raven. She posted a caption, y'all know I love my man, I love my man, I love my man. Don't fucking play with me. And again, obviously, there's nothing wrong with what he's doing. But obviously, his family's under the spotlight, so to see him partying it up. And obviously, apparently, it was her event and he was supporting. But I'm going to be honest with you. I want my kids looking sad as shit and off the grid. I want my kids off the grid and looking sad. If I'm Christian Combs, I'll be like, bro, wrong time to post this right now. Like, please. Like, half of what my dad's case is or application for bail or bail appeal is to say, I have these kids, they need me. This doesn't scream that. This scream, life goes on. Bad boy, take that. Let's Harlem shake it up. Like, this don't scream that. I want my kids to be crying, watery-eyed, just like when they see, like, breaking down. I want that. Yeah, let's get me out. Yeah. I don't want to see. It's not time to see you partying right now. I'm going to be honest with you. Just bad timing. Now I know y'all going to be like, the sins of the father shouldn't also be inherited by the son, but also we're going to have to be clear. Granted, this is definitely a civil suit, and I want to be very clear about this. Christian Combs has a civil suit, not a criminal suit. He has a civil suit, and obviously that would mean nothing, but your father just got indicted. You know what I'm saying? For similar shit. Your father just got indicted literally 4 days ago. I would say just chill right now. You can chill right now. Just chill. Like, you want to have a good time with your girlfriend? Go to an island. Go spend time with her. Don't be in a New York City club. If you get caught with a paparazzi with one of them shits that could see from a mile, fuck it. But not a New York City club. Looking like, Looking like you looking at her like a bottle of baby oil. Like, no. Just wrong time. And obviously, I want to have some grace for the kids as well, because I'm saying kids, they're grown men. Like, this is a grown ass man. But when I mean kids, his kids, because they're not charged with any crime. Even if they're mentioned civil, it's civil. We all know that shit could be all cap. They're not charged with any crime. They're also, because of who their father is, they're thrusted in the limelight. Are they just supposed to mope around? Could they not, have a life? Do they have to then put on a facade of sadness? Obviously, I would say, yeah, I do. But, they might also be saying, damn, like, what the fuck? What are we supposed to do, right? Anyway. Happy for them. I'm going to be honest with you. Yeah, my son should not be smiling like this. Not when I'm in jail. Fuck out of here. My son should be on my... Yo, let me tell you this. If I have sons, and by the way, I'm not criticizing his sons, because who knows what they're doing outside of this. I want my sons to be on my lawyer's ass. If I'm locked, my sons got to be on their ass. Because remember, them lawyers, they're just doing billable hours. Every hour, like $3,000. They're just billing it. billing it. Oh yeah, we're doing this research. We stayed on the phone. They're just billing it. Oh, we have to go on CNN. They're just billing you hours. They're just like hitting that bank account. You feel what I'm saying? You need your sons to hold it down and make sure the lawyers don't just drain you dry. Pause. No Diddy. All pun intended. But yeah, I don't want my son in the club at this time. No more clubs. Fuck that. Like, I would have called my sons and said, listen here, King. You was never gonna make it as a rapper anyway. I pushed you with some nepotism shit. No disrespect. I need you now to be on my lawyer's ass. No Diddy. I mean, no me. No whatever. Anyway, I need you to make sure everything is going good, because the only like the with all due respect to the daughters that he has, you got to let them be right now. Let them be protected, hopefully outside the media eye. Your sons, you need to have them as soldiers that's holding it down. You get what I'm saying? Right now, only people you could trust if you're Diddy, your mama. No matter what happened, you only could trust your mama. You killed 52 people, you can trust mama, right? That's how moms are so, well, I'll say all moms. I was going to say black moms, but no, all moms. Yeah. Mama hold it down. And I would imagine your sons, especially if you're a man, your sons got to hold it down. Yeah, mama and your sons. You let mama handle, like, just oversee the finances, right? You let the sons go out there and do the general shit, like make those tough calls to, not no witnesses, but like, yo, say some employees who was getting a check, yo, y'all cut off. Yo, dad locked up. Y'all cut off. Like, we don't need you. Nah, y'all done. We good. Like, yeah, everything's straight though. Yo, getting on the lawyer's ass. Yo, why the hell we see that in court? How's this some new shit that has popped up? Like, bro, we paying you millions of dollars. Like, you got to be on their ass. Like, Diddy he's locked up now. He only gets so much time with his lawyer. So his son's got to be on top of that. Again, I'm just talking about family unit. I'm not saying nobody's innocent or guilty, but just how you would probably want to move, right? But yeah, it look like my man is enjoying his time with his queen, right? Okay. They have said that the daughters, Diddy daughters, have been supposedly, and these are Kim Porter daughters, 2 twins. They're saying that they've been living with a friend of Kim Porter. They've been living with a friend of Kim Porter, someone named Lala, who's a friend of their late mother. And that's kind of interesting, because I think they're in a weird position, right? They're in a weird position as now the rumors and the noise of people saying, open Kim Porter's case back, is so loud. But, for a good part of their life now, or some years, their mother has been deceased, and all who they have had is their dad. So I know the media want to make it like, well, if you care about Kim Porter, you have to hate Diddy. But I would imagine that their kids, the twins, are probably looking at this a little bit different, where obviously they're always, losing a parent is like, wow, Like, they're always going to be sad about the loss of their mom. But I don't think no way, shape at all means that they don't support their father during this time. I think they 100% support their father. I think they love him, and I think they want him to get through this, right? Like, there's no way, no world that I think that they're sitting back and saying, I hope my father goes down for what's being allegedly said that happened to my, hell no. I don't think that at all. You get what I'm saying? I don't think that at all. Apparently they were born in 2006. I guess they're about like 17 now. They're about 17, I believe. Yeah, because it's 18 years ago, but not 18 yet, because it's not December 21st. Just 5 months after he welcomed his daughter Chance with Sarah Chapman. Okay. Obviously, we're not going to find out where the babies are. Not babies. The baby, which is Love Combs, right? Yeah. Okay. So I wouldn't look into the story much to say, because they're living with their late mother's friend. I would imagine they would be close to Kim Porter's side of the family, or friends that used to be cool with them. I'm not sure if all of Diddy's kids look up to, like, say, Misa Hilton as like a motherly figure. Obviously, that's Justin Combs' mom. So I don't see a problem with, or I don't see this being a signal that they're not supporting their dad if they're hanging with a friend of their late mom. Yeah, I don't think so at all. Okay. Give me 1 second. What else am I pulling up? I'm trying to get through this, people. I'm trying to get through this. Supposedly, Harvey Weinstein's lawyer spoke about this. Let me hear. And Harvey Weinstein's lawyer actually said they predict that Diddy is going to get life in prison. Here we go.
Major crisis PR person, housing, so that if they let
and Ivanka pledged.
And then she says, you can't traffic somebody who agreed and wants to be there. Oh, okay. It sounds to me like Jeffrey Epstein also led this same lifestyle. And you know what's really hard to do is get out of a situation where you are surrounded by. So I have asked Arthur Aidala, whom I
So this was a lawyer for Harvey Weinstein and Ghislaine Maxwell.
adore. Arthur Aidala is a well-known criminal attorney. He reps currently Harvey Weinstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, who is accused of being Jeffrey Epstein's number 2. And while Arthur does not rep Puffy, I think he's going to know what is about to happen to him. So let's bring in Arthur. Arthur, how you doing?
I'm doing really well. I'm listening to everything you just said, and of course that's all alleged. It's all alleged.
Alleged.
Alleged, and maybe the baby
Actually,
oil.
It's not
maybe
alleged. I'm sorry. No, they found 1,000 bottles of lube and baby oil. That's not alleged. They found AK-47s. They found all this stuff. How is that alleged?
The baby oil. Okay, could be old school when you want to go get a suntan. Remember when we were kids, we'd put baby oil on instead of suntan lotion, so it could have been used for that.
Wait, they
and
didn't find no iodine though, because back in the 80s it was baby oil and iodine, and you know who used that? Really white chicks like me.
Oh, okay, it's good to know. And the lubricant, maybe he was chafed a lot, and he needed to put that like in between his legs, so it didn't. Look, there were answers to some of these questions. You know what I'm saying? But being serious for a moment. You talked about being on boats and Ivanka and having fun and partying.
Mm-hmm.
How much you never found yourself in any of those situations.
No,
How much do we want?
But wait, I didn't find myself in that situation. A, he did threaten me, and B, yes, I was on a boat where we had a little dance party. That was for approximately an hour and a half, and I was in a privileged position. At the time, I was a member of Page Six. He was trying to court my favor. And he did this with certain people. So I had a level of protection. I was not one of those women who was relying on him for my career, for food. He also paid for a lot of people's housing so that if they left, they'd be totally dumped.
There's only one complainant. There's enough women. There's one complainant.
There's more. No, you're absolutely wrong. There's the latest one, this girl Dawn from Danity Kane.
I'm talking about what's in the indictment.
Okay.
So that, I got to do that law thing. The law thing. I got to do the law.
I know, but here's the deal. They didn't take it just off of Cassie's. They interviewed all the hookers and prostitutes that they saw in the videos. They didn't just take it off of Cassie's word.
Right, but they didn't charge him with any of those people doing anything against their will. So when Tina, the lawyer, says it's a lifestyle thing, do we really want the government? How much do we want the government in our business? That's the bottom line. How much do you want
I want the government in my business if someone's holding me on a boat, plying me with drugs, and I can't leave, and they're all like, okay, now you're supposed to have sex with these dudes. Yeah, I want the government to step in. That's just an FYI. That's my personal taste. I'm just saying.
Okay, I agree, but it's also, that's not really what the facts are here.
Mm-hmm.
The bottom line is these are rock stars, pop stars, rap stars, multi-millionaire stars. And I don't know, they say he threatened people. It has been ruled by the courts, the highest courts, that it's not a threat to say either you have sex with me or you're not going to get promoted in the music industry. That's not a threat under the penal law.
Yeah, but you know what is a threat? A threat is, if you don't do this, you're trying to leave. I'm going to beat you down.
That's a threat.
You'll be no one. You're never going to work again.
No, that's not a threat. That's not a threat.
All right, well, he did both. He did both.
That's not a threat. I have spoken to many supermodels who tell me how many times they were solicited, how many times they said, go take a walk, and they became supermodels. So individuals have to make a choice. Do I want to partake in these sex acts and maybe get elevated through the world of music or modeling or acting? Or do I want to say, no, I'm going to do it on my own? But it's not a threat to say, it may be a civil thing, and maybe you'll be able to sue under.
Yeah,
under,
I mean,
it's not a crime. Under the criminal law, that's not a threat.
All right. I mean, I don't know the specifics of criminal law, but I know it is a threat. And I'm looking at all this going, that's a lot of them. All right.
Well, charged with one. He's charged with one.
Let's just move on for a hot minute, because Puffy was denied twice bail. And they said, nope, you're staying in because the biggest reason they said was we don't think that.
Nah, this guy looked like he's trying to get added to the team. I'm not saying he's defending Diddy, but he's definitely making the arguments that a good defense attorney would make, in the sense of, hey, I'm not a moral police. I don't want to I don't want to talk about baby oil, because that could have multiple uses. I just want to talk about what's being alleged as a crime, while everybody's talking about, yo, this shit looks crazy. By the way, we're gonna switch gears a little bit after this video, and then we'll kind of get back to this too, because I know some of y'all are getting Diddy'd out. No Diddy. But give me a second.
That you're not going to intimidate witnesses. We've got your passport. That's fine.
Which is absolutely ridiculous.
Why do you think so?
He's known about this since March of this year, right?
And
so he knows
he contacted people over the summer, even while he knew about this.
And yet he didn't go anywhere. And yet he's almost a billionaire. He could get on a plane and go to one of the many countries. He could join Roman Polanski over in France, where he's been for 40 years.
Russell Simmons in Bali. I get it.
He hasn't gone anywhere. And in fact, he then flew to New York so that they weren't going to arrest him in California, so he could be closer to
This is a guy who's so arrogant. He got off in the Club New York case, and I remember when he was pronounced not guilty, and his face was like, wait, what? And now you've got Shine coming out saying he basically ruined Shine's life, and that he took the fall. You've got the gun victim in the New York case who still got bullet fragments in her face, and she's like, yeah, it was Puffy. I saw the gun. So he has precedence for basically saying, yeah, I can skate. I skated before. I'm going to skate again.
12 jurors in that case, found not guilty. So I guess, as we always rely on jurors when they convict people, I guess we should rely on jurors, right, when they acquit people as well. The bottom line is, the main purpose for the bail is to make sure he comes back. That's the primary purpose. Dangerousness is also a factor, but the primary purpose is to make sure he comes back. If he was going to split, he would have split already. He was putting up $50 million, putting on an ankle bracelet and saying, I'm not going to leave my house unless I have to go to my lawyers or my doctors. There's if his name wasn't Puffy Combs, he would have gotten that bail like that.
I disagree, because I think now they want to know who he's talking to and monitor his calls, because he has.
They can do that. They totally have the ability. They do that with all of us anyway. Don't kid yourself.
Yeah, but it isn't admissible in court. Okay.
But part of his bail condition can be all your phone calls are monitored.
All right. You think he's going to be? You think he's going to be let off? You think he's going to beat this?
No.
Oh. So you think? I mean, do we think he's going to spend the rest of his life in jail?
I think there's a high probability.
Damn. Despite he just basically agreed that Diddy should get bail. He just said that the indictment didn't really show much, and he just now is saying, nah, Diddy's finished. Wow. By the way, again, this is the attorney. His name is Arthur Idala. He's represented Ghislaine Maxwell and, of course, infamously Harvey Weinstein.
Ability of it, and I'm only basing that on statistics. The Southern District of New York's conviction rate is over 90%. So if you're doing the Las Vegas odds, they win over 90% of their cases that go to trial. They have excellent lawyers. Mark Agnifilo is excellent. Tina is excellent. They have a guy named Zach behind them, who's a former U.S. attorney. He has a great team.
Well, all right. So quickly, because we got to wrap. Update on Ghislaine Maxwell. Her appeal got denied, but you also called it. You said it was going to get denied. What happens next?
Okay. We're going to see if 4 of the 9 justices on the United States Supreme Court say, you know what, we need to hear this, because we think that there was basically in human terms.
Oh, okay. So they're talking about Ghislaine Maxwell.
Question for you: do his kids visit him?
Or much life Harvey's got left. PR person long gone. His assistants are way long gone. So it's no, there are no books. There is no little computer
I have a quickie question for you. Do his kids visit him? Has he seen his children at all?
Always. Talks to them every single day.
Okay. That's about, I think, Harvey. All right. Wow. So this defense attorney, even though he was even on this interview making a couple cases in the favor of Diddy, he's just going by statistics. Again, the Southern District of New York has the strongest prosecution in the entire federal government system, where they are vigorous, relentless. They use the most resources. Keep in mind, they did multiple searches in California, or they did searches in California and Florida, but the cases in New York. Why? They're the big dogs in all of this. This isn't like, the District of Louisiana somewhere. This is the Southern District of New York. When you get indicted here, and by the way, I think they bring the El Chapos. They usually, even when the government starts something for an overseas criminal, they want to bring him to Southern District of New York. Those are the big dogs. They spank people. Like, they don't, and it's not only about getting a guilty verdict. They give out football years. So they want to get the 20, 30-year life imprisonments. They go for the big joints, okay? All right. Real quick, we're not leaving the conversation of sex trafficking, but I got to show y'all this, bro. Chat, I can't believe. I am now under the assumption, and I'm going to bring my man on from the 6 to tell me if I'm wrong or right. The sex selling capital, other than obviously Vegas, of the Western Hemisphere, got to be Toronto, bro. Let me tell you this. Toronto artists or Toronto women, I don't care if you think they're rapping, they're selling vagina. I don't care if you think they're modeling, they're selling vagina. I've never seen a place where so many women who you think would be, they look attractive and you think they would be above it, they're all selling vagina. Trust me, I've heard about so many, like even behind the scenes. And unfortunately, because Toronto is my favorite city, I keep saying that. But if you see an attractive woman in Toronto, she's selling that box, or she sold it before. She might not sell it to you, but she sold that junk before, okay? Somebody done bought it for the 2-for-1 special. Somebody just bought it for the Black Friday discount. Somebody just bought it on the Telly-Ting, discount. And essentially a woman who I thought she was like, upcoming, maybe potential artist. She just got taken down in some sex trafficking, human trafficking ring. This woman has appeared on a few podcasts, including No Jumper. There was a time that I was about to have her on my platform because of my love and fascination with Toronto. And you guys remember that I've covered Toronto so much. But it was strictly off the fact that I thought that, hey, this person is kind of moving and shaking in like media and a little bit of music. And essentially, the reason why I didn't interview her was because she had a story which turned out to be fictional, that she was saying that she set up some guy. And I was just like I'm not interviewing nobody for no viral clout stories at this point. So I'm like, I don't want that. I don't want to be sitting here for you to, how I feel about women who set men up or who lie on men. I think it wasn't set men up. I think she lied on a dude. I think she had said she lied on like an ex that he got his kids taken away. And I was just like, I'm a guy. Of course I don't have kids, but like, why would I platform that? And for that media run she was having, that's all she was like talking about. And I was like, I don't want to talk to her now. Maybe another time when that's not the topic. Anyway, it says she has been incarcerated. If you wonder why she was trending, I think this was the original video. Here we go.
I called like child services on this one. I called child services on my ex because he pissed me off. And then I was like, yeah, I'm done with this person, whatever. Like, cheater, fucking piece of shit, lies about dumb shit. He had kids. I called child services on his ass and I like fabricated everything and like said certain things, and they like went to the door and like there was a whole process. Like, I don't even know if the children's aid worker still visits them, but she probably does, because what I said, like the way I AI'd that shit, like real AI shit, like fake bruises type shit. They came and they were like, oh, like we're seeing stuff that your kids are being abused, you could lose your kids. And I was just like, that sucks.
Okay. Who's this person here? Anyway, she's basically bragging that she got a guy who she was mad at. She almost got his kids taken away from him, but it got social services involved because she lied about it. And you know, it went viral, but I just wasn't fascinated by that story. You know, it's just too many untalented women who just have stories about them having a wet back and a bruised tonsil just coming out and saying anything, and then, you know, just fucking selling OnlyFans afterwards because of the clout. I was just like, I'm good. However, she does do some music. Anyway, long story short, who's this? Who's this person they keep putting up? Anyway, long story short, it came out that police has arrested Toronto rapper Lady SB, that's her name, for human trafficking and weapons charges. She's supposedly Chroma's arch nemesis, but if you hear what they say about Chroma's, she's again, a Toronto baddie is selling the pussy. Like that's as Toronto people, I love y'all to death, man. But anytime I've heard about, talked to any of y'all bad chicks up there, somebody else tell me that vagina is for sale or has been for sale. Okay. Anyway, the ironic part about it is that she had an interview with somebody we had on here before, and let me hop on Discord because I'm gonna try to get him in here. My man Friday, where we at with it? Let me get in Discord. But my man Friday had an interview with Shorty, and remember, she's like a rapper now, you know. So listen to Friday talk to her. By the way, let me give you a definition. It says, "Are you a tellyting?" That's the caption. A tellyting is a woman who works inside hotels as a prostitute. Like, she's tellyting, makes sense, right? She works in hotels. Men pay, come to the hotels, have sex with her, and repeat cycle, rinse and repeat constantly. So dudes just come to the hotel, have sex with this one woman. Could be dozens of men a night, could be one or two, who knows? But that's their job, to provide sexual relief to men from the comfort of a hotel room. Maybe there's a pimp involved, and when you think about the trafficking charges, maybe some other people were involved in soliciting, bringing people. Supposedly they said advertising, but somebody got to get fucked. You get what I'm saying? Anyway, she did an interview. This is when she's trying to go on a rap wave, and the interviewer, my man Friday, just legitimately asked her, like, "Yo, bro, are you a tellyting? Like, are you selling vagina?" And then this was the interaction.
Now, I'm just going to straight off top ask: is any of that stuff true about
By the way, the reason why he got to even ask this, chat, I'm telling you, it's a pandemic in Toronto. Any girl that's attractive that got some surgery, they're selling the vagina at the rapid rate. It's like Amazon Prime. It's like eBay. I'm telling you, it's like OfferUp. Trust me.
Now, I'm just going to straight off top ask: is any of that stuff true about tellytings?
What is what true?
Like the people be saying, like, yo, and for the people who don't know, like, tellytings is like girls who work in the night, like working tellies and stuff, like in hotels.
Doing what?
Like,
working, like doing
okay,
what?
I'll straight.
Doing.
Don't make me. Are you a tellyting?
Am I a tellyting?
That's what I'm just gonna straight out ask what the people want to know in the comments all the time.
No.
Come on, fam.
The come on fam is crazy. Chat. I'm telling you, it's bad in Toronto, bro. He said, "Are you a tellyting?" She said, I'm gonna just straight up ask, "Are you a tellyting?" She says, "No." He says, "Come on, fam." Yo, this is how you know, like, come on, bro.
Like, you're a baddie, you know what I'm saying? But like, I know a lot of times people get in the telly. It's okay. We can be real over here today.
Yo, well, I keep 6 solid. Go. Put this caption. Friday. That's the interviewer's name on Friday. Friday asked Lady SB if she's a flesh merchant.
Did I not just say no? I don't understand. Like, I just said no.
I'm saying, having a real. Now, I'm just gonna straight off top ask: is any of that stuff true about tellytings?
What is what true?
Like the people be saying, like, yo, and for the people who don't know, like, telly things is like girls who work in the night, like working tellies and stuff, like in hotels.
Doing what?
Like,
Working like doing
okay,
what?
I'll straight.
Doing.
Don't make me. Are you a telly thing?
Am I a telly thing?
That's what I'm just gonna straight out ask what the people want to know in the comments all the time.
No.
Come on, fam. Like, you're a baddie, you know what I'm saying? But like, I know a lot of times people get in the telly. It's okay. We be real over here today.
Did I not just say no? I don't understand. Like, I just said no.
I'm saying having a real. Now, I'm just gonna straight up.
Yo, come on, fam. Yo, Friday, what's going on, my brother?
What's poppin', man?
Hey, you know what's crazy? This is the first topic we're doing after talking about the dealer for like 4 hours. But I had to keep it.
That's why I hit you, bro. I was like, she might be the female Diddy.
Man, yo, all right. So here's the thing, and I'm glad I got you on here. And everybody know Toronto. That's my favorite city in the world. Really, I went there. I showed so much love. I love the culture that comes from there. I love the people. I love the energy from Toronto, right? And you know, one thing I've kind of realized, man, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I've learned a little bit the hard way at times. Yo, there's a lot of like attractive women from the 6 that's just selling that vagina like it's going out of style. You know what I mean? And I've seen it. And maybe it's just the girls on Instagram. If I see an attractive girl from Toronto right now from Instagram, I think she's selling vagina. Am I tripping?
Yeah. And you know what? You ain't tripping. It's kind of crazy because I started realizing this the more years that I was doing the podcast. The more ladies that I had in who are rappers out here, and this is not all the rappers, but a bunch of them were either sliding on the pole or doing a little bit more. And then you find out cases like this, or, you know, salute to Chromas, everything that we found out what happened with Chromas and the OF. And then I'm just like,
hey, I'm gonna be honest with you. You remember when I used to have Chromas on here? Like, there was a couple of people who were trying to expose it, saying that, yo, she was in the massage parlors giving it up. I don't know if that was true, but I heard like put it like this, and because I said that last night to somebody, and they said, nah, hell nah, right? Like, obviously, we're not saying this, like Toronto's like Vegas and nothing like that. Like, Vegas is wild, and it's more like just like prostitutes walking around. But like in America, we don't expect. Like, if we found out that Ice Spice used to sell the box, it's crazy. Like, what? Like, if we found out that Meg was sucking, like, yeah, people know Meg being a freak and all that shit, but if Meg was selling the box in Houston or wherever she's from, that would be crazy. Like, even Sexy Red, like, maybe people might expect it from her, but that would be like, yo, I feel like almost in America, if you used to be just selling vagina, like, not even on some, like, a stripper shit, because strippers sell vagina too, because, like, say Cardi B was a stripper. But if you were just a telly ting, right? Like, you're just straight up, hey, come to the hotel to fuck me and give me some money. I don't think that would be flying. Like, I don't think people could get that out their memory if you became a rapper later in America. Like, if Glorilla used to just be sucking niggas off on the corner, I think niggas would bring that up all the time. Maybe I'm wrong.
What about Eve?
Was Eve like
Eve used to be a stripper. And there was pictures that came out of her butt naked in her stripping days.
Okay, so maybe it's a cultural difference, right? So the cultural difference is that we look at strippers as hustlers, not always as prostitutes. Like, when I hear of a telly ting, like, and maybe strip clubs, it's because strip clubs ain't, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, ain't that big in Toronto. Like, we don't look at a stripper, even though we kind of assume they probably, you know, get a little money for fucking. We look at them still above the girl that you hit up off, like, you know, when Backpage was existing, or you hit her and she gives you a price and you show up to a place and just fuck her. Like, there's a lot of dudes who go to the, like, I want to mention, actually, I'm not trying to give a free promo out. There's this one stripper who I know drives a Rolls Royce. She probably do fuck a couple niggas for money, but she's not just seen as a prostitute. You get what I'm saying? Like, the telly thing just looks like the low level, yo, this is the local prostitute type of shit. And maybe that's why it's looked down as more.
The tellies that they're in most of the time, they're not in high-end hotels. They're in motels a lot of times. You know, Mississauga Road, for the people who know, if they know, There's a lot of motels along the road over there, and Kingston Road in the East End. There's motels there, and there's a lot of cheap hotels in downtown where the girls will just bring these guys, whether they're coming out the strip club or wherever.
Okay,
but
so
the pictures that you were looking at before, you were wondering who that was. That was her.
What do you mean?
You know the pictures you were looking at on Keep Six's page, and you were wondering who's the other chick.
Oh, I got one up right now. Did she snitch on the other girl?
No. Scroll back up to the other where there was a picture of a young girl that was right there. That's her, dog, before the plastic surgery.
Oh, the one on the right?
Yes, with the black. That's her before plastic surgery.
Wait, you talking about the one on the left?
Yes.
Nigga, that's not her, nigga. Stop it.
That's her.
No, it's not. No, it's not. That's a whole different person.
Fillers, that's before the titty job and all of that shit.
You're lying.
This is why they're posting the side by side.
Wait, how'd she do that?
Hack, I'm telling you, dog.
Nigga, her surgeons could make Diddy look like Rod Wave then. What the fuck? Wait, how? Nigga, she looked more tanned. Like, obviously, the breasts and titties came in. But, bro, like, her face looks different. That can't be just makeup.
It's magic, bro. The doctors can do magic these days.
Okay, so explain it. So I'm looking at this arrest thing right here, right? And it looked like they got 5 people. How would this normally work? Like, is it like yo, I'm gonna be honest with you. Oh, I hate to tell a story. Oh, I'm gonna sound like a sucker. Should I tell a story, chat? Chat, I gotta tell the story. And I want you to react to the story if I tell it. Chat, should I tell a story?
Now okay. I want to hear the story.
All right. I'm gonna keep it a bean. Okay. So, all right. I got to give you out a year. This is nothing. This is the year. Like, I definitely had a little whole phase during my 1 year, like being fully single. This is like 2020, like the year I bought my house. Okay, I flew out 2 things from. They weren't even from Toronto though. They were from. Oh, I'm about to give up too much. They were from Winnipeg. I ain't gonna lie, nigga. Like, yo, I don't know what's the word on them, but nigga. Anyway, I flew out 2 things. You get what I'm saying? Now, this is how like I flew out one for me and well, not really one for me. It was just 2, right? But it was like whoever I'm not rocking with, my man's gonna deal with. Anyway, the girls show up. One was a crazy catfish. This shit was like ridiculous, nigga. I've never seen such a thing. Like, I mean, nigga, I felt like bro, it was such a catfish, bro. Like, I was just like, yo, nigga, like it was crazy. Like, I couldn't. No. Anyway, she was acting up anyway too. So she dipped, right? She low key had dipped. No. Oh, here's the crazy part. So she had dipped. I was like, yo, bro, this chick look crazy. Anyway. I feel like they're going to hit me up like, yo, what? Because, like, I'm being mad specific now. Anyway, so I had a hotel for them. Real talk. I had a hotel for them. So, like, they're acting up, whatever. All right, I send them back to the hotel. I'm telling my man's like, yo, bro. My man's looking at me like, yo, Act, this is why you got to FaceTime these. Because I had a bad habit back then. I didn't FaceTime girls. I just flew them out. Like, nigga, like, I just look on your Instagram like, you going to look like that. I just flew them out, nigga. I had him on Air Canada, bro. Like, yo, I'm gonna see you when you get here. Oh my God, catfish. All right, cool. So guess what? So I send him back to the hotel, and I'm like, damn. Now me, I'm a like, nigga. I'm like nigga. I might be the Michael. I ain't gonna say Michael Jordan, but like, I'm definitely Hall of Fame and flying out. So I'm like, bro, I've learned. Like, I've taken a lot of W's, but I know how to take L's too. So it's like, all right, fuck it. Like, you gotta learn how to take L's. When it comes to females, what I've learned in life, you gotta know when to take L's. So I'm like, man, damn, all right, I fucked up. I'm gonna take the L type shit. I'm gonna just leave them in the hotel. I ain't gonna treat them bad. So if they need something to eat out, I got you. But I ain't trying to kick it with y'all for like 3 or 4 days. I forgot how many days we're supposed to be here.
Damn, Ak, you gotta shorten those trips.
No, well, you gotta realize they're leaving the country, so they think that they be like, America? Like, nigga, they be on some shit. Usually it's 2. All right, so anyway, I bet. So they hear it. I'm like, all right, cool, we ain't gonna see them again. But the second one did look bad. The second one was bad as shit. No cap. The second one was bad as shit. But and also I think that's why the first one was a little bit mad because she's a catfish. She's seeing that like me and my homies kind of looking at her friend like, oh, you are baddest, like bad. But since the main joint is acting, all right, go back to the hotel. Anyway, I get a call the next day. No, I ignored it for a full day. The third day, I get a call from the other girl. I don't even know how she got she had my man's number. It was like, yo, could I link up with y'all? I said, oh my God, I've been trying to duck y'all. I want y'all to go back to Canada. Shorty comes. She said, no, just me by myself, Dolo. She comes. You know what she says? She says, I'm going to be honest with you, I just can't do this. I said, well, what are you talking about? She's like, yo, me and that girl, we've been fighting ever since that night. I think she kind of saw that, I think I look whatever. And like, we've been just beefing. I'm like, damn, that's fucked up. I said, yo, she was doing too much though. Yo, hear what she tells me next. She says, yo, I'm going to keep it a being with you. Ever since we touched down to that hotel that you got for us, Shorty went on Tinder, changed her location to that city, and had 5 niggas met up, like came to the hotel. I said, what are you talking about? She said, bro, she wanted me to go with her to meet niggas like I said, what are you talking? Bro, the girl was at the hotel selling box.
Oh, man.
Selling box, bro. So I'm like, what? No way. She's like, yo, she's trying to meet up with niggas this and third. I'm feeling uncomfortable. This and I'm like, no fucking way. Yo, here's the kicker of it all. This is what I realized. I think it's a Canadian thing right now. I'm sorry to say.
I thought that was the kicker.
That ain't the kicker. That ain't the kicker. So I'm like, me and my homie looking at like, well, that might be a good thing. Like, usually I'd be like, yo, let's kill the hotel. Because I'm like, you're not about to fuck niggas in a hotel that I'm paying for. Even though I don't like to ever you see, if you ever strand a girl, she gonna come to the cops with some shit. Now you in some Diddy trouble. Oh, yeah, I don't got nowhere to be. He just fooled me out. No, nah, bitch. I'll let you. I don't care how much a girl disrespect. I'm gonna make sure you get back home safe. That's it. You got here safe, get back home safe, whatever. So I'm like, all right, you know what? All right, this chick just selling pussy in there. Fuck it, man. That's an L. I just got to take the L. But I told the chick, I said, yo, the girl was like, yo, can I just stay with y'all? I'm like, well, this kind of works out. She's the bad one. This is the baddie. This is the baddie. Cool. We ain't even want that other chick because she look crazy, bro. All right, bet. Say less. So we chilling. All right, we all chilling. I'm going to be honest with you, and this is the sucker part about it. Because this girl, she seemed cool. But really, she's the same as the other girl. I didn't know. That time I was you coming to my house as a girl, we take all phones. Anyway, one day we collect her phone. Because, obviously she got to talk to her people. So she'll get her phone when we leave the house and shit like that. Just no phones when I'm sleeping. Like, because bitches used to record me when I'm sleeping. My nigga, her phone was open. I don't know why, and I felt like a bitch doing it. I'm like, let me just see what she messaging. Because you never know somebody trying to set you up. I went to her messages. Bro, her I guess she used to live in Toronto a little bit too. Her pimp from Toronto was violating her. Yo, we missing out on Mac. This is the other girl who I thought wasn't in it. She snitched on her friend.
Bad one.
Yes. Like, yo, we missing out on mad niggas, blah, 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 blah. But you know what I should have known? She had told me, she said, oh, she was like, she told me other girls in Toronto do it. She said, oh, they sell a pussy. I just manage them. So I said, oh, you're not the pussy seller. You're the pussy seller manager. Oh, okay, that's kind of good. Coming to find out, man, she wasn't selling the pussy. Nigga, once I seen that, I was just like, oh, these are two prostitutes. I had to get them one out of there, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Yeah, but you know what it is to act. A lot of times they do both, or they graduate. They used to be box sellers, and then they become box managers.
No, well, that's what I get to realize. But I'm gonna be honest with you, like, especially that girl, I was just like, yo, nigga, she was bad as shit. I was like, yo, low key, if she wasn't that, like in America, a bitch like that's gonna get like a rapper to wife her without selling pussy. Just post a couple of thirst traps. Like, niggas gonna holler at you, take you on a date to Poppy Steak or whatever, like, say less and then try to date you. Like, that's what I was confused about Toronto. I'm like, the badder they are, the more they sell pussy. It's crazy. And over here, the badder you are, I'm not saying you're not gonna be a whore, but the more you get to link with rappers. Like the same bad bitches just keep fucking rapper, and one nigga fall in love and you wife her.
Yeah, but I think you should go scroll to the do the slide on the post that you have up on the screen right now, because there's a little bit more than what they're charging than just selling some box.
Okay, let me read it. Sabrina,
they have her on a human trafficking ring.
What that mean? Explain it, and you got to explain how it's done.
So human trafficking is basically pimping, but having a bunch of girls rather than just maybe one or two hoes. You know what I mean? So they might have got a bunch of girls from different small towns, brought them to Toronto, took their passports, and this is all allegedly, right? Took their passports.
Oh, they doing that?
Are holding them against their will, and now they have them working at different tellies, and maybe having them working in strip clubs in different places. They could have them in the form of doing OnlyFans content, whatever it is. They have a stable of bitches.
Oh, I see somebody in the comments said she should have stuck. She sounded like the girl that I was saying a little bad in the situation with me. I said, somebody in the comments said she should have stuck to selling her front. She tried to be a real P, and look what happened. So she was trying to sell other girls.
That's what she's being charged with. Her and the other five individuals.
Oh.
And two of those guys were at the interview. That you had posted on that you just posted just now.
Yeah. Oh.
They were in attendance at the interview. So when I saw that news story go up, I was like, damn, I saw all of them niggas. Maybe the light-skinned dude next to her, he was there, and if I'm not mistaken, the dude right underneath her to the left.
Wow.
He was there too.
So wait, how does this work in Toronto? Like again, even when I went there, I felt like it's a heavy escortish, maybe sex selling in like lifestyle going, especially if you're into nightlife. If you're into nightlife, and maybe it's just because like people looked at me as like, oh, he probably got some money and he's popular.
Yeah.
But it, I mean, it looks like the regular girl is selling that box. How would this normally work if she's a telly ting, or if she was like trying to be the telly ting manager?
Well, and listen, I'm just going from my way back in the days past the experience.
Friday's cool, man. Listen, yo, if you getting the telly tings, Roger Kraft was getting rubbing tugs at spas out here, and he a billionaire, man.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I've known a lot of pimps in my lifetime, and pimpstresses.
Well, you never fuck one of these telly things?
Say again?
You never fuck one of these telly things? Come on, bro.
Yeah, back in the days, for sure. When you're in the streets, you interact with telly things, or sometimes, like, especially if you're the one who got the drugs, then you're getting the box for free. You ain't got to pay for the box.
What's the current rate right now in Toronto? We got to track it like Bitcoin price. Like, what's the current rate for some box?
I have no idea, dog. That's, I don't know if there's a Google search for that.
Wait, but you tapped into the streets. I know it's a fact. I'm not saying you do it, but like, what was the word on the street that if you wanted to smash a lady SB, you'd have to pay? Are we talking about 5 bands, or are we talking about like $300?
I'm looking at just how a lady SB looks with all the work done and everything like that.
Yeah.
It's probably about 2 bands.
2 bands?
And then if you're looking at like the crackheads and shit like that, then obviously we're talking in the hundreds or lower hundreds. But a girl like a lady SB, she could be put more into the escort category, where you can maybe bring her to a function or something like that. Maybe not her, because she has her work is a little bit overdone. But girls who have work done, you can smash them later, but you also can bring them to an event and put them in an evening gown.
Yo, I ain't gonna lie. A lot of people in my chat say, yo, lady SB in Atlanta would be $250, man. And,
wow.
And you nut inside of her. That's what they say in the chat.
That's crazy.
Yeah, like they get straight to now. I get number. Well, she's a big deal. You see, I don't think they know that her name is like recognizable. You know what I mean? It's recognizable.
I'm not going by the name though, Ak. I'm just going by
the body,
the look, and the amount of work that she has done. Yeah. If some rich guy comes in town, or some businessman who's moving around, they got the kind of money, and they're going to be spending it on a girl who has a whole bunch of plastic surgery done, unless they have like a natural fetish. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. All right. Damn, box selling is going crazy out there. So is the human trafficking thing like a popular, like, because we talking about the Diddy stuff now. People, when we think of human trafficking, we literally think of you get an illegal, or you get somebody who's an immigrant, you take their passport, you kind of almost have some incentive, like that seems to be pretty much heavy-handed, that they have to go either strip, OnlyFans, cam, or be a telly thing, I guess.
Well, human trafficking used to be just called pimping back in the days, or pimping and pandering, or solicitation, different things like that, right? But now they slap that human trafficking on it, and it's technically just getting girls mostly from out of town and then bringing them over to the city or wherever city that you want to pimp them, and taking their passports from them, taking their ID, and you're keeping them in hotels where they don't even know where they are. First of all, if they're coming from a small town and now they're in a big city, they don't know where they are. So they're already at your mercy.
How long you think she's facing? I don't know if like Toronto is serious about like these type of crimes.
Oh shit, she's probably facing at least 10 to 15 years.
Oh,
right
really?
now, I'm gonna read the list of charges that they have for her right now.
Yeah.
Trafficking in persons, receive material benefits from trafficking in persons, receive material benefits from commission of purchasing offense, procuring an excessive control, knowingly advertise sexual services, withhold or destroy identity documents, assault with a weapon, possession of prohibited or restricted firearm, breach of firearm regulations, and possession of property obtained by crime. That's just for Lady SB herself.
God damn. So you think she facing? So it's time to snitch. It's time to tell. Come on now. Right?
Well, I did a reaction to it because like when this shit happened, because of that interview that I did with her,
yeah,
a lot of people started getting at me. And when I reacted to it, a lot of people in the chat were like, "Yo, she's gonna snitch. She's gonna snitch. She's gonna snitch."
Yeah, she got to. So I mean, like the man them got to be like really like worried. Like she probably gonna bring down the whole operation.
Who knows? A lot of the man them snitch too.
Oh, really? Wait, is snitching popular in Canada?
Snitching is not mutually exclusive to women. You know what I'm saying? You know that.
Nigga, I ain't gonna lie to you. Right now, I thought snitching right now was exclusive to Atlanta. I ain't gonna hold you, bro. Like right now, Atlanta is the home of Batiman and snitches.
Snitches,
I'm serious.
Snitch every day, B.
Damn. Yeah, no. Yeah, she gonna have to tell us a couple people to get out of this. Damn, she do look different.
I don't know, man. This because remember, I think she had already dealt with a firearms offense a few years back, and she was saying that on No Jumper. There's a clip on No Jumper where she's snitching on herself, dog.
How much money did, like, again, just guesstimation, like, is this even profitable though? Like, bro, like, when I see influencers, and I look at her as somewhat of an influencer, when I see influencers get caught up in this, I'm like, bro, like, do you think she was even making 10 bands a month from this shit? Like, come
on. Yeah.
Really?
If you have multiple girls, yeah. If you just have one chick, then you might be able to make almost 10 bands off of one chick, probably. But if they have multiple girls, then they probably made multiple tens of bands per month. You got to remember also the lifestyle that you're seeing these people portray on a lot of it is on the gram, but they're at nice dinners, holding up stacks, Rolex watches, all that type shit. That's not coming from rap. We all know that.
Yeah. No, that's true. That's true. Damn. Well, hopefully she don't snitch too aggressively, you know what I mean? Only snitch on, maybe the people on the case, not nobody else.
Well, listen, time will tell. I know I was watching a clip on No Jumper. Actually, Myron was watching the clip last night because he was reacting to it too. And on the No Jumper clip, when she was talking to Sharp, she was like, I kind of do what you do, but let's talk about it behind the scenes. And I was like, oh, God damn. Shut up.
Damn. Okay. Yeah, that's what that girl that looked attractive told me. She was like, yeah, I kind of, she told me she managed females. So I'm thinking she's in HR. My stupid ass. Nigga, I'm thinking she's a human resources, except it was human trafficking, nigga. She was like, yeah, I manage girls. I make sure, they go work. You know what I mean? They work. Like, I'm like, is this bitch in hospitality? Like, I didn't know. Nigga, I looked through her phone. Man, she got a pimp. They're talking about bitches to go here, there, and here. Like, I ain't gonna lie. Like, I feel like a hoe going through her phone so much. But I was going to, at one point, it was just like, yo, so and so, our top girl. Like everybody wants her, and I'm like, God damn, what type of? Anyway, yo, speaking of which,
hold
okay.
on, quick, fast. Even with this, innocent until proven guilty.
Oh yeah.
They said in the article about this, there was an investigation that's been going on since September of 2019 until now. So they've been investigating them.
2019 till now.
Yeah, September of 2019 all the way until now.
Oh shit! God damn.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
Yeah. So I don't know. They've been on them.
Hey, by the way, I wonder what's the package called where they could turn a white girl into like a Spanish looking girl, give her like a nice tint. I'm serious.
I don't know, man. That's the platinum blackfish package right there.
By the way, while we got you on here, man, I want you to react to some. You know what I mean? I want you to react to some. There's some Toronto business right here. Well, I think it is. Well, not really. Not really. Did you see the video of? Hold on, chat. Let me bring it up. The video of Playboy Cardi getting a Maybach from Cash XO, and everybody start thinking about the lines. Yo, Cash spending and tricking on niggas. Shit we do for bitches. He doing for niggas.
Yeah.
I wasn't necessarily thinking about Playboy Cardi. I was actually thinking about, because I know a couple of street dudes who, if you look from the outside looking in, it looked like extortion. I can't tell what it is. So I'm thinking maybe they're just getting a check for whatever. But the fans are talking about it in this sense. They're like, yo, Cash XO bought Cardi a Maybach. But I think he's managed by XO, though. I'm not going to lie. What do you think about that? And what's the Toronto street saying? Because Cash is from Toronto, ain't he?
He's not from Toronto, but I think he's from Palestine, and then he moved here for a while.
What do you mean Palestine? Like Palestine?
Yeah.
Like Middle East Palestine?
Right? Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah. And then they moved over here. I know Belly is from Ottawa, so they had linked up with Belly before, so they might have moved from Ottawa with Belly, came over to Toronto for a little while, and then after when they blew up, they left to the States. But I think it's a message, because remember, Playboy Cardi was taken off of No Face.
That is true. Isn't that odd? Yo, you know what's crazy?
If you ask me, they take Playboy Cardi off of No Face, and now Cash posts this post over here to show he with us.
Yo, honestly, I think there's some very interesting shit going. It's like politics. It's like a passive aggressive, almost political beef that's happening. The Weeknd also, ironically, just posted Pharrell, who we all know. Yeah, it's on his Instagram right now. He just posted Pharrell, with a crown on his head and then a hat, almost like giving him the ultimate credit. We know Drake been dissing him. It appears that, and by the way, then he posted Playboy Cardi and Pharrell. I don't know, man.
Yeah, you see why everybody's focusing on Kendrick and Drake? The side beef is what's really happening. The Weeknd and Drake, or XO versus OVO.
Which, by the way, what's also interesting? I see Nicki Minaj give credit to the Weeknd, and I'm like, yo, somebody from Drake team got to tell Nicki that he don't fuck with that nigga. Yo, it's because Nicki commented, I think she was just like, she was like, salute to the Weeknd for still having that sweet voice. Let me see if I could pull it up right here. And the Weeknd even, Nicki says, how does the Weeknd still have that sweet, young sounding falsetto? And the Weeknd hearted it. And I'm like, damn, Nicki, you got to realize Drake don't fuck with that nigga. What's the temperature right now of this XO OVO shit, man?
I don't know. The last time I checked in on it, I had an interview with a gentleman named Peter Adiwal, who's connected to the Hells Angels. And, there was a whole reason why I did that interview in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
But because of Drake's connection with them and the Weeknd's connection with that organization, just friendly connection, I got to ask a little bit of insight on that. And he was saying that it's something that's musically related that can be squashed. But it's something that's musically related, and that's all he could tell me.
Well, if we're hearing that's musically related, that would kind of just say that shooting at a Drake spot that had nothing to do with XO. Then it probably clears that, right?
Yeah, I would imagine. But the music relation or musical related part about it is not. I don't think him not signing to Drake back in the days or signing to OVO back in the days. I think something else happened. And to be honest, I think it's beyond that.
He fucked that nigga girl. That's what happened, bro. He fucked the nigga girl.
Speculating. I think somebody got their ass whooped. And I've been saying this on my own podcast.
Really?
I think somebody got their ass whooped, and sometimes it's hard to get over an ass whooping.
Wait. Okay, no. Let's go down this trail. Again, we're speculating, but it's great. Listen, it's always great content when you speculate something new. Nice.
The best.
Okay. Not one of the main guys, for sure. But maybe somebody who's, influential or important enough, right? Because I can't see the Weeknd getting his ass whipped. Like, no.
I don't know. But it could be him. It could be Abel himself. Or it could be somebody, like you said, who's important enough to the camp where it's like, nah, man, we can't let that down, B. Like, there's not.
Wait. You think somebody got their ass whipped on EXO's side? What about Drake's side? Maybe they gave Chubbs a wedgie. I don't know.
I just can't see it. I'm not saying that nobody could take an L on their side, but I just can't see it.
Yeah, Chubbs is like that. Niggas ain't. I ain't hear Chubbs take no L.
And just the way that Drake talks about the Weeknd and his crew, he sounds like he's bullying them in push-ups or in the Family Matters. He just sounds like it's not a problem to deal with them if things got physical.
Yo, I agree with you, but I always just took it as just him almost saying that, yo, you're a singing pop dude. Like, I'm a rap, rugged, gritty type of guy. You know what I mean? Like, yo, your album cover got you glassy-eyed, look like you finna cry. Like, I'm out here in the trenches. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and there's also a member from OVO's camp that is actually over on the EXO side of things.
Is it Hawk?
Named P Rain's brother.
Sticks?
Named Gilla.
Oh, Gilla. Oh, he's listed into this.
Yeah, and he's in EXO.
He says Gilla the only shooter on Family Matters.
Yeah, I don't know how that ties in. Yes. Did you see the whole breakdown that What's the Dirt did?
No. We about to play it later. But yo, bro, like you know the Toronto streets though, bro. I'm not saying this is playing out in the Toronto streets necessarily, but like put it like this, bro. The major players are there, like, you know what I mean. Like, whatever Drake is thinking, Pressa and them gonna be thinking. You have like there's a lot of parties that's involved that. You're going to know the demeanor of the main guys by just how they're moving too, right?
Yeah. I don't know, man. There's tension that's never been resolved there. And
he says, realest shooter in your gang, that's P's brother. Y'all ain't getting shit shot, nigga.
Right? And in the end of the day, okay, not signing a contract with OVO is going to have you guys having beef for 10 years almost now.
Nah, Drake tried to fuck his girl.
Everybody fucks each other's girls, dog.
Bruh, niggas take it serious. Some niggas take it serious, bro. I swear to my core that I think Drake is looking at it because I think Drake even rapped about it. He was just like, he rapped about some girl by saying, he already over her while niggas is still mad about a chick. So I think Drake, and I think Drake is a demented person. I like Drake though, but I think he's a demented person. Like, bro, I don't think he sings about love, but there's no way he understands love. He don't understand that. Like me, nigga, I know like if you were with a girl for 5 years, I know if y'all broke up 6 months ago, y'all still together. Like, I'm not gonna go try to fuck her, especially if I have respect for you. You know why? Because I know how relationships are and I know how love is. So when niggas say they ain't together, they're still together. They're going through whatever they. So when I be hearing that Drake fucking these niggas bitches, is like, bro, you gotta be thinking that it gotta be a power play where you just think, bro, I wasn't trying to fuck the girl of your life, like the love of your life, my nigga. It's one thing if like we're fucking hoes, but the girl of your life, no, fuck no.
But okay, put it this way: if Drake is smart enough, and I don't want to, I'm not. It's not okay what he's doing or what he's alleged of doing, but if Drake is smart enough to know that this chick is for the streets, that he's able to fuck her, why isn't somebody like The Weeknd or Future or whoever's mad at him fucking their girls know that girl was for the streets?
It's respect.
How would they not know it?
No. But sometimes he don't even fuck them. So sometimes he'll just position himself. I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't even want to like, you know, dox whoever this is. And this person, by the way, they're cool with Drake. They're cool with Drake. But the person admitted the same thing. The nigga said, now they don't think Drake did it purposely, but it was like they had to kind of check Drake. Like, Drake, yo, that's my ex, bro. Chill, bro. Like, what you doing, bro? What you doing, bro? Like, and I'm like, damn. Like,
she belongs to the streets.
Yeah, but the girl never fucked him though. But it's just like, I think they're looking at him like, bro, like, man, how many bitches you need? Like, I can't get like, let me and my ex or let me and my baby moms get through our shit. Like, why you like, yo, never want your girl saying, nigga, why you think you the shit? You know who hit my DMs? Like who you talking about, stupid ass bitch? And she be like, Drake. You're like, what? Knowing that you cool with him? Like, nigga, that shit will hurt your heart, bro.
Yeah, but you're acting like these niggas is regular niggas who are working at Walmart and Drake or some basketball players swooping in, taking their woman from their defenseless asses, dog. These niggas is rich too. If they can't hold on to their bitch, then that's on them.
But it's not even it, bro. Like, yo, it's, you know what I'm, yo, let me tell you this. If I like, you know, in business and in life, when you value a relationship or value, maybe not even the relationship you have with them, you value their importance in the game. Let me tell you this. All right, I'll give you a quick story. I don't want to mention names because y'all always dig into some shit. A nigga who I know, it's not the rappers, a nigga who I know. When I was falling out with my ex, I'm talking about, we're going back a couple years ago, so not whoever y'all might think my ex. It's a Hispanic chick. When I was falling out with her, he kind of was peeping the situation. He kind of knew where her weak spot was at. She had certain desires in terms of she was trying to do music. And he's looking at like, well, I ain't fucking with her right now. I could get her close to me and whatever. Anyway, I found out, Shorty had told me whatever, and I was like, damn, bro, like, why you even, nigga, like, you, again, it's just that man things like, bro, if you see me with a girlfriend.
I don't want to interrupt you, but the difference is with that chick is I don't want to put her into the category of regular, but she's like regular. She's not a superstar. She's not a singer or something like that. The girls that we're talking about with these guys are singers and shit like that, like and models and different people who have jobs in entertainment.
All right, well, here's the thing. All right, no, wait, you're right. So in Abel's situation, what's Shorty's name?
Bella Hadid.
Yeah, but okay, yeah, she is. But I ain't gonna lie. Even I'm telling you, the person who told me about it recently, I'm telling you, he not even like him and Drake. Cool as fuck. Like his girl is not like that. Like his girl is nothing public. And like it's like, yeah, she might be known on the little IG streets, but like, nigga, it's not a superstar. What I'm saying is that it's not like Drake is dating J-Lo and be like, oh, J-Lo exes can't feel no way, or Serena's exes can't feel no way. Nigga, if the biggest rapper hits up your little IG honey, you're gonna feel a way. And again, maybe The Weeknd is also looking at pattern of behavior. I'm gonna be honest with you. That's one thing that I think Drake has to cut out. You can't fuck other niggas' girls, bro. You got to, like, you're literally telling niggas at the moment when they need to stick a knife in your back, they should absolutely do it.
Listen, I'm not saying it's right, and I agree with you.
And by the way,
the way that these niggas are going at each other, I don't know. It's like they're looking for a reason to go at each other. If it's over girls, then that shit is soft.
Yo, and by the way, I'll finish that story like in 30 seconds. So, all right, so whatever. I talked to dude. I was like, bro, what the fuck? Like, it didn't make no sense, right? The chick wasn't really going anyway, but like, we wasn't against her. She was entertaining, whatever. Okay, cool. That person's man's is a rapper that I work with, like a rapper who needs me. You feel what I'm saying? And when I mean needs me, I'm not trying to like be big headed, but it's like, bro, we're working in closed circles. Like everybody's playing their role. Like he's playing his role. I need him too, right? Later down the line, me and that person had a conversation, and they were wondering, like, yo, you ain't mad at me. I don't know what it was. I think they probably thought I wasn't fucking with them as much. And I'm like, nah. And instantly came to their mind. That's why I said I know that they have that respect. Instantly that came to their mind. They're like, yo, bro, I heard my mans did try to get at your girl. Just know I had nothing to do with that, and I would never try to get at your shorty. You get what I'm saying? It was just like one of those. And I'm like, again, that had nothing to do with like our thing, but for me, it was just like that dude gets it, right? Like you never try to go fuck up a nigga's home, or I don't know, maybe the industry is different, but I do know niggas crash out over it. That's the point I'm trying to say. Like the reason why that dude said that to me, the dude said that to me is like, I know niggas who, if they got a girl and niggas try to get whatever, they might, you call it tender dick all you want, but niggas will crash out. I could imagine the Weeknd probably feel away. Like, even though Bella Hadid is because also, here's the thing. Imagine if the Weeknd thinks that Drake only fuck with her to fuck with him. Pause.
Right.
It's like, why would you do it?
Because they got beef.
And also, it's passive aggressive. It's passive aggressive. When it comes to wartime, we leave out women and children. Nigga, pull up and bust a move rather than, I'm gonna try to sleep with your girl. You know what I mean? Like that seems passive.
I don't think the beef is to the point where these guys want to fight each other. I think you
don't think so?
They just want to hurt each other's feelings. They just want to mess each other up in some kind of way. Not even eat at each other's pockets, because I think they both want to see each other win. But I'm gonna just get at you right now, just because this is an easy way to get at you. Me fuck your bitch.
Yo, I think The Weeknd is having a time of his life watching Drake go through anything right now. He's having a time of his life. Yo, did I ever tell you?
I wanted to say before, I was saying that that's the side beef, but I think that's the main beef.
No, yeah, it is.
Kendrick Lamar is just a pawn.
Of course. Yo, by the way, listen, the only time I've ever talked to The Weeknd, everybody know I love The Weeknd's music. I think he's so talented, right? Only time I've ever talked to him was once this shit starts sparking off. He just hit me and be like, now is the time more than ever. I wish you and Joe was doing a show. Like, and I'm like, bro, he's tapped into the beat. Like, he wants the shit broken down like ESPN. And you could call him the falsetto singing nigga, but like, bro, like, that's the only thing. You see, if he was like Chris Brown that could rap sometimes, like, he's just sing. Like, I mean, he kind of course he rhymes too, but like, he's not seen it. C Breezy rapped with Quavo. That's the only thing. So I think he just has to almost puppeteer the beef. So he got to be like, unfortunately, I know some of y'all Kendrick fans gonna be tight. Got to puppeteer that. Him and Cash, yo, come on, bring your midget ass on over here, Kendrick. Get your diss off, cause we know he don't fuck with you neither.
Yeah, get on like that with our artists, because that's all artists, all that are umbrella. You know what I'm saying? Or all family in some kind of way, with Metro Boomin and everybody over there.
Yo, and then, Metro and
Drake.
Future are, I believe, signed to XO. I think they're signed to XO Management.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So get on the feature, take off on the nigga, and then if it becomes a whole civil war, that's fine. But, mission accomplished. They don't have to do anything after that. These niggas went back and forth, maybe about 6, 7 songs, whatever the beef was, and these niggas just sat there with their arms folded, watching the whole thing unfold.
Yeah, no. It's interesting, and I think they keep getting at Drake. I think even, and by the way, I think Nicki's smart as fuck. I think Nicki knows this too. I think 100%. I think Nicki knows this. I think Nicki tweets this out. I thought while getting Drake's back low key, Nicki sent a diss at Drake twice recently. I'm gonna explain.
Yeah,
I think Nicki knows Drake and Abel or The Weeknd ain't really cool right now. But you know what she does? She sends this tweet out complimenting The Weeknd. What does that mirror? Why she was mad at Drake when Drake did a song with Lotto. Oh, you can't say nothing with me. Hey, you did a song with Lotto. Remember, she called him ugly. She said the two ugly boys. She was talking about Party Next Door and Drake for giving Lotto a look. You get what I'm saying? Yo, that's my op. You giving her a look? Yo, you crazy? Yo, what the fuck? I bet. Oh, this your op? All right. I'm giving him a look. Right? The second reason why, the second thing, I think she was sending another shot to Drake. Check this out. And I got to scroll back a little bit. When she started calling out Jay-Z
on the speculation highway right now.
No, I'm serious. When she was calling out Jay-Z, right? Because everybody was like, "Oh, Jay's trying to block Wayne. Why did Jay pick Kendrick? Oh, Jay's trying to get at Drake." She defended Kendrick, but she sent and chat. Tell me if I'm reading this wrong. She kind of like left a little bar in there that made it seem like she was getting at Drake because of Drake before never holding her down. Hold on, let me see. Chat, I'm gonna give me a second. All right, watch, right here. Watch. Here we go. Hold on. No, not this one. Give me 1 second. It's right here. No, it's Boosie. I think this is it. No, where is it? It's right here. Hold on. Okay, hold on. No. I think it got deleted. Oh, it did get deleted. Instagram deleted from my page because I didn't blur out the N-word. She said, yeah. All right.
Is that the one the statement that she leaned in with the hard ER?
Yeah, but I wanna read a tweets. Lil Wayne Super Bowl. Give me a second. I'm gonna find the whole shit.
Where she was getting at Desiree Perez.
No, yeah, there's one getting at Desiree Perez too. But hold on, let me see. It's coming up, chat. She said something about loyalty, and I thought that was going at Drake more than it was going at anything. Oh, here it is. Denying a young black man what he rightfully put into this game for no other reason but your ego, your hatred for Birdman. Drake, Nicki, and Wayne. Birdman. Drake and Nicki got you punishing Wayne. Lil Wayne, the GOAT. Nola was good. Eminem stood firm on having 50 Cent come out. A white man. Shit sad. That's the important part, right? Then it says house N-word things, but good for them. No loyalty? Welp, them niggas will keep sunning you. I felt that was talking to Drake when it came to Jay-Z. Saying that Drake has... am I reaching here? It felt like she was saying to Drake... She's saying to Drake like, yo, that's a way... Like, basically almost saying, nigga, it's really us versus everybody. Because she's almost saying, yo, Drake, you're choosing when you fuck with us. Like, you should never have Lotto on your fucking record. Bro, it's YMCMB. What the fuck are you doing? Like, that's my op. Oh, okay. So you have her on your record. Cool. Now, when Jay-Z starts sunning you, right? And now Wayne is involved. Yeah, I'm picking up for everybody. I'm picking up for you and Wayne. But you don't do the same because, right here, it says, she says, but it's good for them. No loyalty, well, them niggas will keep sunning you. And it's almost like she's saying, this, I'm just showing you that this industry is going to keep sunning you unless you pick a side. I could be wrong about that.
Yeah, I don't know. That might be a slight reach right over there.
It might be a reach.
You never know. But as far as the whole thing with Playboy Cardi bringing us back full circle, that's a definitely a shot. That's definitely to let you know whatever you're trying to do to try to heat back up, we're gonna keep on stepping on that shit every time we get a chance. So if you got an artist that has anything to do with us, guess what? Don't even think about putting that shit out.
Yeah, I'm wondering what that conversation is like. What do you think that conversation is like then?
With who? With Playboy Cardi or with Cash and?
The only thing that saves Playboy Cardi and all this, we hear a lot of unreleased music that don't come out. So some people are not gonna blame him that much and be like, "Oh, well, Cardi don't release shit anyway," even though he did just drop a track. Yeah. But it did look obvious that he has ad libs and then it's removed. If that's because of XO, and I ain't gonna lie, ever since then he got featured heavy. I think he was in the Sao Paulo show in Brazil. Obviously, like he's been getting posted a lot by Weeknd and XO. It's clear like they're sending the message to Drake, like, yo, Drake, if we're picking sides, he's with us, nigga. He ain't with you.
Yeah, and it's a perfect part of the rollout plan to be out to say I was on a song with Drake, but I got off the song. And hey, by the way, I got an album dropping right now. Boom.
By the way,
everybody's talking about Playboy Cardi right now.
You go ahead.
So everybody's talking about Playboy Cardi right now. He's hot right now. So even just being taken off of the feature is adding to the heat.
Yeah. Yo, I ain't gonna lie, Cardi's a fucking great, a great like marketer. By the way, chat and this one is I'll give y'all heads up. This is a Drake source. Drake did respond to this, and I think it's good enough that I could disseminate to the world. Anyway, remember a video that I did on stream reacting to the Joe Budden podcast, saying that Drake's issues maybe with Jay-Z may have came from Drake's relationship with Beyonce? I'll play this video. Here we go. Anyway, apparently, like, Drake helped work on Beyonce's house album, and then he drops an house album before that. By the way, I was repeating rumors that people have said that Jay might have an extra incentive to shit on Drake because there's rumors that Drake tried to step on the rollout of Beyonce's house album. You get what I'm saying? When he dropped Honestly Nevermind. I'll play the clip, and then I'll tell you what Drake said, and then I want to hear what you guys say Friday. That's what people were saying. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if that's a thing.
No, a lot of these whole pow-pows come from Drake. You worked on the Beyonce house album.
And then you did a house album.
And did a house album and dropped it right before hers. And they ain't like that. Like,
I wouldn't like that if I'm them.
I wouldn't.
Because you got to understand, we're dealing with the power part of money, power, respect. That's the part that we have to focus on. People with power are going to exert it now, like when this much is at play. So yeah, I don't think they like that shit. I don't know what's behind it, but they ain't like that move, that little house album after you worked on my shit. Hell no. Oh, I also got a little bit of tea.
What's it?
Spill it.
Come on now.
It's hot tea.
Oh, we're ready.
I'm sure
you got the straw? You
put a little more water in it. You can water down the tea. I mean, Cam and them kind of alluded to there being something behind the scenes at play between the parties involved. And I don't know if I got the same tea as him. But I'm hearing that there was an event where something happened backstage that,
Between whom?
I can't say. I can't say because the tea is too hot. But something happened backstage at one of them shows.
Put some milk in it, nigga.
I can't.
That's the song. Put something different. Come on, you gotta get
it's stupid.
Put some milk in
lemon. No, because it's the hottest of teas. It's the hottest of.
You can't cool it down.
It's the scorcher.
No, there's no way to do addition that one.
Lava tea.
You can't. But these things are at play. Like,
can you say what? Not who, but what happened? Was there argument, a disagreement?
There was something that went on backstage that would affect the decision making and makers of events like this.
And it just contributes to the reputation that Wayne has for being inconsistent.
I don't know if he has that.
Okay. All right. So I will say, and one of the reasons I'm reading this is because this was unsolicited. Is not, again, I haven't asked Drake just because I feel like anytime if I ask Drake a question that I feel like y'all want to know, when I tell y'all tell me it's a lie. So I'm like, what the fuck am I even talking to the nigga for? So like, fuck it. So I haven't asked him, like I didn't ask him about the Super Bowl. I think I did ask him, but me like a sucker, I unsent it. I'm like, yo, fuck that. I don't even want to know. Like,
you know what, Act? I did the same thing.
yo, I just didn't, just because I'm like, yo, you know what it is? Whatever he tells me, when I go tell the public gonna be like, yo, Aki's lying to you. And then now I gotta go back to, like, I'm playing telephone, bro. I'm a grown-ass man and he a grown-ass man. So I'm like, yo, hey, Maul got niggas into this. Let Maul get people out of it. You feel what I'm saying? Anyway, this is the quote unquote tea, or not tea, but like this is what Drake said in reply to whatever rumors, I guess. And shout out to the Joe Budden podcast, of course, my man Ice, and then of course Joe Budden. He said Beyonce had that record for 5 years, and honestly, Nevermind dropped before whatever she dropped, and I never worked on a house album. He says nobody has facts in this game. It's insane. Okay, so essentially he's saying that Beyonce had that house album for a long time, 5 years, and that kind of goes against the narrative that says that, oh, Drake hurried up and put out a project. It's like, no, she had a record for 5 years. He says honestly, Nevermind dropped before whatever she dropped, but he said he never worked on a house album. Okay, and you know,
so he never worked on her shit neither.
I didn't clarify. Actually, this mess, like, this was sent to, like, not only me, it was my team. So it I didn't do the normal clarification, and this wasn't just a act eyes only thing. Actually, they had a conversation with him, but yeah, no, it's and I'm okay with that answer. You know, I'm pretty sure. I think she did work on something on her album. But I guess the point, if you get what I mean, Friday, is like he worked on it. Like if he's saying she had it for 5 years, he must have worked on it 5 years ago. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's the point. Like, yo, she had it for 5 years. She had it for mad long.
How many songs did he work on? Maybe was it more of a recent song? And listen, I'm not trying to go against whatever Drake is saying. I'm just saying there's a reason why Jigga is mad. But this is a new reason because they've been going at each other.
You think it's a new reason?
A little bit, for years. And the Beyonce house album was what? And his album was last year. 2 years
I don't
ago?
even remember the Beyonce house album. What's the album called? Beyonce.
I'm looking it up right now. Renaissance.
Oh, okay.
Right, I think it was Act 1 or Renaissance Act 2. It was.
That came out 2022, and then honestly, it came out July 2022. Honestly, Nevermind came out June. Oh, it came out a month before. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I mean, this might be this miscommunication though. Like, so okay. Here's the thing, and by the way, when people ask, this is why, like, these days I don't want to, again, I'm starting to just dwindle down on it. First of all, I'm Big Act. I really don't need to tell y'all I'm talking to Drake or whoever. I could just rant and I could diss anybody I want to, and it's still gonna go viral. I don't need to be saying. When I say Drake tells me something, it's to give you an official source. Drake is not talking to these fuck niggas. He speaks to me and a few other people, and that's how he's communicating. I'm not telling y'all because I want y'all for it. So I'm telling y'all to give you what the artist is saying. But at this point, I feel like anytime I say something that Drake told me, they're like, Drake's lying, so it looks bad. Or they're like, you're just propaganda for Drake, so it looks bad for even me. So I'm like, all right, cool. Y'all will never hear from the nigga until he does an album. Good. That's that or unless Maul says something. That's y'all new gig. But
but did the Renaissance album sell less records because honestly Nevermind came out a month before? Because I feel like the Renaissance Act 1 did pretty good.
Bro, I'm gonna be honest with you. I literally feel like, it was a time where Drake was responding to the culture of house music being a little bit more profound and popular, and he dropped a house album.
Yeah. If Beyonce had dropped first, he would have still done the numbers he did, and vice versa. So I don't even know what the problem is.
So honestly, Nevermind did 204,000 first week.
Mm-hmm.
Bro,
and how much did Beyonce do first week?
Bro, I don't know, bro. Well, hold on, I'm Googling.
I think she did something like 350, 360 on that album. Maybe even a little bit more.
She did
on the first week.
So more than Drake. Yo, okay. And by the way, this is why I tell Drake, I'm like, yo, and I say this publicly more than I say to him probably. It's like, bro, I'm gonna be honest with you.
332.
Yo, I think Drake got to do an interview, or he just has to not comment on anything. But I also then say, like, say that Super Bowl comment. I seen like lame ass Ebro talking about it. Like, well, why would Drake say that? Drake isn't looking at. I'm pretty sure Drake has messaged you about whatever before in the past. Drake isn't looking at you, me, Mealy Mall, or anybody he communicates with as, oh, make the statement for me. He knows who he fucks with as media. If we ask him a question, he'll answer it. I guarantee, and y'all know I don't fuck with Mealy Mall. It's no way on earth he said to Mealy Mall, hey, by the way, could you let people know that I got offered the Super Bowl? I'm pretty sure Mealy Mall probably brought it up in a conversation, and Drake just said, I don't know if niggas think I should be mad. Like, bro, I got to turn that shit down mad times. I'm pretty sure that's exactly how the conversation goes. Now,
Mealy Mall becomes, yo, can I say that? Yeah, whatever goes.
I'm pretty sure it's not even that, because when me and Drake talk at this point, I'm like, I know what is personal and what's public. You get what I'm saying? Like, he said shit to me. I'm like, all right, Ak, this is some shit. Like, you don't have to be a fucking idiot to realize you don't say that, right? Or this is him just saying it as, yo, Ak, this is me. I fuck with you, so I want to give you some clarity, right? Versus, hey, this is like my response to some public shit. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you learned it. I guarantee he didn't ask Drake, because I guarantee it, bro. Bro, half of the things at this point with Drake, I don't ask that nigga if I can say it. The fuck? I just tell y'all. But usually he'll and I haven't said anything that he really never wanted nobody to know, because I could tell. Like, bro, if he's telling me something personal about, yo, Ak, let me tell you the story that happened with this artist. Bro, why the fuck would I get on here and be like, yo, so Drake told me that, yo, the last time he ran into so-and-so, it went, no, I could tell, like, that's just, yo, Ak, I just want to get you, just for your understanding, because, like, all right, cool, you're a huge media personality, but you're also a fan, but, like, you probably also are questioning. Like, just to let you know, this is for you to understand me, right? Not thinking I'm some fake-ass nigga, blah, blah. Okay, this is what happened, right? Like, I don't want to mention no story in particular, but
people from the outside, they don't realize that when we talk to a lot of these people behind the scenes, the reason that they feel comfortable to talk to us is because we're not blabbermouths. It's because we don't go tell everything that they told us.
Yo, when I always tell people when me and Drake first started like communicating, bro, he used to be unsending everything. Like, you could tell he was just like, yo, bro, you're the feds. Real talk. Yeah. Now at this point, bro, a lot of even the things I discuss on air, like, I know why certain guys don't like him. Like, for real. I know what at least his side, their interaction was, but he didn't say, Ak, go tell the world. Now, I'm not going to call nobody's name, like, but I know half of these niggas who have either sneak dissed him or they've fell apart. Like, he's explained most times voluntarily, just like, yo, bro, and so I seen you talk about that, or because Drake watches everything. It's like, I see you talk about that. That guy is blah 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 blah. I'm not gonna get on stream and be like, well, Drake told me. You get what I'm saying? But obviously, if he like say, and that's why I can't even blame Mealy Mall. If he had told me something about like, yo, he got offered by the Super Bowl. Now, that's what I'm saying, that I think, sometimes Drake might have to be cognizant, because people you associate with, like Mealy Mall is just thinking, because he's talking the shit. Man, what y'all talking about? Drake don't give a fuck about that nigga. He been offered the Super Bowl 5 times. Oh, we didn't know it was that. Oh, shit. Oh, my bad. I shouldn't have said that. So he's not telling Mealy Mall to say it, But Millie Moore knows the information because he talks to the dude. But that's
Yeah,
where I
but
also get.
we also got to know saying certain things on a podcast on a public platform that is behind the scenes information that nobody else will have, no other platform will have, is going to turn you the fuck up. You know that.
No, of course. And that's what I've always told people. I'm like, I talk to Drake. Like, bro, he's told me things that if I ever wanted to fucking like just be like, yo, we're going super duper viral. We're super duper but you learn, well, I learned to like, all right, bet. So if like for example, like, okay, when he was dropping Family Matters, bro, he knows I'm asking him in the context of, yo, I'm out right now. Should I stream tonight? Like, we popping off tonight? Like, that's what's happening?
Mm-hmm.
He was even guarded with that info until he was just like, yo, bro, just hop on stream in 30 minutes, yo. It's going to be a good night. I'm like, all right, bet, I get it. Because you know what? He knows when Kai Cenat calls me, and he didn't talk to Kai that night. Kai Cenat calls me because the clip went viral quickly. I tell Kai, yo, Kai, stay on stream. Right? That's not like a PR thing. That's just him, bro. He don't talk to many people. But this is why I also get to the point of, and I wonder what you think about this. I do think that he's going to have to speak through either an interview or just get on your live or your radio show and just speak, because what's happening now is that everything that is involved with you, they take it the wrong way. Like, the question is, well, why would Drake want to send somebody go say that he got offered the Super Bowl? He must be really mad that Kendrick got. No, that's not what it was. Nigga asked him about Kendrick. You know what I'm saying? So I do think that, ultimately I benefit from that, right? Like, if Drake don't talk to most of these niggas, but he talk to me, I benefit from it. But I also understand how it hurts him. So, like, that's why even now I encourage him to speak for himself. Like, yo, bro, just hop on your music or your radio show, and even if it's 10 minutes, like, speak from your own words.
On the We Love Hip Hop podcast.
Yeah, or shit, hop on with, I don't care where it's at. You know what I mean? Because what happens is a lot of times people get info, like, for example, right? I just said this Beyonce shit, which is like, Drake didn't tell me to go tell y'all, but like, I don't think that's like some private conversation. I'm gonna be honest with you. That's me making that decision, right? Like, first of all, he messaged an account that he knows other eyes see. He knows this is our new, like, he knows how to just talk to me if it's just me. And I'm like, yo, he's just clarifying something to us. And I guarantee, I get it. Okay, so that clarification, I'm talking to Friday, the most lit Canadian media member out right now. Cool, we're talking about Drake, we're talking about The Weeknd. Beyonce comes up, oh, let me just clarify this that Drake said. Did Drake say it now? Fuck no. You know what I'm saying? He'd probably be cool. He never said ever say something publicly. He'd probably be cool with me not saying nothing at all. But me understanding, but here's the thing. For me, it's important to counteract some of the narratives, right? Because, Joe Budden gets on his podcast, and shout out to Joe, media great. He hears something, Ice hears something. Well, the direct artist tells me something else. The other way of him doing it is him just getting on his social media and just throwing it up on a story like, yo, just posting a clip and be like, cap. You know what I mean? But that's just not
that looks defensive. That looks very defensive to do something like that, though. That means you're listening to every single word that they're saying over there on that couch in New Jersey.
Yeah.
So you don't want to look like that.
And the only reason why it looks, everything is, that's why I say I want Drake to speak for himself a little bit more now, is because we're in a time they're trying to make everything with him look bad. For example, yo, Kai Cenat got a song from Yachty. Nigga, Yachty told me he sent it. Yo, I have this. No, well, I have the same song then. Also, Kai Cenat got a song from Dirk. Bro, I have the full song on my phone. I didn't get it from Drake. You know what's so funny? Drake has never sent me a song. That's what people don't realize. Drake has never said, here's a song. He's told me songs about to come out. But usually of course, I have leaks at every label if I need to. But that's what people think that, oh no, he's leaking things via act. No. You know what I mean? And by the way, this isn't a, let's feel bad for Drake shit. I guess I'm speaking as a media personality saying, yo, I think Drake right now is in a position where many people have been in, where people want to interpret shit negatively. And it's probably better for him to speak, to try to control the narrative a little bit more, because anything that comes through Ak, even Millie Mall or anybody else, they're gonna take it as a cowardice way of putting out information that is supposedly reactive instead of just doing your thing. You know what I mean? And
I think Drake needs to give us a full interview, maybe an hour-long interview, right before he drops his next album.
And by the way, I'm a little torn on you saying that, because I agree, because I love this shit, right? But I'm a little bit torn. Bro, why doesn't nobody say that about Kendrick? He's caused the most tumultuous moment of this year, of this decade. And nobody says he needs to explain himself at all. So why does Drake? Drake has done more. He's done more interviews than Kendrick and Cole combined. Why does he?
Because in the eyes of the public, Kendrick has taken the W, so he doesn't have to go and do an interview. But with
wait,
all right. That Drake took.
Hold on.
People think, okay, he needs to respond to all of the different things. The
No, but respond in music. Okay. No. I'm getting everything you're saying, but why isn't it? So because you think that Kendrick took the W, he doesn't have to explain himself? Yo, I keep telling people, if we really want to be honest with ourselves, we are a little bit spoiled when it comes to Drake. We'll say Drake needs to do A, B, C, and D. Yo, Kendrick killing him right now. That nigga falling off. You look on the stats, Drake's streams are killing Kendrick. Nobody cares about that, but nah, Drake got to respond to this. Nah, Drake got to do. Why don't we ever have the same type of attitude towards, like, what? And I'm asking you a serious question. Why did we never say, yo, J. Cole has to give us an interview to explain why he apologized? Why not?
That's a good question. You know what? He doesn't, right now, he's lost so much respect that people are not even checking for what his next project might be right now.
Bro, that's not true.
Wait until everything cools off before he drops the next project.
Bro, that's not
true. I don't even think people want to hear from him.
Yo, chat. One in the chat, and y'all tell me if y'all agree with me or y'all agree with Friday. Bro, yes, J. Cole went through it, but especially after this battle and seeing what happened, J. Cole could drop next year. His sales does not go down. People don't give a fuck.
Next year. Well, what about if he dropped this Friday or tonight?
Well, I think people would think he'll be addressing it, but I still don't think it affects him as much as, yo, we expect things from Drake we don't expect from anybody else, bro. I'm telling you. J. Cole does, yo, if it was Drake, we think Drake has to explain himself. We don't think Cole got to explain himself. We never think Kendrick got to explain himself. Kendrick just started a whole campaign of hate when the two other people say, we're the big three, like we started a league. That's what they said. He got jealous and say, fuck the big three, it's just me. He then baited another guy to battle him, who then apologized, and another guy who then said, I'll battle you. Okay, good, whatever the result is. But nobody says Kendrick got to explain himself of why the fuck he felt insecure to start those issues with people who weren't directly shooting at him. Why doesn't he have to respond? So that's my whole point when we talk about this shit. Oh, Drake got to do.
I know why the people feel he should respond.
What?
Because out of the big three, Drake posts the most. It goes back to even the conversation
I do agree with that.
With Drake being the most accessible. If you go on all of their social media pages, Drake is the most active out of all three of them. So he's the most vocal out of the three. So when anything happens, people are like, so what's your answer? What you got to say to that? Where the other two have set a trend of barely talking in the first place, so you don't expect the same from them. I'm just going by what the public may feel.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
What you just said, I couldn't agree more. I guarantee Kendrick's first interview, let's say it's an hour and a half, not one question in that interview will be about, yo, did you really slap the fuck out of Whitney? Not one question.
He'll get an Emmy for it. Whoever does
Right.
it will get a fucking Emmy for the fucking interview, bro.
Yeah, but also he won't have to answer to certain questions because you said something right, and it goes back to I remember somebody said they say, "Yo, this is like super high up guy in the industry." He said, "The thing with Drake is that everybody knows a girl or somebody who has been mad close with Drake, like intimately, not necessarily sex wise, but just like." Has been in a room where Drake is mad accessible. And it's like the difference between him and Kendrick, even Cole or The Weeknd, is those people seem elusive. It feels like you would have to really look up to get to be in their space or get their attention. And I look at that and I'm like, yeah, that kind of comes into why we think he should answer for everything.
Yeah. This nigga's in bedrooms. He's on the beach. He's, you know what I'm saying? He's doing an interview in his crib. It's like, bruh, it makes it look like it's way easier to get an answer from Drake, even though he hasn't given us any answers or any type of interview type of answers in the last, 2 years, 3 years?
Yeah, no, I get it.
It makes it seem that way. And then if you go on through all the old footage, Breakfast Club and all, not Breakfast Club, but Hot 97 and all the different places that he's went to back when he was on his come up, there's a lot of Drake interview footage. Elliot has like 3 interviews with that nigga.
Do you think Drake could revert that? Because I do think Drake want to be elusive, but he still want to be cool. So he want to be
He
elusive.
has reverted it. That's why he hasn't done any interviews since Rap Radar.
Yeah,
Actually, no, that's not even true.
No, hold on.
That's not even true.
You're right. Since Bobby Alto, you're right. But like, people still expect if some crazy shit that happened by Kendrick, like say Kendrick does some crazy shit today, you expect that in the next 2 to 3 days, Drake is gonna post a story subliminally responded.
Yes.
And do you think it's his use of social media? Because Kendrick doesn't post. Like, you don't even know where you would go to find Kendrick's response to something. Like, what's his demeanor? Is he happy or sad? Is he feeling depressed? Is he feeling like, oh shit, I'm under pressure? We have no idea. J. Cole, you gotta find that nigga.
And then he disappeared.
Yeah, J. Cole, you gotta find him on a bike trail.
Yeah.
Do you think that Drake could do you think that Drake could almost restore that mystique in a sense? And how does he do it? Does he just stop posting on the gram? I was thinking about, I'm like, yo, if after he dropped the Hard Part 6, he never posted anything more till now. Let's say now. So remember that happened in May. That's 4 months till now, right? Let's say Drake just pops out right now, either with No Face or Circadian Rhythm. Do we look at those songs and be like, oh shit, like fuck the beef, what is he on now? Or, does that not work for him in terms of?
I don't know. I think people would still be, the beef would still be looming at this point right now. Maybe in a year from now.
Whoa,
right?
yeah,
But the thing is with Drake, he's also contractually obligated to for companies like Stakes, where I'm sure he has to do a certain amount of posts per month. And it's hard to just disappear when it comes to social media for him.
Yeah, but that's not true, bro.
I'm saying, like, he'd have to fuck off the bag. Or
no, yeah, that's not true. I've talked to young boys people before, and maybe I shouldn't say this, but I'll say it anyway. They told me their demeanor to certain deals is like, yo, listen. They're like, yo, when we do a deal, we make sure we put in there that we're always going to complete the deal. But at times, because you're dealing with an artist, things might come up that he can't commit to doing. Like, obviously, YoungBoy never ever agreed to this. So I'm making this up. He can't agree to doing a once a week podcast every year because he might be in a position where he has to go on tour or he has to do this or he might be going through A, B, C, or D. And what we could do is we could agree to you getting 52 episodes. We don't know if it could be every time y'all want it, like an Akademiks could do, right? Because that's Akademiks' job. He's an artist. So I do think that Drake's deal and the leverage he has is malleable enough where he says, yo, cool, I'm still going to give you a radio show where I appear on for 17 times out of whatever period. But also, if I need to go disappear to keep my aura, my mystique up, I could disappear for 7 months without me torpedoed in these deals. Like, you think that if Drake missed 1 week of Steak promotion is over, or 1 month? I think Drake could, like, they're going to, if he says to them, hey, we're going to put this deal on pause, I'm going dark for the next 6-7 months. They're going to be like, all right, we'll pick it up in 6-7 months. It's Drake. You don't think so?
Well, maybe it goes back to, the conversation that we were having a while back. Maybe that's what he needs to do. He might need to go dark. Put the black screen up on his Instagram and be like, I'm off this, guys. I'll see y'all in 6 months. This is what he wanted to do originally, Ak. He was saying he wanted to go on a vacation. When is this vacation happening?
Yo, I feel so bad for Drake because he's been working like a dog, bro. Oh my God.
Doesn't he have a stomach issue, dog? Didn't the man say, yo, I got a stomach issue I got to tend to.
Yo.
I'm going to go on vacay for a little while. I'll see y'all soon.
Yo.
And then all of a sudden, boom.
Yo, let me tell you this. And some of the conversations, see, these conversations I can't or won't bring on to just, for public consumption. But me and Drake have talked about how laborious this has been in terms of all the work he did before, dropping all them albums, going on tour, then doing an extra leg tour, and he was about to take a break, and then this beef comes, and he's so dialed in, and like, I'm telling you, it's one of those. It's one of those. Like, yo, he had to really lock in, and here's the thing, cool. It's still not. Oh, all right, well, the battle is over. Let me go on a vacation. That nigga's still at it. Like, bro hasn't really. Oh, okay. All right, I'm up $1 billion. I'm about to. I'll see y'all niggas like in a while. Like, he's still at it, dog. The dude is still in the studio cranking it out. He's still writing every day. And yo, I'll tell you one of the this is a sincere conversation, and it was me really talking to Drake as more of a man than anything else. And I asked him about burnout, and I said, "Bro, are you good?" Like, I was just because, again, we've communicated. I've never communicated more than during the battle, to be honest. But I know how much, like, at it, like, just fucking, just in there putting in work, ready for whatever, strategizing, just. And I remember I said to him, I said, bro, how you feeling? Are you like feeling like burnt out? Like, bro, you need a break. Like, almost, and me as a fan, and I'm also speaking to him as a fan, so I'm not saying I want to speak to him like his best friend. I'm like, yo, bro, I remember us talking about that break you were gonna you need a break, bro. He's like, nah, bro, I'm feeling good. He's like, I'm still feeling good. I'm feeling ready. And I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, yo, this nigga gotta be burnt out. And even now I'm looking at him like, yo,
man, tired, Bridget.
Bro, you gotta take a break. The nigga been literally on, like, going. I guarantee, like, we haven't heard from Drake in, like, like a week and a half. But I guarantee he got like 5 more songs ready. Like, yo, I'm about 100 gigs more. Like, nigga gotta chill. You know what I mean? He needs a break. Honestly, just me personally.
It'd be one thing if he didn't say it. He said it to us. He publicly put that out to the public. Like, yo, I'm gonna take a break. It'd be what we're not in speculation land anymore. We've seen the statement.
Yeah, bro. I'm gonna be honest. You know what though? But that's what I do admire about him. Like, from a fan level, it's like, bro, if I'm in my 15th year and I'm a legend, I'm like, literally, I'm gonna be on one hand when you talk about the top 5 rappers of all time and top 5 successful rappers of all time. Like, they did a stat that, like, yo, his discography based on, like, his success is greater than ever. Well, actually, streaming success. So I guess it's in post, because streaming really started like after like 2014. but his catalog outstreams an entire decade. You know, like again, he's going to be list. I think it's the 80s, like outstreams everybody in the 80s combined, right? And I think about that. I'm like, yo, he's you know, the guy's rich as fuck. Like we're hearing these deals, 400 million. The next one he's trying to get 600, 700. He got a $200 million deal with Stake. He has money's just like dropping everywhere for this guy, right? Yo, to see him still give a fuck that much, like, and this is why even when I discuss, and you know, I'll share this part, but like, this is why even when I discuss like him battling, bro, literally told me, he said, yo, bro, he's like, I really don't give a fuck about it. I battled that nigga for my fans. Like, bro, I'm not ducking no face from none of these guys. I don't give a fuck. Like, that's just not who I am. I'm a hip hop nigga. Like, I'm always gonna take the. It's like, yo, my fans are never gonna say no rapper got nothing against me. I'm here to squabble. I don't care if you've been working on a song for 10 years. And nigga, I ain't gonna lie to you, that impressed me. That, like, I felt like I was like, I'm rocking with the GOAT. Like, the GOAT doesn't get rich and fall off. Or it doesn't say, oh, okay, I got the jumbo jet. I don't care. The guy gets $1 billion and says, nigga, I'm still down to do the shit, the elementary shit, the rudimentary, fundamental shit that got me here. And I was just like, bro, I respect it. I'm gonna be honest with you, I respect it a lot. You get what I'm saying?
You know what's crazy? The man said, "Diss me and you'll never hear a reply" in the beginning of his career, and he has not stopped replying since.
Well, I took that over time to be, if you're like an artist now on his caliber. Like, I think that was for like Joe Budden. No disrespect. I love my man Joe Budden. Really? Yo, because I've always, and I've kind of tried to ask Joe. Have you ever told to Joe, by the way?
Nah.
Yo, I've always kind of like tried to like ask Joe, like, yo, you gotta feel a little way that like Pusha T took a little bit of your sauce when he was dissing Drake, and it worked. And he got mad credit for it, like he invented the wheel. And then Kendrick took a little bit of Pusha's sauce, and definitely just everybody who's been successful, or at least gotten some credit of having some success against Drake in terms of competition lyrically or whatever. Like, Joe is giving a lot of blueprint. It's just that when he did it, Drake was just like, Drake just clowned him out, man. Like, he's just like, yo, man, who gives a fuck about this guy? You get what I mean? But like,
I'm not a one-hit wonder. They all know my stuff.
Yeah, man, he clowned him out. But like, go listen to Wake. Go listen to some of these tracks, and you're gonna see a lot of like Kendrick Euphoria. It's no way Kendrick wrote Euphoria without listening to Joe Budden's diss song in the last week or two before he wrote it. Reason being, Joe eloquently put out certain themes and certain things that he could go down those routes to try to attack Drake. Drake didn't bite at all though, so like he never got to do it, right? Like, you know, and by the way, Joe even admitted, I think he said that he knew certain stuff that later got brought up that he was holding as like, yo, this is a kill shot, but Drake didn't engage. But which makes it a really smart move. It's like, if I really engage with you, nah, I'm not gonna give you that look. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
but then
he would have amplified him if he had engaged at that time.
Yeah, and then but Kendrick comes with it, and you can't ignore Kendrick. But he's hitting you. I'm not saying, you know, Kendrick obviously is a master of what he does too. I gain a lot of respect for Kendrick during this battle. You know, obviously, you know, I do feel like, you know, he capped about a bunch of stuff, but you can't be in hip hop and be like, oh no, we only love the truth, because come on, that's why I fucked your bitch, you fat motherfucker. Apparently, you never fucked Faith. You know what I mean? Apparently, right? So like, lying and a good lie is great. You know what I mean? Like, yo, bro, if you got a girl, I'm gonna say I fucked her, right? If you, you know what I mean? If your chain got snatched, I'm gonna say my man's did it, right? So, you know,
what did Charlamagne say? Nobody cares about the truth if the lie is more entertaining.
Yeah, and I think that's why I kind of look at it and I'm like, Kendrick was a great strategist during this battle. I gotta give it to him. I gave it to him too. You know what I mean? But
you know what? I just had an epiphany, about
somebody said 36 in a karate class. Bro, I actually got the picture of Jay-Z being 36 in a karate class. Y'all want me to put it up now? Like that was true. That was not cap. Jay-Z was
Really?
in. Yeah, I got a picture right now.
I know he was doing something with the Billy Blanks guy, who did the Tybo thing.
Nah, Chad, I'm trolling. I'm trolling.
I'm
I'm
about to
trolling.
say, holy
Right? I'll be
shit.
like his hip hop history. Yo, they did say Nas's lines were like, yo, like a lot of cap. Cause it was like when you was getting chased through your building, calling my phone, and I ain't even give you my number. What I did was give you a style that you could run with, smiling in my face, glad to break breads with a guard.
Yeah, he probably never called him.
All right, it don't matter.
No, but I just had an epiphany about Joe.
What?
Joe might have never retired if Drake had responded to those 4 tracks that he made back at that time. Because if he had responded to those songs and, let's say, amplified Joe's music at that time to the point where Joe got a bigger music career than he had before, he might have not retired from music.
No, you're spitting facts right now. Like I'm actually gonna give someone credit who people gonna be like, "Why are you giving him credit?" I'm gonna give actually Adam 22 credit, and it's about complimenting Joe Budden's podcast style. He says Joe is pretty good at when speaking about a topic, not just always relating to his experience. Let's be clear. The rumors are that Drake fucked Joe's longtime ex Tahiri. Or brought her to some island and allegedly messed with her. Bro, you know if I'm Joe, every time it comes up that a nigga is now trying to knock Drake head in for fucking their girl, I would mention that he did it to me. Joe does not even mention it at all. Like he talks about it as a neutral arbiter, which is like, bro, if a nigga robbed you and now you're covering him robbing other niggas, you'd be like, bro, it's the same way he robbed me, right? Like you would just constantly bring it up. Joe is pretty good at never doing that, right? So I agree with you with that, and I felt like he stayed impartial and just kind of played the to a certain extent, because I think recently he couldn't wait for Drake to lose. But he stayed within the podcast realm. Not only that, I think ironically, there's so much irony in Joe's career, because I think the other half of the reason why he retired, I think is Jay, honestly.
Tell me why. So,
Jay, Def Jam, his impact on the game, and just how the trajectory of like major labels and even somebody like Jay-Z pushed it, I believe that was very influential for Joe to realize like, yo, this game isn't meant for somebody like you. You get what I'm saying? Remember, Joe's a guy who infamously said his biggest song, Pump It Up, he hates performing and he hates the song, right? He wants to do mood music. He wants to do songs that are just not commercial. And what we learned with a nigga like Jay-Z is that he always exploited the commercial aspects of the game while still being able to rap well, but also like his executive moves, whether leading Def Jam and, kind of shaping and shifting the roster about who they would prioritize, this and third, I think that all kind of, and at point, it looked like there was a little tiff there with Jay and Joe. It kind of felt like it might have, I'm not saying directly, but kind of help edge him out the game like, yo, rap isn't a profitable thing for you. You get what I'm saying? And I think it edged him towards being independent. And then once being independent, I think obviously one of the last Hail Marys was dissing Drake that didn't work. So I think it's both of them. So I think Joe is, when I was at his birthday party, bro, my man's smiling from ear to ear. He's having such a great time being a podcaster. And do I think that Joe think any of these niggas, including Drake, is nicer to him? Fuck no. But I think he realized that the game was maybe never stacked in his favor, or he didn't have the proper tools to take advantage at that point. So now he looks at it and it's all irony. You know why? The poppin' rappers want a podcast. There's a time that Nicki Minaj shitted on the fact that he had a podcast and then she went and got a radio show, right? He's also watching some of these artists who, remember him and Joe, and he always thought that he was a guy that was just independent and people could, kind of bully him around. He's watching that happen with Jay-Z and Drake, because that's what's happening. So he's kind of watching from this is this is poetry in motion right here. Like he's watching Jay and Drake kind of have some little tussling, but also watch a guy who's super more industry than another guy who might have the talent and obviously the cachet right now, but maybe not as industry and hanging out with Jack Dorsey type of shit. And he's watching people go through the same shit he has, because no matter what you might think, yeah, we have streaming going on, but the music industry hasn't changed that much. We're just seeing the same things happen to new artists in different ways.
Yeah, the stars aligned for Joe. He stopped rapping and he got into the podcast game at the right time, and he was ahead of the game as far as just even documenting everything on YouTube and the Joe Button TV and everything. So yeah. I can't even see Joe playing ball as far as what needs to be done to become a big rapper in the music industry.
You know what's so funny?
He was always going to be an underground rapper.
You know what's so funny? I think people think that like he has some regrets about his rap career. I think when he started Everyday Struggle, that's why I say that Everyday Struggle would never be the same. When he started Everyday Struggle, he did. These days, Joe has made so much money. Joe has made more money as a podcaster than he's ever made as a rapper. He's just way more in a position of leverage that I think he looks at him being a rapper as great. Yes, he does have one of the most respected skills or top respected skills ever when it comes to that. But he realizes that as a businessman and his leverage, he would never have that in rap what he has in podcasting. So I don't think he misses that at all. You know what I mean? It's like it's like saying, hey, yo, you used to work at McDonald's and you used to be really good at doing whatever, but you're getting $9 an hour. Now, motherfucker, you run I don't know. You're the person. Well, I can't call this shit Arby's like it because his podcast busted. You do something that people might think is less fun, but it's way more beneficial for you. Just way more beneficial, right? And also, I think he probably equates to fun at this point too. So I don't know.
Yeah, a lot of rappers want to be podcasters because they're starting to see there's way more benefit in becoming a streamer or a podcaster. There's more money to be made. There's more, you can see that stream of income coming in right away, not worrying about how much money you're getting per stream.
Cam's getting that bag, bro. Like, look at Cam and Mace. They're getting that bag. Chat, I wanted to play this real quick. This is going to get us on some conspiracy theory shit. And on Friday, you can definitely still hang out. Chat.
I'm gonna make a move though.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying?
All right, bet. Yo, everybody, this is my man. Friday, please go check him out. Shout your socials that they could go check out you and your podcast and everything you got going on, brother.
Look for We Love Hip Hop. We are on everything on YouTube as well as all listening platforms. We put out YouTube clips every single day. So We Love Hip Hop Network on everything.
Exactly. Go check my man out, bro. Appreciate you for being on here, bro.
Thank you, Salute.
All right, definitely. All right, chat. I wanted to play this real quick. We're going to get our tinfoil hats on. I'm going to get a tinfoil hat because I need one of those. 50 Cent was speaking at InvestFest, and I want to salute to the brothers who have this podcast. What's the name of their podcast again? It's, oh my God. I feel disrespectful now. InvestFest. Earn Your Leisure, I'm sorry. Earn Your Leisure. Okay, so they were interviewing 50 Cent at their live event. By the way, they had like 20,000 people watching. Like, there were 20,000 people in attendance. They filled out an arena. So these guys are huge. They're a big deal. And while talking to 50 Cent, 50 started talking about the liquor game, but he also expressed that he believes that Diddy's now legal situation, which is criminal, is kind of in part to the fact that Diddy fell out with the liquor brand. And this is how he described it. Check this out.
Experience with major corporations like my particular experience with Beam Centauri, it was great in the beginning. It's great for us to work for them. It is not so cool when you start to own things. You see what I'm saying? So I made a lot of money with them too. Like, there's a point, they did a deal that mirrored what Puffy's deal with Diageo was for Ciroc. So he didn't have ownership of that at any point, but he was getting a lot of money, like almost like $60 million a year at one point. So you see him go to daily on is when you see him have some issues. And these people have really strong relationships. Don't think that.
Okay, I do want to pause that. I want to keep giving y'all information to make y'all knowledge a little bit stronger. What I've heard behind the scenes and from very reputable sources is that Ciroc, the original brand, the blue dot one, the one that is non-flavored, Diddy had no stock in them. Okay, and primarily really he never had any percentage ownership over Ciroc. Period. What they did, they used to give him like a influencer endorsement fee. This is your money to keep promoting Ciroc. He became such a big lifestyle part of their promotion and part of their sales growth that they brought him in and they said, we're going to do you one better. So other than the money you're just getting for promoting Ciroc, we're going to give flavored Ciroc to the market. You'll get paid a percentage, or actually, I think it was just a couple of, cents on the dollar or dollars on whatever the price was for every case of these flavored vodkas being sold. So what did it do? It didn't give him ownership of Ciroc, but it gave him an incentive to push the flavored vodkas. That's why he was like, Coco Loso, here's the peach. We got apple Ciroc. You realize at a point he kept doing flavored vodka because he was getting a few dollars or a percentage of each box that was being sold. Okay? Now, ultimately, what he wanted to get to was not keep introducing different flavor. Watermelon, grape, mango. He wanted to get percentage on the brand overall. That was never going to happen with Ciroc. Ciroc is in existence before him, and even though he did wonders for the brand, especially marketing it to a urban base, they're not going to give you something that's an already existing product. And also what they're going to say to you, what we paid you for the endorsement fee, your equity is already, like what you did for our brand is already done. So while we're not going to pay you in post for something you already did that we paid you for before. Now, sometimes that results in people be like, all right, well, cool, I'll tell people not to drink it now. And maybe sometimes you could leverage that. It could be like, yo, hey, I'll get off y'all brand and tell people not to drink it. Anyway, what they did do is that, tequila started popping up. So we get the Casamigos and, the Don Julios who start getting more popularity in urban communities. And they basically say to him, we will do a deal with you for this brand called De Leon. I believe De Leon is tequila, right? Is it? Let's see. De Leon. Yeah, tequila. It's a tequila. So what they said is, we're going to give you the deal that Jay-Z has. And this is how you have to realize it's like back to Sean John, who was distributed through Mark Echo. No, not Sean John. G-Unit Clothing that went through Mark Echo, I believe. These bigger brands that are already established have these bigger contracts already. They're like, okay, we'll partner with you, but we own 50%. And the same with Douce. Bacardi had owned part of Douce. And same with De Leon. Diageo had owned part of De Leon. Now, Diddy started feeling a type of way because he wants to transition from promoting Ciroc, which is smoothly sailing. Why keep promoting the shit? I'm getting $5 per whatever. I want to promote the shit that I get percentage. And that's where supposedly the issue started. They wouldn't approve budgets, wouldn't approve the marketing and promotion to get De Leon to the point that they initially approved Ciroc to get to. And did he start to realize what Kanye say? Even if you in a coupe, you just a nigga in a coupe, or whatever that line was. Yeah. They own 100% of Ciroc. Ciroc is going to have this budget. They own only 50% of De Leon. De Leon's going to have this budget. He didn't feel too good about that. Called them out about lack of promotion allocation in terms of dollars, a lot of other things. to the point that Diddy said, "I'm gonna sue them." I don't know if y'all remember this. I think it was at InvestFest. Diddy talked about the Diddy InvestFest. Ciroc. He talked about his issue. Yeah, it's a year ago.
Yeah.
By the way, shout out to the brothers at Earn Your Leisure. This was a year ago during the midst of the Diageo lawsuit.
And they still get treated equally.
Let me play a little bit of this. I want to take a piss real quick because I got to pee. I haven't peed in 6 hours, chat. I'm drinking a lot of liquor, okay? Not Diageo. Well, actually, it's drink. Is this on my Diageo? Anyway, everybody drink Happy Dad. That's what y'all should be drinking. Be right back.
Hey, I just want to take a second to give my brothers their flowers. Earn Your Leisure, Rashad and Troy, what they have ignited in our community for financial literacy is something that is needed and something that's God sent. And this right here is the Hustlers Super Bowl. And so let's just make some noise for these two brothers right here for teaching us and showing us the way. Earn Your Leisure.
Nah, that's crazy, man. That's
Hustle
crazy.
Super Bowl. I like it. I like that.
Let's get into it, man. We got a lot to talk about, but let's start at the beginning. So,
yeah,
I want to know, starting Bad Boy Records, right? To me, definitely top 2, top 3 labels ever when it comes to hip hop music, right? Inspired you to have that vision in the early 90s. It's trendy to have a record label now, but especially the way you did it as far as hiring the top producers, making sure you had the top in-house talent. You kind of navigated it very strategically. What was your thought process when you was 19 years old doing that?
I would have to say, starting Bad Boy, I had to tap into the love, I fell in love with hip hop the first day I heard like this battle mixtape of the Treacherous 3 versus the Funky 4+1. Y'all may not know about any of this, but it was like the upcoming rap groups that didn't have any other exposure until the Sugar Hill Gang came. And when the Sugar Hill Gang record dropped, and I heard it played on the station WBLS, I knew that hip hop had arrived. And so I started looking at it as a possible career. But it really came to me when I was at the Fresh Fest in the late 80s, when I saw Run DMC in Madison Square Garden tell everybody to hold up their Adidas in 30.
Okay, all right, we're going to get to the Diageo stuff.
Get treated equally. And so for me, with the record company, I had to look bigger than hip.
Okay, so he's talking about the record company. Let's get to the Diageo.
Every decision I was making, I was like, that this is something that I have to change. I can't just come and get this check and not be changing the way the ecosystem is. So if you want to have a successful brand, you have to have, number one is you have to have the supply to meet the demand, and then you have to have the distribution. And so if people control your supply and control your distribution, they control your future. And so that's what I'm fighting for right now.
So let's talk about Ciroc. Is that one of the biggest regrets that you made as far as not having equity in Ciroc?
No, it's not a regret. Everybody has a journey, and that's just really how, corporate America works. You gotta pay your dues to get in, and they make us prove ourselves over and over and over. And I don't have any regrets because the journey was the most important. And also, I'm not really letting Ciroc go. So, I'm going through this, but it's part of the journey. So I had to go through this to be able to get to this point.
But when you spoke to us, it was enlightening because even if you look at a lot of the billionaires in our culture, it's because of spirits. When you look at Jay, you look at yourself, a lot of people have made their money not so much on the music side, but on the spirit side. Then you look at somebody like George Clooney, who's one of the greatest actors of all time. He became a billionaire because of tequila on the low. Like, you know what I mean? So it's like when you were saying how other brands were put in bars and put in restaurants and there was marketing dollars behind that, that's why you heard of these liquors that you never heard of before.
they weren't putting your liquor in the same places, and they was actually just relying on your star power and not giving you the marketing dollar. It's kind of like fighting with your hands cuffed. So I think it's great to communicate that, because from the outside in, it could be looked at as like, that's just somebody's rich problems, like me soon, like, you know what I'm saying? But it's like you said, it's bigger than you, because it's like, all right, this is a problem that's faced across the board, where black companies get less funding, black companies get less promotion, less distribution. If you look at InvestFest, look how many people is here right now. There's no reason why we shouldn't have $10 million in corporate sponsorships, right? If we was a white entity and it was all white people, every single corporation in America would be sponsoring InvestFest, right?
Facts.
But these are the problems that are hard to communicate, because it's like most people, you're worried about, paycheck to paycheck, right? So you're not worrying about that, but it's like on a higher level, there's different levels of racism. This is the level of racism that you don't see. So it looks like, oh, we millionaires and we get 15,000 people, but it's like somebody else can do a fraction of this and get way more money and be on CNBC and be on Bloomberg. But when we get on, it's for diversity or a black initiative or Black History Month. That's a systemic problem in this country that's hard to communicate, because people don't fully understand it. And you told me, so you was like, on your level, there's issues that's hard to communicate because we don't understand it, because we're not at the billionaire level. So I think it's just important it's always, every level that you go to, there's different hurdles.
Yes. One of the things I've been blessed to see is having 30 years in corporate America with partnerships. And we have to come to the reality that nobody is coming to save us. No one is coming to save us. Out of all the business revenue in America,
see your donation, by the way. I'm looking it up.
Only 1% goes to black businesses. But then there's an accountability from us, because we have a $1.8 trillion buying power.
I created.
And only 2% of that we circulate in our own communities. So we can't complain. We know what it is. It's time to change the tone. We have to unify.
Walked away from it. It was like, how can we be as disruptive?
But from day one, for me, my purpose was always to make sure that I was working to make life better for my people. So as I looked at where we're supposed to be as a people, in 2053, they said we're going to have zero net wealth as a people. So I didn't want to sit there and complain about it. I'm like, what do we have to do? What do we have to do? And I remember Tulsa. And I was like, Tulsa, Black Wall Street, Black Main Street. And I was like, I'm standing on the shoulders of my ancestors right now. I said, I have the mind and creativity to make a global marketplace, to make the new black Amazon where we can see ourselves circulating our dollars. I don't want to ask nobody for shit. I'm going. It's Empowered Global. It's a solution, and it puts accountability back on us. We cannot leave this room and not have the accountability to do better, because it's ridiculous that out of $1.8 trillion, we only love ourselves 2%. And so Empowered Global was created for entrepreneurs of color.
I'm trying to get him to address the Diageo shit. Hold on.
If you don't control your narrative, somebody else will control it.
But as 19 Keys likes to say, there's also positive propaganda, right? So I think that we at EYL, we provide positive propaganda, where this is good stories and inspirational stories of appearance of media in the black community.
Yes. Media is the most powerful industry in the world.
I agree.
If you don't control your narrative, somebody else will control it. I built Revolt not just as a platform to follow in the footsteps of BET, which I want to just give a shout out to Bob Johnson. We don't have the ability to compete. The money that you make, you put into your programming, you invest for it.
Are you talking about TV?
The opportunity is truly a blessing.
Talk about the process of selling your mind frame and then your mind frame and buying it back. A lot of black businesses get criticized when they sell.
I bet on black.
That's Sean John.
I bet on black culture.
These throwback videos of that puff energy, and it's infectious, right?
Here we go.
We'll talk
Like
about that.
I can't play a part of the
Here we go.
from anybody. Don't steal from nobody.
Not that way.
But it's your dreams. You got to manifest it, and you got to take it with that intense energy.
So as far as, I believe there's like 13 black billionaires in America. You're one of them. It's almost an impossible feat to accomplish.
Wait, hold on, wait. There's no claps for that? That should be standing to your feet. It's a black billionaire. You kidding me? Everybody should be up. That's crazy.
Man, it's a lot of people.
You know where he's from? New York.
Yo, we can never normalize being a billionaire.
Not an everyday thing, man.
By the way, we know almost all of them.
Yeah.
Also true.
That's a fact. We'll have another one tomorrow. That's a fact. Finesses
Two
only.
claps.
Yeah.
I wanna be careful with that, y'all. When they talk about us having money, and y'all look at us, it's truly an illusion of inclusion.
Talk
Like
about that.
I can't play a part of the illusion of inclusion. So you looking here at me like I'm totally included. No, I'm fighting for the same thing I was fighting for when I got into the game, but it's at another level. And so it's very important to understand this is the truth. Out of all the billionaires in the world got almost 9 billion people in it. There's only 16 black billionaires. So that's the illusion. So every time, it feels good for one of us to get in, two to get in, but we got to stop taking the crumbs. It's time for way more of us out of 9 billion. I want 2 billion to be billionaires. I don't want nothing less for myself or my people.
That's why I was going to ask you, as far as being such in rare space, who do you talk to? Like, I know obviously it's you and Jay, a few other people, but seeing it from the mountain as a
parent, you're going to hit these obstacles. There's this fear that
have way bigger followings than me.
To control of just like
love.
Talk about what you want to invest in and what you're doing.
Damn, he gave him $1 million. Yeah, they were on Diddy's ass back
out. If we unify, but we got to truly, truly unify. We have to truly, truly start making decisions that support our communities. We can't think that there's a government grant that's going to come distribution. I can never.
Okay, so it was kind of lightly talking about it. He never really fully talk about it. Do I have any other videos of him talking about it? I'll play the 50 Cent thing in full, and then I'll try to get back to it. This is a 50 Cent episode, I believe.
Highest rated show on that particular network, so it gives you the cachet that kind of allowed me a little more leverage with the things. What'd you say? Yes.
I think this is
And then it worked out. And my audience, I like to say this, my core audience was in college during 2003. Right?
Yes. They here right now.
Yeah.
18? Yeah, I think this is it.
And I love you. If you just made noise, I love you, because without you, I wouldn't be successful. See?
By the way, he was their big guest this year. Last year was Diddy. Same podcast. Shout out to Earn Your Leisure.
That core, that noise that you heard from 03.
Hold on.
The things that go on, like they are conscious of finance now, Republicans.
This is true.
So he done made some money. He said, fuck that.
One of the things we talk about, especially in this crowd, is access to capital, especially for black entrepreneurs, black business founders. In your space, money that comes from advertising. I wonder, do we face challenges the same way that entrepreneurs are facing when it comes to getting dollars from corporate?
Well, initially, when I get into a new venture, I finance it. Like I usually use my money to start, and then as we get into
What about that whole situation?
yeah, you have the experience with major corporations like me. My particular experience with Beam Centauri.
Oh, here we go.
Well, I want to talk about that, right? Sire Spirits.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Cognac and Le Chemin de Noir Champagne. I own the entire company. Like those. That's completely black owned.
Well, I want to talk about that, right? Sire Spirits.
Yeah.
So, all right, Sire Spirits, completely black owned, like you said, liquor company. Talk about that, because I know you had challenges before that, right? So, talk about that whole situation.
Yeah, you have the experience with major corporations like me. My particular experience with Beam Centauri, it was great in the beginning. It's great for us to work for them. It's not so cool when you start to own things. You see what I'm saying? So I made a lot of money with them too. Like there's a point they did a deal that mirrored what Puffy's deal with Diageo was for Ciroc. So he didn't have ownership of that at any point, but he was getting a lot of money, like almost like $60 million a year at one point. So when you see him go to De Leon is when you see him have some issues. And it gets bad. You know, and these people have really strong relationships. Don't think that the civil case doesn't turn into a criminal case faster because he's making them uncomfortable. That's a big part of it. You know what I mean? Like you look, when you go to the spirits businesses, it's not governed. They got a discus board that they created, right? If you got two companies that are
I like to pause that and give some context. It's not the first time I've heard that, and I could pull up another interview if you want me to. I'll go through the time to find it and pull it up. And obviously, I think your initial reaction will be like, "Well, you're pulling up shitty people." Martin Shkreli said the same thing. Martin Shkreli said what happened was the way we were impacting this market started messing with a lot of people who had a lot of, financial stake in the game. And he said, what usually happens is all these companies have the best law firms known to man. And if you know anything about law, a lot of times if you're a top company, your general counsel used to probably be working for the SEC or working for maybe some federal agency before they really got the bag in their private practice being your general counsel. And it's one of those things where if you're that big company and you say, yo, this guy Diddy or this guy Martin Shkreli is giving me hell, they say that to their general counsel who makes a call to the U.S. attorney who says, oh, we'll open up an investigation. And if you kind of realize at a point, if you got a lot of shit going on, we've heard all type of charges. They could find some charge to get you down on. And this kind of seems about to be what a thing, right? If we're believing 50, you start barking up the tree of Diageo, all of a sudden there's investigations that pop off. Now, we can't dismiss the Cassie thing, right? But still, you start barking up that tree, a lot of different things and investigations start falling down. So let me keep playing.
$3 billion a year, and Beam Centauri and Diageo, the distribution level is very hard for you to get things to a point where you can do the right numbers, the amount. So it's kind of like they incentivize the sales force by giving them box bonuses. And then when you sell a product, you get the bonuses off the boxes that's there. But you make that no matter what product you're selling. So if you sell Hennessy or Remy out the gate, they start to put downward pressure on the new companies. You see, I had a lawsuit with Remy. They said that because I had an oval-shaped bottle, that there was some sort of product confusion, and I'm like, where? It's a big B in the middle of the fucking bottle. Like you don't own the shape, the whole shape of the bottle. You know? And then we had went in there for a little while until it came, I started saying shit like, 1738, I bet they had slaves. Then shit got uncomfortable and it was like, look, relax, okay? Can we make donations to existing foundations to make you feel happy? Yeah. Yeah, and it went away. But they do spend $63 million targeting African American male consumers a year.
It's interesting to watch 50 even say this because 50 is clearly like Diddy's biggest op, right? Like publicly. And watching him kind of even admit that, yo, shit, a lot of this shit that's happening to you right now. Number one, I don't think it's because he's saying this because he gives a fuck about Diddy. I think he sees that now he's about to bark up some trees. Because you do realize that 50, he's been pretty impervious, but he's kind of stuck within the confines of all these companies. We've seen him when he did try to get into the headphone business with Sleek. We saw how that happen. Yeah, he sued them, but he ain't really make the dent. His biggest deal was probably vitamin water. Okay, cool, but Coca-Cola, he didn't directly go against Coca-Cola. He hasn't really necessarily gone up against like some of these behemoths as we're seeing Jay-Z has done, which by the way, I think Jay-Z is the only person who could probably say he's been, successful from a takedown or been impervious to a takedown. Remember, Jay-Z went against Apple Music and Spotify with Tidal, right? And even if, I still believe that, he, was pimping culture to get us to fuck with him, shit, he was getting at their bottom line, their market share. And if we're believing 50 here, where it's like, if you fuck with people's bottom line and market share, they might just get a criminal case, get you investigated for a criminal case and maybe even charged. Jay seemed to avoid that. But also, we got to point out that Jay started aligning himself with a lot of white men who are also very powerful. The Michael Rubins, the Jack Dorseys, like that's his crowd. He's not hanging with a bunch of niggas no more, right? And maybe, maybe Diddy was just out of line. But I do think the reason why he doesn't just throw Diddy under the bus is that, well, ain't 50 going to Shreveport to try to build a movie studio? Don't we say more than even the music business, the film entertainment business, the TV, like that business is really controlled? And God knows what maybe they've tried to do with Tyler Perry, but do you think they want somebody like 50 now, being the sole production company that's sending the majority of films, whether it be cultural or not, to platforms like Stars or maybe even other like streaming platforms at this point? No. So I do think, Diddy's thinking about his own mortality. Because if you believe this at all, you don't think they're coming for you? You're trying to make the billion. Where 50 is at, he's trying to make the $1 billion play. Jay Ben made the $1 billion play. Jay's a billionaire. Diddy Ben made the $1 billion play, right? Kanye made the $1 billion play, but he stepped out of line. They claim he's no longer a billionaire. 50, he realizes his turn. He's making the $1 billion play. So I think this is why he doesn't just completely be like, yo, Diddy, what's up? Like, of course he doesn't like the guy, but I think his satisfaction is in the fact that Diddy's in jail and can't fuck his baby mamas no more. I think that's his satisfaction. But this other stuff that's happening, I think he has to be smart enough to realize, well, if you believe any of that, you realize that they're coming for you next, right?
Remy, specifically. So.
By the way, some people say Ice Cube. Shit, Ice Cube didn't really fully all the way get the big three where it needs to get, but shit, I can imagine what Ice Cube's been fending off as well.
That's why that would be uncomfortable, me making those statements. And it's risk versus reward. It doesn't make sense to fight the fight. So they said, let's just let that go. But, they ripped me off too, man. God damn it. They did. They ripped me off. Because one of the head guys that has a sales for Being Victoria. They set up a play and they were able to send a letterhead from Beam Centauri over to France and get the champagne company to commit to coming out and talking to them. And they have these things like it's where you put agency fees, like someone who contacted your grower or a person who's producing the cognac for you and made the deal for you, and they put agency fees on the product. To give you an example of the scheme that they put together, it's like, say you wanted to sell T-shirts, and I go to China for you, and I tell the people in China, how much can you make the shirt for? And they tell me $4, and then I come back and I tell you, yo, they said $8. And then every time you send the check to the producer, they just put $4 on the side for them every time. So they ciphered off about $6 million from me in the very beginning. And then the legal fees has been almost a whole nother, almost $10 million. So
again, just 50's going through it too. He's trying to do something, and you got to always give these guys credit. They're trying to create an infrastructure that is a $1 billion empire that is entirely black owned and possibly independent. That threatens a lot of market share, and you got to imagine what could come from that. Obviously, Todd Perry has done it successfully, but then you have the 50s who's trying, and I think he's going to go through it too. 50. This is why I think 50's going to start toning down some of the rhetoric online. He's not going to be as petty. I think his last petty shit was Diddy. His last petty shit, if you ask me. But the more he gets involved, because here's the thing, 50 has to interact with politics to get the town to approve certain shit. He's influencing. He's trying to bring up the downtown area of Shreveport because he wants to turn where he's building an empire into a really thriving community. He's already gotten, not the key, but I think he got like some type of acknowledgement from the city. So again, he doesn't want to keep doing the bullshit. If you ask me, I would be shocked if he's still doing the super petty shit. This is his $1 billion play. It is what it is. And from what I'm hearing, when an African-American person tries to do an independent $1 billion play or tries to be free of the institution, it's cool while you're a billionaire with them, because Diddy was a billionaire with Diageo. When he started saying, nah, what's up with this? You're going to jail. Kanye was a billionaire with Adidas. The moment he started saying, fuck y'all, he got no more deals. You get what I'm saying? Again, not saying this is absolute fact, but things we should think about, all right? I've seen something pop up, and I want to clear up a few things. I've seen this pop up recently. Somebody says, Sean Diddy Combs' PR, Natalie Moore, has silently quit after over 20 years in the wake of his arrest. I'll read the story. Says Natalie Moore, who's been the head of communications for Diddy Multimedia Empire, has reportedly quit amid the fallout from his arrest. Known for her loyalty, I can't read, and unwavering support, she has been a cornerstone of Diddy's brand transformation from a bad boy rapper to a polished entrepreneur. She managed PR for his ventures, including clone line, fragrance collections, and most recently was the voice behind the denials of serious allegations he now faces. Moore met Combs while wetting up. Okay. Now, is this true? I'm guessing it's true. Apparently, it was on Baller Alert. Is this true? Let me see. It probably is true. It probably is true. Oh, yeah, it is. Okay, so Baller did respond to it. Man, in reality, just here's the fact. And this is my whole problem with the Diddy thing. And I guess this is why he does need PR. He probably got another PR. Her PR is probably, with all due respect, most for, entertainment. Right now, he needs criminal PR, right? He needs criminal PR for what he got going through. And also, here's the thing, too. Diddy not being free means a lot of people are going to get fired. Hey, your job is no longer needed in certain capacities. If your job was to promote, if you're the PR for Revolt, for his businesses, right now it's not about his business, it's about his freedom. So what's going to happen is that we're going to see people who we're going to consider essential get fired, or almost like get told that they got to resign, and that's the better way to let people go. And we're gonna think that it's Diddy in crisis or what? No, it's just, bro. The only thing that's on his mind is how to get out of a fucking cell, right? So why the fuck are you gonna pay a PR company to just put out whatever and shit? Like, clearly whatever PR they did didn't do much. You got landed in jail. So with all due respect to this person, he needs to save that money for his legal team. Like, fuck what people are saying about you at this point. Just get out. So I would imagine half of Combs' enterprise are getting fired. That's gonna be a fact. And by the way, I know that's gonna be true because I think Diddy and his team owe me like 10 grand. Nigga, after I seen all them lawsuits, I didn't even ask for it no more. Real talk. They owe me what they owe me money for. It was some Ciroc shit. And low-key was my fault because I should have submitted the invoice earlier. But once, like, I'm just not an asshole too. Like, once I seen the niggas starting to get railroaded with all type of shit, I'm like, oh, he's in a whole heap of problems. Yeah, after that, I'm like, bro, I look like a dick. Be like, yo, where's my 10 grand? Nah, bro. I think Combs Enterprise like shut down anyway. I don't even know what they got going on. Like, they're not paying niggas out. Right? So I'm like, bro, just focus on all your resources on trying to get the guy out or trying to make sure he's good. Yeah, everybody from there, y'all getting fired. I should have collected my money. I'm not getting paid. It's cool. Like, it is what it's a game, my nigga. I'm not tripping, right? But you're gonna see these news and it's gonna look crazy. It ain't crazy. Diddy saving money. Oh, y'all fired. Y'all got. Hey, you used to just be over there. You're managing Bad Boy Records. There ain't no Bad Boy Records now. You're fired. Everybody's fired. Everybody's fired. That's what it is. Everybody's fired. Okay. Diddy has to focus on his freedom. That's it. Okay. Maybe if he gets back in a position later on in life, 5 years, 10 years, maybe. But even then, it's like, come on, it's over, bro. Like, it's over. It's over. Okay. Yeah, no, chat. Like, I remember, yo, the last email between me and them, they're like, yo, are you gonna send the invoice? And usually me, I have mad outstanding invoices for everybody. I keep telling you, I tax everybody in the game. So I'm like, whatever. I was like lagging on it. And then I seen the Cassie lawsuit and I was like, probably a good time to like, I'm like, whatever. I'm thinking it's gonna get better. Then it increasingly got worse to then people thought, oh no, he's gonna get locked up. And I'm like, yeah, it's no way they're paying out now. It's like, for what? Yeah. Now, granted, I could sue them, but who gives a fuck, man? Who cares? Like, I'm just not fucking petty ass. You're a nigga fighting for his life. You're like, yo, give me my 10 grand. Nah, hell out of here. But yeah, it is what it is. So, all y'all niggas who work for Diddy, y'all fired. All y'all fired. There's nothing, he's not in crisis. He just no need to pay y'all no more. But, obviously y'all have to blame him because he's now in trouble, which has fucked up the business, which means he can't keep paying y'all. So go get another job. That's what that means. Okay? That's it. I'm not mad. Somebody says, you said, I get the money back. Let me tell you how I work. I got receipts for everything. If the nigga ever land on his feet, you know what I mean? And I don't even want the money at this point. Yo, I need A, B, C, or D. Maybe a favor. Which I don't know if Diddy would be pause on the favor. But yeah, I'm not that money hungry like that. It's all good. Listen, man, keep that 10K throw to that nigga fucking defense fee, bro. Okay. Yeah. Oh, Extra TV, y'all fucked up recently. Extra, y'all looking bad. If this was Big Act that got it wrong, they would have been saying there's a problem. So if you guys don't know, Extra ran an article saying that Diddy's late ex, Kim Porter, revealed his twisted secrets in an alleged diary that is now going to be turned to a memoir. We've heard allegations of that consistently. All informed parties have all said they have no proof that Diddy's late ex, Kim Porter, ever had a book that was already written that was exposing him, or a memoir or a diary. So I seen Extra post it on their Instagram page. I seen I'll Be Sure later. Then I could show you. They deleted it, by the way. I'll Be Sure later, commented basically saying if there's smoke, there's fire. what I've realized, Diddy definitely still got some people, which is, I think it's a PR, well, not PR, but, well, probably his new PR, which is a criminal PR at this point. They reached out and clearly got these guys to take it down, because if you click on this extra article right here, if you click on it, it goes to page not found, which means they realized they put up cap, which means Diddy's team somehow hit him up like, yo, fuck nigga, stop playing with my name, man. Like, I know I'm already in hot water, but put factual stuff out. So they've removed that from their website, and also the post cannot be found on their Instagram page anymore. And yes, I'll Be Sure was under there, which ironically, you could tell I'll Be Sure been waiting to see the fall of Diddy, and hey, it is what it is. Okay. So that got deleted. So for people who wonder if there's a memoir for Kim Porter coming out, nah. There's just no proof that she had a hidden memoir somewhere that her friends or family had access to, and that's going to be still very important, okay? All right. Cool. We're not done. We're not done. By the way, we're far from being done. Where are we at right now? 6 hours and 23 minutes? Yeah, I think y'all can hang out with me for another like 2 hours or so, right? Yeah, we're not all Diddying out, so we just got to do these other topics, all right? Cool. Give me a second. All right. I do know you guys want to talk about these music executives stepping down. Actually, I might get into that next. Let me just see if... Oh, I did want to point this out. Hey, feds, man. Wait, is this... What the fuck? This got deleted? Why is everybody deleting shit? Give me 1 second, chat. Yo, chat, man. Everybody know I'm anti-snitching, but if y'all really want to know the real truth about Diddy, man, feds find this nigga, man. Y'all find him, y'all find the whole truth, bro. Ain't no way this nigga been that quiet. That nigga was holding umbrellas over Diddy's head while this shit was sunny as hell outside. Look how this nigga looking at him like, nigga, this nigga be doing too much. Exactly. This nigga should be witness numero uno, nigga, if you want to know the truth. He's seen everything, nigga. He looked like he was lathering them up with the baby oil gang. So if he not say nothing, yeah, anyway. All right. Remember that IV video? I found it off stream. Remember the video? This is actually an interesting video. This is a video of Diddy getting an IV. Why is this? No, right there. This is a video of Diddy getting an IV after a freak off. Ironically, who's he with, though? He's with his mom. So he was getting these IVs in front of his mama.
Mom's gorgeous. Let me.
I think this is the IV poll right here.
Should do shit out to my mom. Call Mom Dukes.
Hi. So he's getting an IV and chilling with the mom. So you got to imagine, you know niggas chill with their mom on Sundays. It's got to be a Sunday. So it's a Saturday night freak off that he's kicking with his mom on a Sunday. You know what I mean?
She's getting a drip with me. She's hydrating.
Oh, never mind. Oh, shit. He said mama was getting the IV as well. I wonder if his mom looks at him and be like, yo, son, why you be getting this shit?
What's up, Mom?
Everything's good, baby. I'm here with you.
Yeah.
I love you.
I love you too.
My baby.
Mom.
Oh.
Freshly dipped though. I was just trying to show you a shoe. Yeah, my mom's is single. Mom's is single. I ain't gonna hate on my mom's. She's single. Me and my mom talked about one time doing a dating show with her. And she's so picky. She's so picky, they don't stand. But yeah, that'd be the funniest show in the world.
It will be, especially with me.
I don't even want to get started if she was doing that. We're not doing that. Cause yeah, my mom's single. Yeah, for real. Mom Duke know how to have a good time. She ain't sitting in the house playing. Outside moving and shaking, baby. She come with me to strip club. I don't care. real. It's my dog. You know, I want to live life.
Yo, imagine Diddy got his mom on one of them episodes 20v1 or the popping balloon joints.
He out here moving and grooving. So my mom told me, she just said, keep moving, baby.
That's right.
Keep moving.
Don't stop.
She could touch the floor with her palms. You know.
Wait, what?
The floor with her palms. My mom told me, she just said, keep moving, baby.
That's right.
Keep moving.
Don't stop.
She could touch the floor with her palms. You know. Flat. Oh. Take pew pew pew.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't watch the full clip before I played it. I was even trying to like make this anything. All right, moving on. Let's just move on. Yeah, let's move on. Okay, let's move on. God damn. All right. Cool. What did we want to get into? Hold on. We played that already. Give me 1 second. I'm just seeing.
You know, the guards. That's all it is. Like, they stayed around, they played the game a little too long. And this is how God works. It's like hip-hop is independent. You know, the music is independent. The owning of your masters is independent. It's a new changing of the guard. And all the old parasites is just falling off one by one. Because they never had talent. They just leashed on to the talent. Let me tell you what Puffy was, and what a lot of them is. They mediators. What they call them, mediators, right? Where you gotta go, they go betweens. So you got the Leos who scared to approach the thugs like that. But Diddy from that world, so I could intermediate. I could get percentages from negotiating and making this deal, but you got to give up that butt.
Whoa!
You got to give up that butt.
Whoa! Wait, what? Wait, whoa. Nigga, what? Nah, stop. Wait, how'd that come into the negotiation?
The thugs like that. But Diddy from that world, so I could intermediate. I could get percentages from negotiating and making this deal, but you got to give up that butt. You got to give up that butt and royalties. And I can change your family life. Know why? Because he had to give up that butt. People don't understand. That's the reason. That's why it's the reason Puffy don't want to give nobody, any artist he deal with, he'll tell you, I'm make it hard for you. I had to do this. He wants you to endure what he endured. And I felt bad in a sense because he was only trying to feed his family. You get what I'm saying? And he became a victim, and it turned him into a monster just trying to hide his own secrets and not living his truth. And now he in prison just from all this comes from one man not living his truth. I swear to God. Had Puffy just been who he is at heart, it might have been a few jokes. We joked about RuPaul. He's still a boss. You get what I'm saying? I feel bad for the people that got hurt trying to hide his secrets. All the people that been victimized, all the people that been put under the influence so they don't remember certain things because of who he is. And as long as you're under the influence, it ruins your credibility of speaking about anything. So I can understand why he probably kept drugs in the party. You get what I'm saying? All this behavior falls in line behind one thing, trying to hide secrets. So now you got to use this to cover that. And now this makes you cover for that. And it's just going to get worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. It never stops. It's a cycle.
Freddie P has been pretty consistent, but it looked like he's also going down a rabbit hole a little bit of he believes that Diddy's behaviors. And here's the only thing though, and I guess I would ask Freddie P this. I would actually interview him. Are you? I get it. He fucked over the band in the Isle of Pain. I interviewed Elliot Ness, even though I don't think he's as salty, but I don't know if he allowed y'all to see him in any of these freak offs or freaky behavior. Maybe I saw him like being violent to like maybe a significant other of his at the time, but I don't think he was You know, did Freddie P ever say he saw Diddy doing some gay shit? I don't think that's the thing. Like, there's a lot of people who've been around Diddy that never seen him in intimate moments, right? Like, I think Diddy was at least smart enough to realize, like, I have to have some type of trust for me to showcase certain sides of myself, which would include maybe a possible bisexual or homosexual side, or possibly an abusive side, right? Consequence speaking about what?
Good. I wanted to ask, I mean, you've been in the industry for a long time. A lot of people are talking about Diddy getting arrested.
Right.
I mean, is it shocking that he got arrested, or was it just about time before all this kind of like, caught up to him?
I mean, I think that's in the hands of whoever's weighing it or whatever, you know what I mean? I mean, for the culture, I think the culture's in shock. Although we kind of seen this playing out in real time, it's still Diddy's in the tombs in Manhattan. I mean, in Brooklyn, my bad. That's crazy.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff that I know, like I knew a lot of stuff that came out this week we was talking about. I was like, man, I been knew that. I been knew about the girl that came out. She was just afraid to tell her story for a long time. Like I knew, when you're in a circle, like the band is like a, you know what I'm saying? So things that transpired in their band, because they work with people that we worked with, you know what I'm saying? It gets back to us. And not only that, I done been on a phone call and hear people explaining their situations. It's crying about, situations. And it only gonna get worse. Like I was telling people, like, it's hard to say because I don't want to spoil what's coming up. You know what I'm saying? I just want to say this, like I said. It gets deeper and deeper. And the more that come out, the more intriguing the story gonna be. All I want to tell people is when that Netflix series come out, it's a rapper coming out with a Netflix series. I won't say no name. I don't want to spoil it for him. I'm not a friend of his. I don't want to, spoil something he got going on. But I will say this: he doing a.
Wait, 50 really sold a Netflix series to? Oh my God, 50 is really a demon, bro.
Phenomenal job, to the point where I was in awe. You get what I'm saying? I was presented the opportunity to work with him, but like I said, the money wasn't enough for me to leave my couch. But he doing a phenomenal job, man. There's so many people that's hurt behind this. There's so many people that got it's guys that can't come out because of their image. You know what I'm saying? That'll make your eyes go like, whoa. I know about the slams, the Stevie J's. I know I'm in a circle. I know about y'all. Y'all confirmed. You don't got, but see, even with Stevie J, when you got secrets out there.
Wait, Stevie J is gay? What?
Of a lifestyle, and the lifestyle you really living, it's a community out there that really know you. You can't hide from them. You could come play tough to us because we don't hear nothing about it. We don't hang around the same crowds. They know you. They know what you and Puffy was going on, not just Stevie J. I'm just saying anybody. If you're in that community and you trying to hide something, you could hide it from the street dudes and the thugs and the regular, but they know you. And that's what a lot of rappers was facing. That's why a lot of them can't defend themselves. You hear them, they be, they can't really say no because they know somebody know you. Somebody know for a fact. Somebody was there with y'all. Somebody he confided in, like as a best friend. You know what I'm saying? That know these rapper secrets. You can imagine being propositioned by Puffy like that though, right? Like, you f***ed up. And he could fly you to a private island and get rid of the security and give you wire you $1 million or 20, or make sure that you get this endorsement deal. That's how easy it is for him to gain leverage over people. Come on, man, you got $1,000 waiting. Thought what, 10,000, 5,000, some shit like that. My boy, that's a lot of back busting. You hear me? That's too much. I was like, wait, what? It's like you ran a chain of operation. You got an operation of just back busting. Like, what are y'all like? It's not, bro. You 50. Can you even get up that much, bro? Like, you that turned on, like, bro, baby oil. People use baby oil and shit. Well, see, that's a whole nother situation. That's a whole nother community. They got their own little. I was like, baby oil. I was like, what baby oil for? What you rubbing each other down, getting shiny and shit? Then it hit me. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. My boy was loose with it.
Nah. All right. God damn, bro. God damn. All right. Let's find a non-Diddy story real quick. Yo, I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. Let me see if I can find this story, how quickly I can find it. Ooh, wait, where is it? Scroll down. Shade Room posts 1 million times per day. We ain't gonna find it. I think this was on my list to talk about last stream, so it's gonna be a while for me to find it. Scroll. Tell me if y'all see it. Y'all don't even know what it is. Actually, it's here. All right, Drewski and Ruby Rose, man. Ruby Rose wanted to let niggas know that basically Drewski paid for it, okay? She said, I only give it up if I'm in love. I don't care how much money a nigga got. I'm rich as fuck. Now, this came after, there was multiple videos of them kissing, them doing all type of PDA. She says, he's funny and nice, though. And then she says, for the record, I never slept with that man. The nigga paid for PR, not the vagina. Now, I'm kind of torn on this whole situation. Ruby Rose, you got to come out and admit you a damn prostitute, nigga. Like, listen, prostitute, escort, same thing to me. But here's the thing, right? And here's the funny thing. Ruby, I hope you understand when you say he paid for PR, not the pussy. Like, it's like the nigga ain't paid for the full package. It's like, yo, it's like you ever go to the car wash and they're like, yo, do you want the deluxe 5-star super extreme package, or do you want like the presidential package? You're like, what's the difference? Well, this one you get this, and this, and then this one you get this. Exactly, right? Essentially, he's just saying, yo, Drewski paid for the package where he ain't checked the box of piping her down. Now, I'm gonna be honest with you. Let's be clear. I don't really mind Ruby saying this, and just keep it real. Like, Ruby at this point to me is a sex worker. Okay? Let me be very clear. I look at Ruby as a sex worker. Ruby doesn't pursue music anymore. There's no song we've known from her from years ago. She doesn't even try to be an influencer. Her influence is just sex appeal. Really, her primary income is OnlyFans, where she's promoting and teasing sexual activity and just nudity. She's a sex worker, right? Now, what you should expect from sex worker is meetups, escorting, prostitution, pay for play. These are things that I actually expect from sex workers. I'm not mad at her clarifying that the Drewski package didn't include having sex. The reason why I'm not mad at her for saying that is that I think she's exposing a very nasty side of the industry. The reality is, matter of fact, I ain't even gonna lie, I don't even want to admit that, because they just sent me some bread recently. There's a few people, I ain't even gonna lie, there's 2 different people, I can't they're trying to fake a relationship. It's fake as a motherfucker. I don't even know if I should. Let me protect my own back. Nah, I ain't saying nothing about that. Yeah. Anyway, I remember looking at this. I said this to a friend. I said, "Ain't this a bitch? They're paying me thousands to make them look like they're in a relationship." Okay, I don't give a fuck. But yeah, this is part of the game. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think Drewski honestly wanted to. I definitely believe this was fake, and I definitely believe he paid. Now, I'm gonna be very clear. This is how the industry works. And if Drewski's watching, Drewski is, first of all, the last I heard about Drewski's situation, Drewski used to be like managed or like had some type of deal. Like he had a deal with like a record label dude, Johnny Shipes. Like, you know what I mean? There's money behind Drewski. So when I say Drewski paid, no, Drewski didn't pay out of his pocket. But there are people invested in Drewski and his rise that yes, they probably ran a PR campaign. Yes, Drewski's up the level where now he's selling out arena for could have been fest. That yes, you want to run plays to get him more popularity. What I think this was is Drewski needs to get more of a female audience. Now, granted, niggas and women, in my estimation, like Drewski, like he's a funny dude, like he goes viral all the time. But you want to bring him to the next level. It happens in rap. It happens even in lane he's in. You need to get him in a relationship to show that he's just not like, some type of incel type of dude, some type of red pill type of nigga. He's a guy who's normal, who gets in relationships, who's loving, who whatever. Now, granted, here's the thing. No self-respecting woman would allow themselves to be in a pay-for-pay relationship where they have to kiss a guy, rub on him, and make it seem like they're looking like they're having sex, except for somebody like Ruby Rose, who's damn near, as I said, a sex worker. So, yes, you get Ruby Rose with Drewski. He's not paying out of his pocket. The company behind him, and by the way, go look. I could probably Google it now. Who reps him? Is it CAA? What agency reps Drewski? He's probably, he's on UTA. Matter of fact, I'm not going to say it's UTA because you know why? I'm on UTA. They don't probably got my face up there, do they? I don't know. Hopefully not. Anyway, they rep him all around. They repped me for only podcasts, okay? All the other deals, I'm like, nigga, I'm not cutting a motherfucking soul into that. But for podcasts, if you didn't know, UTA got me the deal for Spotify. Yeah. So, by the way, UTA got all these big ass deals. UTA got Call Her Daddy the deal. UTA is the #1 podcast place. Like, if you're a podcaster, get with UTA. They'll get you the bag if you want a bag. Okay. Just gave you the sauce. It's okay. Cool. Yeah. So I'm not gonna blame UTA because shout out to UTA, man, held me down. But I'm pretty sure somebody, whether it's PR firm, and by the way, somebody like Drewski probably got PR. Look, I think he definitely got PR. Publicist contact. Yeah. Bro, they ran a play. Okay. And part of trying to get new audience is sometimes investing. Yes, I could imagine. Now, I'm not saying they paid Ruby directly. They could have paid Ruby through a third-party agency and be like, hey, we need you to, you like Drewski? You're cool? Okay, cool. How about we'll do a meeting. Let's see how y'all kind of vibe. All right, are you down to do A, B, C, and D? I'm pretty sure Drewski's not like, Drewski's probably just going on with a program at this point. Like, he's just following the flow. And I'm pretty sure she's just about the bag. So, yeah, it was a fake relationship. Now, granted, I'm going to be honest with you. That's why I said, like, no self-respecting woman would say this. Like, what self-respecting woman would literally admit that she could look like she's in a relationship? And by the way, they were kissing and touching and groping on each other. What self-respecting woman would admit that there's a price for that, right? Like, but again, that's why you choose a sex worker, which Ruby Rose is, no disrespect. She, cool, gets with Drewski. I'm pretty sure, you know what I mean? And here's the thing. I'm pretty sure she would have fucked the guy. But here's the thing. Once you charge, like, I could imagine this might be like $50,000, $100,000, maybe $100,000, right? $100,000. Maybe Ruby had gotten for this $100,000, I would imagine. After, like, the reason why I think she ain't fuck him, and it's not that she wouldn't. I think, here's the thing. Once you mention business, if she's getting paid to fake date him, she's a sex worker. She wants to get paid to fuck him too, right? So, like, that's going to be another $100K, right? So, again, and not that her pussy costs $100K. I'm just saying, like, imagine if you're getting paid to, quote, unquote, date somebody for $100K. If they think you're valuable enough to pay to fake date them, why would you not get paid to fuck them, right? So I could imagine why she probably didn't fuck. Not that she's necessarily selling pussy, but she is a sex worker. I don't know why it came, I think she clarifies this because most women who are sex workers don't like being portrayed as sex workers. So she's a sex worker, but when everybody's now calling her out for sex working behavior, which is fake relationships, fake romances, having sex randomly with rappers who lit for the moment, it gets to her. And no matter what a woman tells y'all, chat, like, oh, no, I'm getting my bag. Like, I think, she tries to qualify, I'm rich as fuck. Trust me, that doesn't make it easier for her when she considers how people view her as a sex worker. So I think that's why she clears it up. It's all good. This happens all the time in the industry, right? It happens all the time. I think she probably just felt the need to clear this up because maybe she's about to do another play with another nigga, Or maybe she's actually finding love. And then that dude and other people's like, damn, why? Because that's what comes around to bite women like this, right? Cool. Let's say Ruby Rose goes up 10, 15, $20 million. Shit, just look at Bad Baby. Bad Baby made $53 million. And the nigga with her beating the brakes off of her. The nigga beating her to a bloody pulp, choke slamming her, DDTing her. She got to take it. You know, I'm not saying she really got to take it, but like in her mind, she's probably saying like, damn, I can't get another guy like you to take me serious. And hey, it becomes their reality. So they end up kind of almost regretting it or trying to walk back some of the whole shit they did. And that's when they get online trying to clarify, oh, I didn't really fuck him. I was just like, look, this shit's, look, Ruby Rose kissing, like, come on, like, why would you even need to fucking clarify that you ain't fuck this guy? Like, even if you say you don't, the nigga's cupping one of your breasts, kissing you, we think he fucked you anyway, right? But I would imagine this is what happens to these girls who, once they get the money, they want to then, like, delete their hoe, and it's like, oh, no, I didn't fuck him. No, remove that body. What? What are you talking about? Right? Like, come on. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what the fuck you got going on? And I truthfully actually believe she might have not fucked him. But you're not going to ever change people thinking that you did. Get over it. You chose to be a sex worker. We think you had sex with any guy you seem affectionate with. It's part of the gig. You get what I'm saying? It's over. It's cool. It might affect you getting a new boyfriend or maybe another rapper in the future taking you serious. But at least you could say, just like you said in that tweet, you're rich as fuck. You know? I've always said we could look at the Selena Powells. We could look at Bad Baby. For whatever reason, with women, I've never seen money make them like supremely happy when they're internationally known as not the type of woman you would wife, not the type of woman you would have a child with, not the type of woman you would settle down with. As the older they get, they yearn to be that type of woman, and you often watch them try to condemn or try to explain their behavior, and we're saying, we don't give a fuck if you say Drewski didn't fuck you. He basically, like, we're giving him, if we see these two pictures, we're giving him the body. He got the body. So you might as well let him fuck. Like, he fucked, right? But, you know, this is the pros and cons of being a female whore. You know what I mean? You know, these women would be like, nah, I'm just chasing a bag. All right, cool. You got the bag, but you got the bag as a whore. So now we think of you as a whore. Now they're like, nah, I was really not a whore. I ain't fucked all those. Shut up. It don't matter. So do I look at Drewski any type of way? No, because I'm going to be honest with you. If you think you're getting an organic, Drewski at this point is managed by Nike, my nigga. Like, bro, in the fake pictures they take, the nigga got a Nike headband. Drewski is in Kevin Hart land. Remember when Kevin Hart used to make us, like, and I'm not saying Drewski's not funny no more, because Drewski is supremely funny. But remember when Kevin Hart, like, stopped being, like, nigga, like, doing nigga shit, like him and Meek Mill roasting each other, and he was a nigga in every movie? That's where Drewski's at. Nike commercials, selling out, yeah. So now he has a team, essentially handlers, and they're going to position things to happen to make his brand bigger and bigger and bigger. And I'm actually glad that I think he responded to this. I think he said, like, love don't cost a thing. Drewski, love don't cost a thing. Yeah, like, shit, bro, he don't need to say nothing. Like, bro, any move he's making at this point is for him to turn, like, right now, Drewski is a mid 8 figures type of guy. Mid 8 figures type of, in my estimation, I could be wrong. Mid 8 figures, right? 50 to 70, 80 million dollars. He want to be up in the $100 million game. The $100 million game is going to require you to do some fake nigga shit. It's going to require you to have a handler, fake a relationship. Yes, you're going to have to do all these things to become the $100 million guy. I can't blame him. I don't think this is tricking or like him. I don't think none of that. I think he's dedicated to get where he want to go. And Drewski is the guy of our generation for comedy. It is what it is. So, and by the way, if like all the real ones know, oh yeah, little messy girls who be knowing about everybody's relationship. Drewski had like 2-3 bad bitches that really was his girlfriends he been fucking. So like it's not like, you know what he got with Ruby Rose for, right? She's a sex worker, low self-esteem, low standards. She looks incredibly good. That's not like in the eyes of the unassuming fans who never seen him in a relationship, they think this is the first bad bitch he's gotten. Drewski's fucking some drop dead gorgeous women from LA that we're just not gonna know. They just don't have a name, right? They're I don't care if you say they're fucking him because he's Drewski. He is. Like he's fucking these bitches, but the masses don't know about it. So you got to fake a relationship with the sex worker. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. Shout out to Drewski. Shout out to Ruby Rose. Lawns, they're both living their truth. She's doing her thing. You know, using that. You know, I have an estimation. Ruby Rose got about, how old is she? She probably got about. She do look young, like 23. She got like 10 years. Shit, let her get her time as, you know, this is the new video vixen. The new video vixen, bro, first of all music videos now is like homoerotic shit. Niggas in dresses, niggas in crop tops, niggas trying to look like women. Nobody wants a video vixen for a music video no more. So the new video vixens are the bitches that's sucking these niggas off, okay? That's the new video vixen. The number one video vixen right now is Ruby Rose. Yes, like arm candy, lifestyle type shit. If you're seen with her, niggas like, oh shit, like he lit. Yes, like it's not music videos no more. Nigga, there's no more Melissa Ford. That shit's dead. You feel what I'm saying? And by the way, the new music video vixen make way more because they're gonna be on OnlyFans, really popping the pussy, making, you know what I mean, 300,000 a month. Real talk. So it is what it is. So shout out to Ruby Rose. I believe, by the way, Ruby, you shouldn't get back into rap. You're making more money on OnlyFans that you wouldn't make. What Ruby makes in a month on OnlyFans, she wouldn't make in 2-3 years in music. Why the fuck do it? You know what I'm saying? Now she might play around and still drop a song from time to time, but trust me, what she's selling right now is vagina, like pictures of vagina or whatever. Okay, shout out to both of them. All right. Ooh, give me another topic, check. Give me another topic. We're almost at 7 hours. We gotta bounce out for at least another one. Well, actually, I said now I'm gonna get off at like 10, so I got an hour and 30 minutes to go. What else y'all want? Ooh, y'all want to talk about all this layoff shit, huh? Six Nine posted a video. Yo, 6ix9ine got me these days. Pause. Yo, I ain't gonna lie to you. Yo, 6ix9ine been out of hip hop so long. Yo, 6ix9ine called me the other day. The nigga was tripping up speaking English, bro. He been speaking Spanish too long. Y'all want me to give you a little update on what's going on with him as 6ix9ine?
Para que se metan gente, yo empiezo como en un minuto.
Oh, you went live. It's live, clear as hell.
Yo no sé si usted me puede oír porque lo tengo.
Yo, this is what I told y'all, man. All y'all little rappers who think I could do what 6ix9ine did. Nigga, 6ix9ine cut his hair, fuck the rainbow shit. Nigga hair is blonde now. And nigga has a blonde bowl cut at this point. Looking like, you know what I mean, 6 Brown. And this motherfucker hasn't spoke English in 3 weeks. See, y'all African-American rappers just can't do that. That's why sometimes y'all got to realize he's a different type of nigga. You can't move like him. It's cool. You know what I mean? Hey, and, you know, it's pros and cons. I think because he could do this, it goes, like, I remember he told me, he said, I think I'm blackballed because I'm Spanish. Because look at Gunna. Like, he fucking snitched too. Like, well, they love Gunna. And I got to agree. They love Gunna, YSL, Woody. All the black snitches get love. So 6ix9ine is the only snitch I ain't get love. I think it's because he's Spanish. So I'm agreeing with him now. So, hey, okay, your advantage, you can speak Spanish and go over there with it. Their advantage is that they could snitch and still be lit. Fuck it. It's even. It's cool. Anyway, I'll give you the little rundown of what's going on. So 6ix9ine, you know, remember he broke up with his last girlfriend. Her name is Yailin La Mas Viral. She is known for, number one, you know, by the way, Lil TJ, I'm going to tell you this right now, Lil TJ. I've heard you with too many other niggas' girls. You need to stop. I heard you with Boston Richie girl too recently. Stop it, my brother. I'm gonna pull that up in a second. But here we go. So 6ix9ine's ex, this girl right here, essentially she's Anuel's baby mama, and she's Anuel's baby mama. 6ix9ine is Anuel's biggest op in the Spanish world, and she got a baby with Anuel. As I said, Anuel stopped fucking with her. She claims Anuel used to beat her, this and third. Typical, when a girl fall out with you. Yo, he beat my ass, blah, blah, blah. Like, I ain't gonna lie, like, with all due respect, like, if you ain't never go to the cops while you're getting your ass beat, and now as soon as the nigga stop fucking with you, you're getting your ass beat, I gotta look at it away. Like, okay, all right, okay. You know what I mean? It's like, so you never thought of telling the world you were getting your ass beat until the relationship is over. Okay, got you. Anyway, she said Anuel used to beat her ass. 6ix9ine came in as a white knight. He was playing the father that stepped up with the kid this and third. We all saw the arrest footage where she was trying to beat his ass. Apparently, she found out that 6ix9ine was fucking other girls. Surprise, surprise. Okay, what ended up happening, 6ix9ine went to DR. They loved 6ix9ine to DR. Allegedly, she was like, hanging around some people that 6ix9ine thought she was fucking. 6ix9ine goes in with a couple of dudes, try to beat them up, caught a charge there. Later on, 6ix9ine getting into it with her. She gets 6ix9ine locked up for domestic violence, but she shows up to court, defends 6ix9ine, saying, yo, Danny never hit me. So she says 6ix9ine never hit her, basically saying that he shouldn't have been arrested, blah, blah. He finally gets let out of custody. Remember, then we see the video of, her getting arrested in Miami at 6ix9ine's house because she supposedly beat up 6ix9ine and broke his shit. It's been kind of like a toxic relationship. Eventually, they're now separated, okay? 6ix9ine popped out with a video kind of taking advantage of the situation. Classic marketing scheme. I love it. Also, one of the reasons why they're beefing, the me of that world is a nigga named Alofoke. He's the most popular media personality out there and media company out there. 6ix9ine thinks he long dicked her. You know what I mean? And I keep telling you, niggas will get mad if they think you fucked their girl. And the reason why 6ix9ine thinks that, she has a tattoo of the nigga's name. If your girl got a tattoo of another nigga's name, you can reasonably think they fucked him. Well, here's the reality of it. She got the tattoo. Imagine like some random girl from a club that's looking good. I start promoting. She's probably going to tap my name even if I don't fuck because I'm promoting her with my brand. And I'm the biggest. It's a big act. It's the biggest. It's a chat, right? Cool. So apparently she had tatted his name early when she was coming up. I think she's saying she never fucked him. I think, based on the fact that she has a nigga name tatted, 6ix9ine was a little bit jealous. That guy doesn't like 6ix9ine either. The guy thinks 6ix9ine is a fake and a fraud in the sense of, everybody hates 6ix9ine over here. They love 6ix9ine. They think 6ix9ine is like damn near the Messiah in Dominican Republic. They think he's a victim. They think he's humble. They think he gives back to the poor. So they think he's like Robin Hood. This media guy is like, yo, this guy's a really nasty guy. He's evil. Look what he did over in America. He's doing it here. Most people don't want to buy that. They're like, 6ix9ine is her guy. Like, he's the best. 6ix9ine was playing stepfather. The best way to get women on your side is to show you don't care taking care. It's so odd. The best way to get women on your side is to show women you don't care about taking care of another man's seed, which is so odd to me. But you know what it is? Most women fuck up when they have kids. So they always have kids by a bum-ass nigga or a nigga who won't stick around. And obviously, Anuel's not a bum-ass nigga, but clearly they're not together. So other women who are baby mamas love seeing when they see a man say, I don't care that you have a kid. I'm stepping up. So everybody thinks 6ix9ine is an amazing person. They would, think about this. Really, it's kind of disgusting. Like, why the fuck does 6ix9ine has his op baby in his hand? What the fuck? Imagine, I can't use that example. Give me two ops. I need ops. Ops. Okay, imagine me having Meek Mill's baby in my hand because I'm dating his baby moms. You would be like, what the fuck? Why would she do that shit, right? That's odd. Bro, why would you go link up with Meek's op? What the fuck? That's weird. Everybody's was jacking 6ix9ine for doing it. Why? He looks like the greatest stepfather on earth, right? You know what I mean? 6ix9ine was doing shit with her daughter, which is Anuel's kid, that he would never do with his own kids. You know what I mean? And I was like, yo, 6ix9ine is great at marketing, man. This guy's doing an amazing job over in motherfucking DR. They love this guy. Trust me, they love him. He goes to court. They're storming the court. Everybody loves 6ix9ine. Cool. He starts falling out with her, blah, blah. And I guess I don't know who initiated the breakup or whatever, but they stopped fucking with each other. 6ix9ine puts out a song, and he's a petty nigga. So just like how she linked with Annuel's op, which is him, 6ix9ine does a video with one of her ops, and supposedly this is the op right here. It's right. But I'm trying to explain this in English as best as I can. This is 6ix9ine's ex's op, this girl right here. Okay. So everybody's looking at it like, oh shit, blah, blah, blah. What happened? And then Yailin responds. Yailin responds by doing a video with Lil TJ. Now, Lil TJ is a guy who we all remember him being around 6ix9ine. By the way, chat, this is how much I know Spanish, bro. I be into everything, bro. Like, all this is happening in Spanish. So I can't even play you videos because, like, if you don't speak Spanish, you won't get it. So 6ix9ine, Lil TJ, Sarah Molina. Remember when 6ix9ine's baby mama, Sarah Molina, brought a crown and crowned Lil TJ as the king of New York, right? She crowned him. That's her. Crowned this nigga as the king of New York, and he performed at Rolling Loud. I think 6ix9ine might have been locked up. Yeah, it was 2019, so it was locked up. People was like, damn, yo, one of the niggas used to beef with, if you don't know, 6ix9ine and Lil TJ used to get at each other. I'm like, damn, look what happened. So basically, Yailin links up with Lil TJ. Cool. Links up with Lil TJ. Everybody's like, oh my God, damn. Yo, she linked up with 6ix9ine's op because 6ix9ine linked up with her op, but really this is an off drop of her linking up with AOL's op, which is 6ix9ine. I know you guys might be like, what the fuck? Yeah, it's all type of, it's the biggest drama. Yo, this is how you know 6ix9ine is talented. He's always the biggest drama anywhere he goes. In hip hop, he calls the biggest drama. He goes to the Spanish world, biggest fucking drama again. I'm just going to say this guy's the greatest of all time in marketing, okay? Okay, cool. So after this happens, what 6ix9ine does, and a lot of people been be like, yo, recently the knock on 6ix9ine is that, yo, he's making, like, yo, he's still doing the stunts to get attention, but he's not no longer dropping the hits. Guess what happens, people? The motherfucker drops a hit. He tags her in it. Let's see translation. Yasmin, just music, nothing against you. Keep breaking. You look spectacular. He comes in he's seen as the bigger man. He makes a video after the breakup. She links with Lil TJ and he basically says how much he did for her. This is her on the surgery table. She's about to get like, I don't know, her 9th BBL or whatever the fuck. You know how these girls get down. That's 10,000. He's just showering her with money. He's showing how much he loved her. The thing with 6ix9ine, hey, and by the way, you gotta realize 6ix9ine's a former cooperant. Of course he records everything. So he got mad video proof of everything. So now he basically fucks up the entire like Dominican Spanish world. Everybody's like, oh my God, why would she link with his op? Like 6ix9ine's a good person. Like what? He's a good person. Look at this. He gave her, look at all this money. Kissing her, being there. Look, he's there with the kid. Look. By the way, 6ix9ine, I don't know if you know how he blew up. 6ix9ine blew up as a cameraman. When Trippie Redd was talking about 6ix9ine first, he was a cameraman. 6ix9ine always told you he edited Gummo, he edited Kuda, he edited all his videos till Nicki Minaj. Facts. 6ix9ine he knows how to make videos. So 6ix9ine gets with this girl. She was seen as like an IG baddie. That was Annuel, who's a big deal musically, best friend. She's not seen as like a real serious musician that much. 6ix9ine gets with her, turns her visuals up, starts being in there. Look, this is why he's showing this. Look how he's turning her up. This is her music video that he's, lending his talent to, right? So he's, again, I'm not going to play it. He's talking about what he's doing. He seems drunk or whatever. Look, he's putting a chain on her, right? He's showing him sleeping wherever. He's buying her Birkin bags or whatever the fuck these are. What bags? I don't know what the fuck this is. Giving her mad money. He's showing what he's doing for her, right? Look, bringing her on stage to his crowds. 6ix9ine overseas still doing like 15, 20,000 people out there, right? He's showing her a lot of love, showing a lot of PDA, kissing her, all that shit. Look at all his plaques. You get what I'm saying? He's putting her on. Like, he's showing that narrative. That's what I'm saying. This nigga's smart as fuck. Look, this is some homegrown video. Him showing up. He's just there for her, blah, 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 blah. He gets her a G-Wagon. He got videos of that. These are actual things he did for the girl. I ain't gonna lie. Right? He gets her a Richard Mille. You get what I'm saying? He got videos of that. What else do he do? He's mad affectionate with her. I think he's going to show the kid, but he's going to blur the kid's face out for the very first time. He's bringing her on vacation. You know what I mean? So basically, he's just singing that, yo, I did everything I could do for you. I tried my best. I try to, like, make your life better, career better. Like, I tried. Like, that's the type of song this is. This is him and her. She might have that little surgery thing. What do they call it? Faja? Like, you know when the chicks get, like, the fucking fat sucked out of them and put into another part of their body? They got to wear this fucking thing that just keeps them, I don't know what the fuck, you know what I mean? So, yeah, so she probably had that on. Like, he got videos of that. Look, this is them holding, him being a good stepfather. This is Annuel's kid. Look, he's planning birthday parties. 6ix9ine is like being the best stepfather possible, right? Look, him with the kid. He's playing with Annuel's kid. Like, Annuel hated this nigga. Like, shit, I think Annuel wanted to kill him. Well, still do, probably. Like, nigga, look. See, one thing with 6ix9ine, he don't care. Like me, I judge a girl. Once you got a kid, I'm like, where your baby daddy at, man? Let that nigga go do his job, man. The fuck you got? Don't bring your kid around me, bro. I don't want nothing to do with. If that kid ain't come out of my balls, I'm good. Yes, but yeah, 6ix9ine, you know, he know how to play that role. Look, them and the baby in the ocean. Look, him, the baby, and her cuddling. Look at the camera. 6ix9ine, you're shit. Okay. I think, is that it? Look, him going to court, right? Him going to court and, you know, shit, this is her in court. She goes to court and says, he didn't hit me. So he got videos of that. Then he shows videos of her getting arrested at his house. I remember that video where she was hitting. Remember he had put those on social media? So he shows, yo, you said in court, I never hit you. I got videos of you doing this. Okay, and then, you know, I'm not going to play the whole thing. Yo, 6ix9ine drops it. Marketing plan works, gang. Bro, the video goes extra viral. Like, look, 6ix9ine video, 2 weeks, 15 million views. It was #1 trending for music, and it's music, English and Latin. It was #1 trending for like 2 weeks. Right now it's number 10 trending. 6ix9ine being trending after being blackballed. 16 million views. Wow. By the way, he dropped an English song. This stunt got way more. The What's Up, What's Happening song only got 3 million. This one got 15. 6ix9ine back in the 9-figure ballpark or 8-figure ballpark when it comes to views. Lit. So essentially, I think this girl realized you could not beat 6ix9ine on a PR level. He's too good. He's the marketing genius of the marketing genius. The only person who ever defeated him is Lil Durk. I always say that. Everybody else, he will take your clout and just absorb it. Like, he just knows how to, like, trust me. Like, if it's niggas in O Block, he'll go to O Block. Like, he don't care about dying. Okay, he's a different type of nigga. Okay, all right. I know you might be like glazing, but I'm putting you on. Okay. So you know what happens next? Shorty just says, fuck this. She sues that nigga, bro. She sues that nigga, bro. She sued him. Now, you want me to tell you, okay, you want me to tell you what happened? Also, what happened in the breakup, a video comes out of her sucking 6ix9ine off, allegedly. I ain't see it, maybe, because I don't know nobody mess with me. So a video comes out of him piping her out and her sucking him off type shit. Who knows? Maybe he got hacked. I don't know. Anyway, yo, Shorty's realizing she can't beat 6ix9ine on the PR level. She just sued that nigga. She sued him for revenge porn and a couple other things. You feel what I'm saying? Now, granted, we don't know if he actually did do revenge porn, so we just have to be, you know, come on, we just have to be, you know, let's be factual here. But she, hold on, she put up a bunch of, she claimed that 6ix9ine was abusive, despite her going to court and saying he wasn't abusive. But she said that he manipulated her and forced her into plastic surgery, stole thousands of dollars from her, exerted power over her, and kept her in a drugged up state during the relationship. That's kind of ironic because 6ix9ine 6ix9ine, like, I'm gonna be honest with you, in 2017 he never drunk. He started drinking in 2018. I ain't gonna lie, right before he got locked up. But even then, afterwards, 6ix9ine is just not a huge, drug person. You know what I mean? At least from what I know. Anyway, they kind of come out with the Diddy allegations that she was drugged the whole relationship. He stole money, exerted power, like forced her into plastic surgery. Okay. She says she broke up with him last month, which she says was because of the alleged theft and fraud. And she's claiming he posted explicit videos of her on X's revenge. I don't know if he did that. So she says she wants more than $1 million in damage. And by the way, 6ix9ine defended the whole thing and was just like, she's lying, right? So 6ix9ine was like, 6ix9ine showed mad proof. Let me see if I could show the proof. Is it still on the story? Okay. Yeah. This is part of the story. This is 6ix9ine proving him wiring her mad money. She's like, yo, how did I steal money from you when the whole relationship, everybody and their mama saw me buy you cars, give you hundreds of thousands in cash. I was giving you money. How the fuck did I steal from you when I was giving to you? So let me see if I'll find it on YouTube probably. 6ix9ine shows receipts. 6ix9ine shows receipts. I'll find it here probably. Within the last week. Let's see. Now let me just type in 6ix9ine. One of the pages I probably got in Spanish. That's why my search terms ain't gonna work. Ooh, look like she just did an interview. Oh yeah, this is a big thing in the Spanish world. Look, Yailin Lamas Viral talks fame, whatever. Here's the thing, she don't speak English. That's the thing. That's another advantage 6ix9ine got over everybody. 6ix9ine speaks English and Spanish. So if 6ix9ine goes over into the Spanish world, does some fuck shit, we never know, right? Never know, because we don't speak Spanish. And everybody in that world, other than Anwell speaks English, clearly, they don't speak English. So this girl, she don't speak English, so we don't know what the fuck her side is. Ain't that beautiful? Like, yo, you could tell people about your girl. She can't tell nobody about you.
Foreign lawsuit that has a lot of people talking. Jessica Formoso sat down with the Spanish-speaking artist about fame and misfortune.
Look, she has 6ix9ine colors in this.
Georgina Guillermo Diaz, the Dominican, born and raised in the
Let's
Dominican.
try to hear her voice.
Everyone in life has gone through difficult times, and I thank God that right now.
Fuck that. You need a translator. You can't beat a nigga who speaks 2 languages. She can't speak English. I ain't gonna lie. 6ix9ine, you a foul nigga, bro. 6ix9ine found a girl that can't speak English while he speak English fluently and Spanish. So put it like this. 6ix9ine come to the English world and be like, yeah, this bitch is bugging. We're like, what's her side? You want to hear her side? This is her side right here.
Es fácil o porque tuvo con alguien, no.
No side. That's how it goes. Yo, chat. That's how it goes. Okay, I'll play the translation. Let me see.
On Instagram alone. How has your life changed in these last 3 years? Everyone in life has gone through difficult times, and I thank God that right now I am mentally well, and I thank God for also maturing and having my daughter. You just signed with Rock Nation. What does this mean to you? This is an achievement. I am so happy. Did you ever imagine that Rock Nation was going to sign you?
No,
never. But I mean, everything in life is possible, and we are here now. I am part of the family. Also making headlines, her toxic relationship with rapper Tekashi 69, putting her in the spotlight. Allegations of domestic violence circulating the internet for months. The couple calling it quits this summer. Thank God there's no longer a relationship. It's over. I'm moving forward. Yailin La Más Viral sat down with me just hours after she filed a lawsuit lawsuit against Tekashi 69, the criminal complaint alleging a lengthy history of violent, physical, emotional, and sexual abuse against the young single mother. I'm leaving that to my lawyers. I can't talk much about it. In court documents obtained by Fox 5, she alleges financial abuse and fraud as well as exploitation, stating over a period of more than a year, Tekashi 69 physically, sexually, and emotionally abused Yailin, among other acts of abuse and manipulation, drugging her while stealing and diverting hundreds of thousands of dollars from her earnings. But as this case plays out in court, Yailin is trying to remove herself from all her exes and scandals and concentrate on her one-year-old daughter, who she had with Puerto Rican rapper Anuel, and her music. I'm Jessica Formoso, Fox 5 News.
Okay. Can I find the 6ix9ine response? He put up in Spanish, but what he put up in Spanish? Let me see. Did I put the filters on? Let's do it today. He posted on his story. He basically showed like him almost like spending $1 million on her, and he was just like, "Yo." He basically said, "Yo, hey, fortunately, so this lawsuit is in Florida, right?" He said, "Fortunately, this is United States, not the DR," which, by the way, 6ix9ine has cases in the DR. He's like, "Fortunately, it's United States, not the DR. You're going to have to prove these actual things with facts. And I always got receipts." And he basically put up multiple like videos of him giving her money. And he's like, "Well, if you're saying I stole money from you, show the proof of how I took it." And again, you know what I mean? Let me see. I don't know if I can find this. Yeah, he put up on his maybe Twitter got him. I feel like I got to type in Spanish to get it. 6ix9ine proof. Or maybe go to his Reddit or something. Yeah, and then I got to go to his Reddit. Let me see. Maybe somebody in his Reddit got it? Yo, 6ix9ine Reddit. Y'all still alive, man? I be looking at y'all sometimes, man. Y'all be looking like y'all ready to give it up. It was him just showing like he spent mad bread. Okay. He says, all right, this is him showing like, he said the person advising her that it's a good idea, which I think is the media guy, to lie. She knows better to go against it. Oh, yeah, he talking shit. He said, she knows it's better to go against the devil than go against me. This is the United States of America, not RD, which is Dominican Republic. They can manipulate people and confuse them with fake press and gossip. Here's a lawsuit I shit on myself. And then piss. My life and my past taught me that you can never trust anyone and always keep evidence for times like this. So essentially, this was, he showed he had mad proof type shit. Like he had mad proof that he sent her money. And apparently, oh, hey, 6ix9ine's mom, looking beautiful. Yeah, and then I guess he went live tonight. Let me see. What's this? Oh, this is that thing. And I guess he went live tonight. And this is the longer interview.
Es que yo sí.
Yo, 6ix9ine's undefeated, bro. He went live and he talked for 18 minutes. Bruv, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Somebody gotta dub these over in English, bro. I can't, bro. I can't. Yeah, I don't know what he said, but whatever. Let's look at the comments because we can hit translate. I feel like I didn't deserve it. What I mean. The truth is you gave him too much power and didn't know not all men are responsible for other men's children. Okay, so 6ix9ine's probably hitting the angle of, yo, the guy you had, which I ain't gonna lie, W stepdaddy angle, you could always be like, yo, I stepped up to have a role in the child's life when the guy that she had a kid with didn't want nothing to do with the baby. And I was down to be a father figure. I treated the baby well. I treated her well. I helped her career. She was sometimes, abused. Like, yeah, 6ix9ine gonna flip this pretty good. Yeah, ain't no way she could possibly win a PR battle with 6ix9ine. Like, 6ix9ine's like pro. Let's see this. Look. Tekashi is in. If I ever offended you, defended Yailin, I apologize. Yo, come on, man. My boy 6. Yo, 6 is good, bro. Look. Yo, the thing with 6ix9ine I like, let me tell you the thing with 6ix9ine I like. He'll tug at your heartstrings because he'll never tell you he never did nothing. Like, you remember when he was talking about the whole thing with Sarah, like his baby moms, and he was explaining why he snitched. Nigga, he even admitted, he said, like, yeah, like I put hands on her. Like, yo, in the Shade Room interview, he says it. He says I put hands on her. But like, if you heard the whole story, you kind of like understood it and you empathize with him. You're like, damn, he got to be telling the truth because he's telling shit that don't make himself look good. So yeah, 6ix9ine is like a G, bro. Look, every action has a reaction. I guess he probably said some shit like, yo, she would constantly like provoke me or she would hit me and I hit her back. And I'm like, I don't know what she said. He said the only thing I saw wrong was showing the girl, I guess showing the daughter, but Danny is right. So I guess he's saying, I'm not even watching the video, but he probably saying like, oh, she got mad because I dropped that music video showing what I did for her, and she sued me. And this person said the only thing you did wrong was showing the daughter, but Danny, which is 6ix9ine, is right. Look at this, 2EP Diddy. Oh, somebody don't like him. What does it say? You and P Diddy don't get along. Let me see. What is this? Apollo full 6ix9ine. What the fuck that mean? Someone said, okay, and the bumps are set up. Hush. What? I don't know what the fuck. Okay, somebody on her side. He has a case of abuse in the past. The one who's advising her knows what he's doing. Gantel with you always. I don't know what the fuck that means. This ese alofoque mentiendo pila. That's the guy who I say is the Spanish version of me, the media guy. His name is Alofoque. I know mentir means like lie. They're saying that nigga lying. Yo, 6ix9ine's a master, bro. 6ix9ine is a master. Yeah, so somebody says, all like a man with the truth up front. Yeah, I guarantee. Yo, I'm gonna get somebody to like translate this. I guarantee 6ix9ine like admitted certain shit. Like, yeah, I ain't gonna lie. One time I did slap the fuck out of her, but this is what happened. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying that's funny. I'm just saying, 6ix9ine's uncancelable, bro. I'm telling you, like, this is, you can't get rid of this nigga. I'm telling you, it's a different monster. Trust me, I know the nigga, bro. You can't. You can't. Oh, look, Danny, you still call her my love. Baby, don't forgive her. She ain't been good to you. You've been mocked many times. It's not fair, my love. No matter how much you love her. Yeah, don't allow her to sink you. Damn. Looked like 6ix9ine was hitting her with a reverse pity. He said, don't pity her. She doesn't have it with you. Oh, he probably expressing grace like, I know she's saying the worst things about me, but she's been controlled right now. Yailin, I still love you. I remember the moments. I think he had said some shit like, the worst part about all of this is that like I started building a rapport with your daughter, and your daughter was starting to call even me daddy, and I really love your child. And the fucked up part is that I'm not gonna get to be around her because I really enjoyed trying to do things and have fun with her. 6ix9ine's the greatest, bro. Look at this shit. I love Yaya, but she must stop depending on men she messes with and billing with her with what she has, blah, 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 blah. Okay, man. Somebody said they hate that for Yailin in Dominican Republic is strong. It's unbelievable that many give the reason, or I guess give the, like, they're giving the benefit of the doubt to a person who had so much trouble with justice. They're saying, look at 6ix9ine's face. Yo, look at 6ix9ine's face, bro. Yo, I ain't gonna lie, man. Yo, 6, you the greatest, gang. Let me take a shot for my boy 6ix9ine, man. Oh, man. Cheers. All right. Y'all caught up on 6ix9ine, though. That's good. Yo, the engagement on this drama is crazy. Look, 114,000 comments, 50,000 comments. Him with her op, 143,000 comments, 49,000 comments. And I guarantee this is just going to get wild amount of comments. Let's look. It's at 4,000 since I last refreshed, 9,000 now. Yeah, this is going to go through the roof. 100,000 likes. Yeah, fuck it. That's why 6ix9ine be asking me, like, me and him, we gonna kick it like in a week or so. But yeah, he be like, yo, act, yo, I'm about to come back to hip hop and fuck it up. And I said, for what? Like, nigga, hip hop dead. You don't see this shit? All we do is covering court cases and Drake and Kendrick beef. Like, these niggas is scared to drop. There ain't nothing going on in hip hop, nigga. Stay in Guala Guala land, nigga, and keep fighting with your girl. That drama is too lit. Like, I told that nigga, you better stay over there. And low key, if I'm him, I try to get back with Shorty. I don't know if 6ix9ine will have this much virality with any girl, but that Yailin girl, for whatever reason, she's like the Cardi B of the DR. Like, I'm like, bruv, you might want to get back with her. Like, apologize for cheating and doing all the bullshit and get back with her and cause some more drama to keep this shit going, bro. Like, you mad viral again. There was a time 6ix9ine was losing followers. Word too. Ever since then, that nigga engagement is through the roof. I'm not even lying to y'all. Let me look at his I'm looking at his following recently. Whatever. But yeah, okay. Oh, good. All right, people. Okay. What other topic y'all gave me? Give me another topic. They say you got the okay. Yo, shout out to my boy Memes, man. If y'all know Memes Grand, they hold down this page of mine. Y'all all go watch it. It's my page, but they hold it down. You feel what I'm saying? DJ Akademiks TV. He said he posted the 6ix9ine shit with subtitles. I'm like, what? I'm like, nigga, you understand Spanish? Like, I got a multilingual nigga working for me. Holy. Let's see. Let's say this. For the people to get involved. Oh, for the people to join. Okay. Okay. I don't know if you can hear me because I have it. Now I'm gonna just read the cell phone in there and blah blah. Okay, come on, let's get to the bullshit, bro. And it's okay. Come on, 6. I'm about to just call this nigga. I'm tired of this shit. I'm sorry, bro. I can't listen to. I need my own translation, bro. I'm done, bro. I'm calling this nigga, bro. I'm done, bro. I'm done, bro. I'm done, bro. Yeah, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. Yeah, you ain't gonna speak just Spanish and leave me out of the drama. I want the drama too.
Welcome to Verizon.
Oh, is his phone off? Hold on. Nah, nigga. I need the translation. I'm actually into this little novela right here. This shit popping. Oh no, here's go. This is a real one right here. Bet. Yo, nigga.
Yo, what up, bro?
But first of all, I'm on stream, and I'm coming to see you next week, but I'm on stream. Yo, could you explain whatever the fuck you said in Spanish, my nigga? I'm over here. I'm lost, nigga. What the fuck, bro? Could you, nigga? Yo, I spent 20 minutes trying to figure this shit out. What's going on?
Yo, first of all, I miss you.
I miss you too.
And if you on stream, tell the stream people that you call me now. You used to call me once a week. Now you call me once every 5 months.
What? No,
and it's crazy because I'm putting up more numbers than your favorite rapper, which is crazy, and it's not cap.
No.
You could actually attest to that.
You're right, but nigga, you went to DR, and I feel like I was watching you on Telemundo, bro. I don't know what's going on. Yo, bro.
Nah, but you know what it is? You know what it is, bro? It's just I'm dominating in both. I in both markets if I wanted to. Like if I really wanted to get in the realm, I just stop talking Spanish and just be on my English shit and just go back to the town, back to that, and just fire it up right there. But I'm just like, yo, I'm touring and paid $300,000 a show, Russia, Bulgaria, all that shit on my English shit. I'm trying to get booked in South America, get my catalog up like strong how it is in English, and my Spanish just so I could just dominate both markets.
Yo, I told people, I said, yo, I was trying to explain to them what happened because they don't know, like.
Oh yeah. So let me answer your shit.
No, hold on, wait. I told him who your ex was, all that association.
But this is what I'm trying to say. For the people for the stream and shit, like, yo, bro, I just had to get low. Remember, I called you and I was like, yo, bro, I had to get low. Like, I had to leave shorty, not really on some like, she caught me cheating or I caught her cheating or it was none of that shit. Like, remember, she used to chill with your ex, Angelica and shit. So it was none of that. It was just mad toxic. So I just had to really just get low. Like, I had to just be like, yo, I got to put me first. Like, this shit not going nowhere. So more or less, I was like, yo, you know when you leave a girl, like, I don't know what it is, bro, but it's just like, it gets them to a point where they like, oh, he hit me, or he raped me, or he sexually abuses me, or he robbed me. Like, bitch, like, it's just like, for me, it's just like, what am I going to take if you have nothing? Like, you know what I mean? Like.
Yo, she sued you. She said you like robbed her of millions of dollars. I'm like, what?
Yo, bro, but that's what I'm trying to say. Like, yo, bro, like, what millions of dollars? Like, I'm out here on live showing what came in. Like, you signed the deal April 19th, 2023. They didn't even, the first payment they sent was 10 months later. You know me, nigga. I signed to Elliott Grange. I signed, once you sign, upon signing, when that pen hit the paper, that money's in your account in 72 hours. If not, the contract is out of here. There's already a breach. You know that.
Yeah.
So she signed a deal with Rock Nation in April of 2023. They didn't pay her till February, March of 2024. So they was robbing her. They signed up for like a 1.2 or 1.3, somewhere there, and they gave her like 40 bands February 5th, 200 bands February 20th, 50 bands March 1st, and then March 5th, another. Like, they were just like, all the niggas that was in that deal that robbed her was trying to grab money from different places and like put it together because they already had like spread it amongst each other. So I'm just like, yo, how you gonna say I robbed you when I'm the one who really put you on, gave you a Richard, gave you jewelry?
Yo, you spent mad bread on her. I see you post on the story. You spent mad bread on her, right?
But that's what I'm saying. So anyway, long story short, bro, I just had to get on live because what I didn't like was the accusation on some Diddy. On some Diddy shit, some freak off, like party freak off.
Yo, she says you had her drugged up like the whole time. I said, what?
Yo, but you know what's that? Yo, bro, it's so jokes because yo, bro, it's just like, yo, bro, in the suit it says that boom, the drug shit. Then it say that I used to force her to get surgery. Like, bro, like you had 5 surgeries before I even met you. Like when you was with the nah, real shit, nigga, you know this. Nigga, you know this though.
Yo, you know what I said on the stream before I called you? I said, I don't know why niggas play with 6ix9ine because, like, number one, this thing not only gonna have receipts, you're not gonna win a PR war with this nigga because he's the type of nigga to tell the truth so much that he'll look bad too, but you look crazy.
So I said, yo, bro, you had like, nigga, I didn't want ass and titties, nigga. And everybody know, nigga, if you know, and fuck 6ix9ine. If you know Danny, you know me. I never been with an ugly bitch. You know that. First of all, I never had a skinny bitch. My bitches is thick, nigga. Like all my bitches got. So I met you thick. Why the fuck would I want you skinny? That's just cap. Then it says that I took a fucking life insurance policy out on shorty. Like what the fuck? Like what was I gonna kill you? Like it's just cat. It's just mad cat. Like you know what I mean? So at the end of the day. It's not her though. You know what I mean? Like, yo, bro, it's not her. Like, I know it's the people around her. Like, yo, bro, we could violate.
Are you still beefing with the Alofoke dude?
Nah, the nigga got beat up when he came here to Miami.
You lying? What?
Nigga, yes. It's some Telemundo news. Word. He just got beat up when he came here like 2 months ago.
Yo, no. What? You serious? I thought he was the person behind her right now. No?
Nah, it's just the nigga's a dweeb, bro. He's like, yo, bro, I'm not gonna lie, bro. The nigga really thinks he's you. Not for real. He thinks he's you.
Yo, but why y'all beefing though?
There's no beef, bro. Yo, bro. It's no beef. Like these niggas be beefing by themselves. That's what I'm trying to say. Like when it's beef, it's like, yo, where you at? Type shit. You know me for how long now? Like I don't be beefing with none of these niggas. Like they just be beefing by themselves. Like even the TJ shit, nigga. Nigga, when did I ever beef with TJ? Like I never beefed with him. Like God bless him. Like the nigga almost died ordering a burrito. Like no funny shit. Like
stop playing with TJ, bro. Stop.
Nigga, I'm dead ass though. I'm lying.
Yo, stop.
Wait. Hold on. Am I lying?
Right, it wasn't ordering a burrito. No, I think you had said something to him one time.
Nigga, it said it in the article. The nigga was online ordering a burrito, and the nigga fucking came try to ask him for his jewelry, and what happened? Like the nigga really, and that's the only time I ever mentioned him. Like I don't have no like niggas be beefing by themselves. Now if it's static, it's a whole different other shit. Like
wait, why she go to TJ though? Why she go to when she thought you and TJ had beef? Like I think
exactly, but that's what I'm saying. Remember when I was in jail? Yo, bro, the nigga is really a nobody.
Yo,
like,
he's a nobody. He was chilling with Sarah. Sarah like was crowning.
But all right, so when he was chilling with Sarah, right? When he was chilling with Sarah, where was I at?
You were in jail.
Exactly, my nigga. So I never even knew you. Like, first of all, you blew up when I went to jail. How you beefing with me if nobody knows you? See, got you. Like, you don't got no answer to that.
No. I mean, no.
I was in jail, wasn't I?
Wait, so she did the whole thing with TJ.
But that's what I'm saying. They probably gassed her up crazy. Like, yo, that's his op. Like, that nigga's beefing by himself. Like, that nigga, like. The only time I ever acknowledged that man is when the burrito shit happened, when the nigga got shot up ordering his food. That's the only time. Remember I had said, yo, I think I posted like, yo, damn, I want some Chipotle or some shit like that.
I thought you had dissed him one time, like early on. Like you were like, you called him like a little nigga or something. Like you were like,
if you don't got this watch, you a little boy. No, that wasn't for him, was it?
I don't know. What the fuck?
No, I don't know. I think it was to one of the other niggas, but hell no, they got another beef or something. I don't even think he got the catalog or even is that type of guy to even go with a nigga like me. Cause I was like, he's just, bro, like I said, the burrito shit, like, and your man's had it on him. How you let your, like, come on.
All right, yo. So I think what she said, this is what the English websites are reporting. But I know different. Didn't Yailin defend you in a domestic violence case already?
But that's what I'm saying.
She's now saying you beat her up?
That's what I'm saying. Act like how you gonna go against and say if that's true. Nigga, you just committed perjury in court. Like, come on, just stop it. Like, who's putting you up to this? Like, you know what I mean? Like, who? Because whoever is putting you up to this don't care about you because that means you lied in court.
So
you know what I mean? So it's like, don't do that. Like, niggas just gave her a fake watch out here. Like, you know what I mean? I'm lying, nigga. Yo, you laughing, but I'm not lying, nigga. So whoever's like gangster, look, whoever's behind it.
Yo, nigga, you gotta come back to hip hop. This shit too boring, bro.
Nigga, whoever's behind this really don't give a fuck about her. They don't give a fuck how she look.
Shit. Yo, wait, hold on. Wait, what else she say? She said, yeah, some surgery shit. Wait. So she won $1 million? Like for what?
Bro, I don't even pay mind to the shit.
Yo,
I
yo,
just
yo.
know my life
Apparently
changed
you
my
pissed
name.
her
Like
off
really,
though.
what bothered me?
Yo,
Really,
you.
what bothered me is like saying Angelica or one of these girls that you used to be with say, "Yo, you sexually abused me," but they got a kid and they make you change their Pampers. You know, cause you operated you in the bed with a whole fucking BBL suit, and like if you know this nigga be sexually abusing you, drugging you, fucking putting life insurance policies on you. Like I don't want you around my kid. Like, come on now. Like these girls really on some fucking, what's the bitch that sued Johnny Depp?
Oh, Amber Heard.
Amber Heard shit, like shit crazy.
Damn.
Yo, one of my bitches calling me right now. Cause she gonna think I'm cheating or something crazy.
All right, nigga, text me. I'm gonna text you. Oh man, I think that wrapped that one up. This nigga's hilarious, bro. Hey, listen, I'm not laughing because I don't believe. I'm just saying that the way this nigga talk is just hilarious. I'm sorry. I know sensitivity. I know, bro. But I'm just sorry, bro. I'm sorry. Please, give me some grace. Okay, all right, bet. I think we're done with this. All right, good. Perfect. What is this? Okay. Oh, TwitchCon. Oh, they said Twitch they're gonna make the bands more transparent. Yeah, all right. Yeah, all right, nigga. If you know Twitch, nigga, they'll just ban you and just give you a vague reason, nigga, for breathing. Okay, bet. All right, cool. We got at least 15 more minutes, so we gotta make this strong. Did I do all my topics? I know I ain't doing my topics. This shit is no way. Oh, okay. Yeah, they've been hitting me all week trying to get me to say this. Or not say this, but get at this. All right. So let me give you a quick explanation real quick of what's going on in the music industry, okay? Kevin Lyles steps down. Okay? Let me explain from here, and then, we could kind of go on to other things. All right, chat, what was very important that you should know when trying to evaluate what's going on in the music industry, why the executives are stepping down. Kevin Lyles was the guy who, first, let me start off with 300 Entertainment. Former heavyweights in the game, Todd Motzkowitz, Lear Cohen, and Kevin Lyles, they came together and created label called 300 Entertainment. The motto around 300 Entertainment was supposed to be, hey, you don't need a huge label. You could be almost kind of quasi indie, have a smaller staff, smaller number of artists, and still do big numbers. They started this label. Y'all should remember Shy Glizzy, Migos at first. You should remember Fetty Wap. You should remember who else? I believe Rich the Kid was there. This was the early and obviously subsequently Young Thug, and obviously YSL. If you remember this time, it was a very important time. Now Lear Cohen is very important for coining the 360 deal. Eventually, Lear Cohen saw the writing on the wall that really tech companies are running the industry. Tech companies are the new labels. So he still maintained his ownership stake in 300, but he went to be the head of YouTube. He's still the head of YouTube. That was around the time when Young Thug started to be able to learn how to walk on his own, learn how to ride a bike. Todd Moskowitz dropped out of 300 Entertainment. He went to create his own label, a label called Alamo. That label then becomes synonymous with, Gucci 1017, like the Icy or something Ice like label. Didn't really hear anybody. The two people who kind of popped that off, or the one in particular, that Rod Wave made Alamo. Alamo Records, Rod Wave made it. Okay? So, by the way, Rod Wave is still under Alamo, which I think Alamo now has a deal. I don't know if it's Interscope or where else it's at. It might be a Sony. I don't know. Anyway, I'm telling you where these executives go. So 300 starts with 3 executives. Lear goes to YouTube. Tom Moskowitz go to Alamo. Kevin Lau stays at 300. Now, remember when I told you that when Gunna came back after the news that 300 was being acquired by Warner, Gunna was going to be under Warner, was going to be under Atlantic, and some people say, "Oh, I don't know what he's talking about." These were rumors where, again, I don't speak to second in command pencil pushers. I don't speak to peons. I only speak to bosses. So I speak to people who sometimes, if when I'm speaking and I'm giving out information, if you even are in the industry, and this is why I had to sun that little nigga DJ Head, if I tell you something about your mama and you don't know, maybe your mama don't trust you to tell you, but I'm telling you what's going on. So sometimes I tell you things that people in the industry don't all the way know yet. It ain't always, it ain't all the way happened yet, or it's in the works and only a few people know. Don't ask me how I know the shit, but I know the shit. Remember when I said Gunna was going to end up on Atlantic? You know what's happened today? Or not today, it's happened recently. Atlantic, remember I told you all their problems? How did I know that? I told you all their problems. Didn't I tell you that all the executives lined their pockets, starved the artists, dropped all of them, the Meek Mills, all of these niggas, they all got dropped. Young Boy had to leave like Kodak. Did I tell you that? Told you that, right? Why did I tell you that happened? Warner Music went public. All them executives supposedly $100 million a piece. That's the number. Print it, write it. Nobody would say I'm lying because I'm speaking facts. So the executives lined their pockets, dropped all the artists. Atlantic is looking abysmal, looking trash. And someone who's very smart realized a move could be made. Didn't I already tell you, and I gave you this story about the industry, about nepotism? Didn't I say who's the leader of the biggest music conglomerate, UMG, Universal Music Group? A guy you hear Drake rap about, other people talk about, Lucian Grange. Who is his son? Didn't I say his name is Elliot Grange? By the way, how do I know some of this too? You know I got a joint venture with the nigga. Shout out to my man Lucian. Shout out to Sam. Shout out to Homemade Records over there. Y'all been doing a good thing. I'm not just speaking on my ass, people, right? Did I tell you that I created Lil Lack not only to show people I can have fun, but to show, but I didn't want people to talk about me like how they talk about Stephen A. and these niggas like I was never in the league. I went to drop a record. I signed a record deal. I didn't only sign a record deal. I signed a deal for a JV. You get what I'm saying? I have a label. I made sure that whatever I'm talking about, I got actual experience with it. I had to deal with my lawyers. I wanted to be well-versed in what I'm talking about. This is why I know most of the things I know. But not only that, I'm also speaking as a person who nobody could call and be like, yo, why'd you tell him that? You're fine. No, don't happen like that. All these people, lucky I'm in a position where, let's call it, we work together. So 10K projects. And by the way, ironically, this affects me too. Matter of fact, I know it affects me because Warner sent me an email today saying, the Academy Records, we need your vendor information to pay you out. I haven't taken payment from 10K for years. I dropped the little act thing after that. Because I haven't signed anybody. And I don't want people to give me a loan. I could get millions of dollars from them, but I don't want a glorified loan. Because you know what? You're going to, not necessarily they're going to say pay it back, but now you're indebted to somebody. And I'm not that committed to dropping music, just honestly, right? But anyway, I got the news. 10K, which was independent at first, but it went through his father's conglomerate, UMG, then Capitol. 10K does a deal with Warner. And I always tell y'all, the difference between music, the big conglomerate music labels, and the little rinky-dink rappers who think they got to shoot each other to get the up on whatever competition they got, is that Universal Music Group, Warner Music Group, and Sony Music Entertainment, they all work together, okay? They all make money together. So you know what happened? The son of the most powerful guy in the Universal umbrella takes his independent label, which I have a deal over there, 10K, by the way, 6ix9ine signed to 10K, Trippie, 10K, Ice Spice, 10K, who else? This is a bunch of people. Takes 10K and does a deal, because it was an indie label. Remember, he would have to work his way up the ranks to get to succeed his father. It was going to take a long while because he started late. But he said, nah, I'm going to do it by being an independent label and showing y'all proof. Look at this. Internet Money, success. Look at this. 6ix9ine, success. Look at this. Trippy, success. So he's doing this independently, even though the independent is looking a little bit more than independent, if you get my drift, okay? You know what I'm saying. Hey, the next play for him, you got to get to the top spot. Now, the only way, you got to go run a label that is in dire need of repair. The label everybody was talking about that's historic is Def Jam. Def Jam been trashed for a long time. They don't have no new artists. Like, I think at one point they were touting that YK Osiris was their big deal. Come on. So they needed saving. However, ultimately, I forgot the name of the gentleman who actually took that job, but that's his project to fix. What's the next thing? Well, ironically, at the same time, Warner goes public. Everybody's cashing out. They dropped a shit ton of artists, Meek, all these people. And then Atlantic now looks garbage. By the way, every new drill rapper, every new Hispanic rapper, they're all signed to Capitol. Capitol's getting all of them. So who becomes the label that is impoverished? Atlantic Records. Okay, cool. Brilliant play here. Take 10K that you've built up, Ice Spice and all these assets, and be like, oh my God, you got the newest. And is Sexy? No, Sexy is not going through there. I'm sorry. Anyway, grab that situation, bring it over to Warner. Now, theoretically, you would think, well, Warner and Universal are like competitors. It's not like two fucking stupid rappers shooting each other. No, it's not that same, right? So you bring your label over there, and then Atlantic, or really Warner Music Group, says, well, our executives are lining their pockets. They're all on the outs. It's the big play. Yo, these executives are getting $2, $3, $4 million a year. The company goes public and you get $100 million. Peace the fuck out, nigga. That's what happens, okay? So they were already on the way out. Elliot Grange go over there with 10K. He says, I could bring my label. They offer him the job. What we now have is Atlantic Music Group that falls under Warner Music Group. You know what's an Atlantic Music Group? 10K Projects, with Elliot Grange owns. Who now runs Atlantic Records? Elliot Grange. 300. Remember I said Gunna, if he was going to leave YSL is directly tied to 300. He would be maybe Atlantic. What's under Atlantic Music Group? 300. And some other record company called Elektra. So there's a newly formed, new method Atlantic Music Group that is going to be the foreseeable future of what Warner is going to put out on a urban content level. So if you're wondering why executives are leaving, well, they've already absorbed 300. They don't need Kevin Lyles. It's probably in Kevin Lyles' best interest to cash out, because when 300 went there, it required him to be there in a managerial positions for a certain point. What I'm saying is that I know y'all want to conflate this with Diddy, but this is the music business. Niggas cashed out, they're leaving. In the last 18 months, a lot of people have lost faith in the streaming forecast of this industry. Also, the bigger labels are saying, let's downsize, consolidate. So remember, you used to say Atlantic Records. Well, you're saying Atlantic, 300, 10K, Elektra. That's a music group now. We don't need all these executives. You could go. You could go. Julie Greenwald, you got your 100. You could go. You could go. Everybody is cleaning house. The industry is preparing for, I won't call it a recession, but if I had to put it in layman's terms, the recession. Consolidate, get them out of here. What's also happening? Artists who are just sitting ducks, get them out of here. We have a new leader, Elliot Grange. We have a new infrastructure, and we now have everything is folding up. We don't need this amount of A&Rs just on Atlantic when we got this amount of A&Rs on 300. Let's take the top 50 of the best. The rest of y'all, you're fired. That's what works. You're fired. Go build a house. Go dig a grave. Go paint a house. That's just how it's working right now. You're fired. Until the music industry starts banging, and by the way, this comes in cycle because music will never go nowhere. But right now, like, people are in the, it's streaming stalling bag. Everybody got to go. Fired. Not everybody getting fired. If somebody got fired, not an executive. Executives don't go out like that. So when you see Kevin Lyles say quit, he ain't get fired. That boy walked away with hundreds of millions of dollars. Line the pocket. He's getting money. Lior is getting money. Facts. Now, for them A&Rs, them digital people, them people working radio, them people who was just clearing, we're not just going to have a staff of all of y'all for no reason. Yeah, fired. You can stay. Fired. You stay. Again, downsizing, consolidating, downsizing. Okay? That's essentially what's happening to the music industry. Kevin Lyles, he gets to walk away with he's walking away with line in his pockets. He's resigning because Warner Music, again, look, they had him as the 300 electric chair. Well, here's the thing. They just merged 300 and Elektra with Atlantic. So now Atlantic is AMG, Atlantic Music Group. Okay? Everybody think it's because of Diddy. No, it's a money play. Kevin Lyles is going to pop back up. It's the same horse and pony store. He's going to pop up with another independent label. Remember 300 was supposed to be the indie version of, you get the major expertise where you're indie. 300 is owned by motherfucking Warner now. It's owned by the majors. So you know what Kevin Lyles is going to do? Go lay low, go find some funding, because rule number one, especially in the music business, never spend your own money. This, Dame Dash used to get mad at niggas for that. Never spend your own money. Go get some funding. Give them a little bit of equity, but equity that you can leverage, because now they're going to be your partner, so you can leverage them for whatever you need to. Start another record label, build it up, get a couple more stars, and sell that bitch again. Sell the catalog. Get a couple $100 more million. Might take another 8 or 7 years, but that's it. Rinse and repeat. They don't give a fuck about Diddy. They think that these niggas is caring about Diddy? Here's another thing y'all won't realize. Diddy has been inconsequential in the music business in at least 5 to 10 years. Diddy has not affected the music business. Diddy has affected culture. Diddy has affected black culture specifically. But Diddy been selling liquor. Diddy don't got nothing to do with music. Even Diddy's albums are flopping. Diddy don't got nothing to do with nothing. His catalog from way back, Biggie's catalog, any bad boy owned catalog at this point is going to be what it's going to be. He ain't put out a hot artist in mad long. So I know y'all want to think that, Diddy going down means these guys are leaving. Now, we should probably wonder why there's a lot of moving parts, and really CEOs and big executives, not only in music, really in entertainment, and really in these big companies. There's other financial implications where people and what you're seeing is that these industries are preparing for what they think is a recession. So when people think the market is going to keep increasing, they spend more, hire more, because they think it's going to come back tenfold because you're growing. When they think that they're not growing, or that people are becoming tighter with money, they got to trim the fat and start getting low. They got to prepare for the winter. That's kind of what's happening. So I know y'all want to think Diddy is the reason all this shit is happening. No. Now, I will say this. There is a possibility that maybe some executives with checkered past that we haven't found out about, they're caught up in the midst. What I'm saying is that we're seeing dozens. And the reason for the dozens isn't Diddy. Now, is there an executive or two that maybe their record company or whatever role they had at some company is saying, we've been served with like 4 civil suits of you doing some freaky ass nigga shit. Diddy just went down. It's probably getting closer to you being exposed, and it's going to hurt our business. So let's do the severance package now. Because if we wait until you get exposed, and this is a very, very, like, you got to think about this. If we wait till you get exposed, there is no severance package. So, and you're going to be seen as fired. In the executive games, you rarely see fired. You see step down and resign. You get what I'm saying? So there is probably a few. Now I can't tell you who. Do I think like Kevin Lyles? I don't think so. So there's probably one or two in the midst. Like, oh, okay, this person is stepping down. They've probably been served with a couple lawsuits or like negotiations. Like, yo, we finna sue you. We want this amount of money. And they've been trying like angle and posture. And now they realize, oh shit, it's about to probably come out. Because right now, if you're a woman that's going to file a lawsuit against an executive, you want to put it out now because you're the most believable now. Right now, you're the most believable against an executive. So if you ever got touched by your executive, shit, I'm not surprised if some failed R&B singer put out something against maybe a label owner saying, yo, they suppressed my career because I ain't sucked a dick. Like, that might happen. This is the time for that. So yeah, everybody's preparing for a cold winter. Also, there's some turnover. Half of these people you see get let go, none of them are going nowhere. The music industry is like the most stagnant game in terms of executives. All you see is musical chairs. I'm pretty sure Junie Greenwald will pop up somewhere else. I'm pretty sure Kevin Lyles will pop up. They're going to pop up with new ventures, new labels, new situations, and they're going to run the gig again and sell and finesse and move this and bring catalog here and get another couple $100 million. That is the game. Okay? So, this Kevin Lyles thing is more indicative on probably you remember when Warner acquired it in look, okay. It acquired in 2021. Let me see if I can find it. Look. Okay. So it says December 18th. Cool. We could probably match it to the date. Like, bro, this is like mad. Look, Kevin Lyles. Look. It says he's stepping down. Hold on. Oh, on September 30th, he's departing. Yeah. Whatever his contract is probably said he had to stay on after the step down for 3 years. That's how most of these things are done, chat, if you don't know. Their pockets got lined because the shit got sold for $400 million already. The shit got sold for $400 million already. He stayed on for like, what was it? This would make like 3 years because it was in 2021. Yeah, 3 years. He stayed on for 3 years after. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. By the way, you know what I think that's going to happen too? And y'all better not get mad when it happened to him either. When P from QC does the same, he's going to do the same, I think. Oh, hey, all right. Yeah, as part of me selling QC sells. As part of me selling for QC, because you know P's still running it, but technically they sold it. Hey, part of that deal says you got to still be the CEO and find talent for the next probably 2-3 years. So he probably is going to run this bitch for another 2 years. And then, watch, all y'all going to say this. Just mark this video. We're going to be in 2026 when y'all watching this next. Yo, nah, Baby and them must be over because P leaving. No, then they get cashed out and he did the time that the deal required him to stay on with the label. And now he about to go make a new label with another partner. Him, Coach K, and I don't know, Gotti. If Gotti sells before, it probably won't be like that, but because those are like powerhouses. But still, yeah, just keep flipping this shit. Look, $250 million in cash. Oh my God. Good job. And $50 million in stock. Stock that probably, has, certain type of, it probably incentivized for them to stay on for those 2 years or 3 years, right? Yeah, chat. All right, man. Chat, I made it to 8 hours. If you do want me to get into specific, there is a bunch of like people leaving their companies and this and third. We could absolutely get into those later. if you have any ones that are more, there is a lot of stories to be told about this musical chairs stuff that's being played. The industry's in a really weird space, man. And I'm telling you, these labels, you know, for new artists, I'll give you this advice. They're not trying to sign no bullshit right now. They're trying to sign people with leverage. Even though it's not to their benefit, because they're gonna have not the best deals, but they want to sign shit that works. They feel like the music industry is about maxed out, and not maxed out like really maxed out, but it's just like the majority of the money's coming, or the majority of the royalties up front is coming through streaming, and the streaming companies are telling them, yo, we've stagnated. And they're like, what the fuck? They exist in a world where it's all about, we did 100 last quarter, let's do 105. Let's do 115. Let's do 130. Continuing going on. And when they're hearing shit stalled, it means no more need to invest in growth, downsize, and just do the bare minimum to continue. That's not a good thing for the culture and for new musicians, because they're less likely to take chances. They're less likely to have more personnel at these labels, whether it's executives, you know, usually it's the VPs or whatever, or even A&Rs or whatever, and all around. So this is a trickle down effect. All right, people, thank y'all, man. Been rocking for 8 hours. I'll be back on tomorrow. I do genuinely and solemnly appreciate it and thank you guys for all your support. Hopefully you guys were thoroughly entertained. There's been so many of you guys who stood around for the entire broadcast. Please, we have one item sold out, which is just the pants. Please go to theacademy.shop. This is the way you can show me your support. Please go to theacademy.shop. We have a bunch of items here that you could buy. You could buy a keychain for just as little as $8. Okay, a little keychain. Okay, gotta have the chat nigga scorpion keychain. You could have the compromise shirt. I love this shirt right here. This is my favorite right here. I love the spider right here. I do like it. You could have a little air freshener. I know some of y'all cars be stanking. Okay, got an OG chat nigga hoodie. We got that going on. Go down, scroll, and hit others. You could get a jersey, a little beanie for the winter. Could get one of these shot glasses if you don't know. Get a hat. Actually, this is one of the hats too. Is this the one on sale? The Scorpion one. This is actually one of our products as well. But you could get the Academy one, this one, and there's a few shirts here that probably weren't sold before. You guys could. Ooh, the Keep It a Bean one is there. Oh, I need to wear this one. Okay. All right, chat. I do appreciate you guys though. Let me read finally any donations that maybe I've missed. Okay, what the hell? Why the hell does it look like that? I don't know why I can't read it on the Academy page. That's not cool. By the way, we are 140,000 subs away on King Akademiks from 1 million. We are headed there, and I appreciate you guys so much for rocking with me. Okay. Let me just read these donations really quickly. All right. JD, thank you for the 5. He said, accurate coverage has been great. LOL, bro. They said, in DR, they say you smash Gigi. But that was my ex-girlfriend. Like, what? They call Angelica Gigi down there. Apparently she's lit. Rhett reacts. Thank you for the 3. Professor Splash, thank you for the 2. He says Drake and Rod Wave new song. Oh, I didn't go over to what? Oh my God, yo! Tomorrow, what's the dirt? Tomorrow we gotta get into what's the dirt. We're just 8 hours in, bro. Like 8 hours, like fuck. Like I don't even get a lunch break, bro. Like tomorrow, what's the dirt? We're gonna go through the what's the dirt video, the breakdown of Family Matters, and a couple of other drama affiliated things that he has going on. Bozo, he says, yo, how is he so rich? He ain't no successful movie or comedy special. He does good comedy videos, but that's about it. Kevin Hart is in $100 million movies. You're talking about Drewski? Drewski's super brand friendly. You get what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying to say. Like, that's why, I would have cussed Ruby Rose all the fuck out. Like, I would have said, you fucking scallywag, you piece of, like, I would have wilded out on her. But I'm not that brand friendly. Like, he's all the way brand friendly. Like, he's getting the bag for being brand friendly. He's in commercials. He's, like a lot of these things come his way, and well deserved too. But yeah, JD says this is true. You dated the Gigi. Yo, this is so crazy. I remember Angelica called me and she was telling me how lit she is in the DR. I'm like, shut your stupid ass up. This nigga isn't really in my chat, like donating, saying, is it true you dated Gigi? I'm like, what? I guess Angelica's lit now in the DR, like lit. Shout out to Angelica though. Shout out to her. Tell me why Angelica called me the other day. I swear. She called me the other day and she was just like, she was bragging on me. She says, I passed you in followers. Like my personal page, she passed me in followers. She's like, yeah, you never thought I was going to be a star. I'm like, shut up. Anyway, shout out to Angelica. Like, it's all love. Lil Cum Guzzler. Pause. What type of name is this? You say, stop speaking on me. You big and tasty. What the fuck is this? B, it says Hip Hop News Uncensored has a podcast with Judge Joe Brown speaking on Kamala playing a part in Diddy's case. Oh, wow. Trap Thoughts, thank you. It says, Candace Song was recently leaked. Said a leak Kim Porter book will be published. But yeah, nobody knows who has the book. Like, I think she was speaking on rumors that happened to be false, actually. We'll see, but we haven't got any verification. Easy Money Sniper says, before Drake and Kendrick, Act disliked Cole and Kendrick because they only cared about the music, not the fame and drama, so Act considered them boring. Not for that. And I dislike them for that. My biggest critique of both of them was that they barely put out music. But yeah, Bosa said the craziest thing is that Drake is now older than Joe Budden when Joe Budden was when the Drake beef happened. Wow, interesting. Johnny Stark says, actually should have taken your original advice after that to take 5 to 6 months to reply. I do think that would have made a change, but it's Aubrey, man. Bozo said, like that is higher on the Billboard than any of the 15 songs Drizzy dropped. And his Kendrick, this is too. 70 monthly listeners can't stay in the top 40. Just maybe he fell off, bro. I don't think Drake fell off. Johnny Stark says, Drake needs to keep his circle smaller. I'm going to be honest with you. I think it's small enough. He don't trust nobody. Like, Drake, stop even talking to these industry niggas. Like, yeah, his circle's pretty small. Taser RT says, we don't care for Kendrick as a person. There's a reason why he only has buzz when mentioning Drake. That is a good... Why don't we ever talk about... Every time we talk about Kendrick, we immediately talk about Drake. So we never seen a Kendrick fan page before this year. That's definitely a fact. Ebony Smith, hey, thank you, girl. Let me add some of this to my tomorrow topics. Yeah, we're gonna have to get back into Jonathan Odie. Yes. What's the dirt and what's the other topic I said I'm gonna get into tomorrow? Drake and Rod Wave song. Yeah. Drake Rod Wave song. Okay. Koki's Casino says, you got a wrong prostitutes for men. Hoodie Mo 23, think of it a 10. He says, the only time I would ever use baby oil is if I get with Lotto. Damn, like what's the appeal of baby oil? I don't get it. Diddy 758 says, look up Diddy kissing his mother on the list. Oh, well, we played that. And her painting her nail white. Cassie did say Diddy had women paint their nails white for the freak offs. Do you think his mom was involved? Ew, let's not even think about that, please. Please. Tall Angel says the government desperate to cancel the 304 industry. From this case on, it's going to be harder to deal with these women. Yeah, there's always a cause and effect. Yeah, unfortunately, I do have to say, I think, like, I forgot what happened with some artists. Trust me, the industry is going to start signing less women because they're going to see it as liability. And granted, I'm with y'all. If you're not doing no freaky or weird shit, you shouldn't think like that. But people, like, this be getting the whole industry on like, really, like they nervous. Like, they really don't even want, like, shit. I'm going to be honest with you. I think, myself personally, I think Yachty had to get out in front of the whole thing with Shorty. What's her name again? Caribou. Because she's a female. I think he dealt with her like that because she's a female. You know why? Because God forbid, when she was saying bullying, God forbid she started saying, oh, they were sexually harassing me or making, like, bruv, like, you could face all type of stuff. So that does have a trickle-down effect to people being scared or not want to take in the chance of signing a female artist. It's already a point where people look at female artists like they cost more. Like you gotta spend a lot more money. It is what it is. They're saying check his mugshot. They're saying one of Diddy's many body doubles is in jail. And it's a mugshot missing facial features like moles, nose shape, etc. Is there a mugshot for Diddy yet? Betta Believes Me says there's a witch hunt for a successful black man. He's a freak and a weirdo, but don't let the government fool y'all. He ain't do nothing Hugh Hefner has not done for decades. I'm going to put Hugh Hefner on my list for tomorrow. We should get into that because I've heard some people make the Hugh Hefner point. Sub-Zero TV says, I'd like to know what Diddy baby mamas have to say about all of this. I mean, I don't think they would say anything publicly. I mean, shoot, their kids are probably sad that their father is incarcerated. Buzz and Vine says, can I get a hallelujah? Hallelujah, man. South Dudan says, I accurate bias against Diddy. Do I come across as that? I feel like some people say like I'm too favorable. Like I'm also kind of giving maybe a potential side of his that some people feel is not warranted. They feel like fuck him, right? Big Chris says, could you get the commissary list from MDC and see if they got Baby Oil on there? Oh my God. Crypto Diano says the guy posted Diddy with every other celebrity, but the many he took with Trump. So even Epstein with Trump, if you're gonna put everyone else, him too. What? Oh, they're saying, oh, look at Diddy with every celebrity, but they didn't put him with Trump. Johnny Stark mentioned Jonathan Odie. We're gonna talk about him tomorrow. Okay. Mr. Gamer. By the way, I had heard that Jonathan Odie was down to do an interview at a point, but it felt like it was irrelevant because there was just new allegations popping up. He sounds a lot important now, don't he? I talk about Lucian Grange funding Diddy parties and using his position in mainstream media to hide that he's involved. That's why there's no bail. I have no idea about that. And shoot, if he's funding it, shit, I'm pretty much sure Diddy would snitch on him, right? Like, oh, yeah, it's a time to snitch, right? Johnny Stark, thank you for the donation again. We're going to cover Jonathan Odie. Johnny Stark says, could you talk about drug withdrawal? I feel like we did for a little bit. And Alfred says, yo, Ack, why is Diddy collecting celebrity freak-off tapes like they in the Infinity Stones? We haven't heard about any names with that or if he actually threatened people with a videotape. We've heard he threatened maybe women that he recorded, but never other men that were supposedly powerful as well. And Johnny says, W Big Act, thank you for your work ethic. I'm gonna thank you. Yeah, appreciate all you guys. Professor Splash, you sent in your 20th donation today. Trust me, it goes much appreciated. Koki's Classic, that was your 20th donation. I appreciate you so much as well. All right, chat, love all you guys. Thank you guys for all the subscribers. We're trying to get to 1,000 subs to get the 1,000 bottles of baby oil. Maybe I could line up. Actually, fuck no, I wouldn't. That might be a smoke signal for the feds to try to come over here. Hell no. All right, though, chat, I'll be back on tomorrow. We have some preliminary topics. If you have anything I didn't get to, please just hit me with a DM. Let me know that I could add it to the list that we could have a full stream tomorrow. You know, every time when I do like 8-9 hours, sometimes I feel like we don't have topics for the next day. But if you have things in, definitely there are things I didn't talk about. Please send it to me that I could put it on the topic list that we could get to it. All right. If you've been rocking with me for this whole time, I appreciate you so much. I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a good Friday night. All right. Peace.